for glow or light or shining or reflection, okay? Usually it's either reflected light or some kind of sense of an inner light, right? Inner beauty. Now, examples from sort of medieval philosophy onwards, this is the beauty of the untarnished soul, of the blinding goodness of Christ, of morality, of the saints, the blinding light of God, the illumination of the light of reason, the enlightenment, right? This is a kind of trope with a very long history. And solar punk aesthetics is all about luster. It's all about glowing, shining, bright things. Solar advertising, by the same kind of remit, and renewable futures in general, are full of gleaming, brilliant sunshine and light. Again, this is like a basic point, right? But beyond just looking nice, this does something quite specific. It unifies. Think of the sun shining over a gleaming city. This gleam binds together all the different things it shines on, and it suggests harmony, where there is in fact lots of different, often conflicting elements and systems. Snow has a similar effect, right? Dazzling, hiding, uniting, purifying, covering over all the garbage and complications that you have in a normal city, so that when you wake up on that kind of fresh snow morning, what you see is harmony and beauty and unity. The reflection rather than the thing itself, right? The stuff that it's covering. And this sense of lightness, as in brightness, slips into another kind of lightness, which is to say weightlessness. Solar punk casts into relief the quality of weightlessness with which renewable futures and solar power in particular is associated. Images of solar futures from any source, corporate to activist, tend to display solar technologies in a bright, clean, green setting. Now, there's obvious pragmatic reasons for this, right? The main one being that like a gloomy solar future wouldn't be particularly persuasive or seductive, okay? If anyone's seen Blade Runner 2049, the kind of opening shot of the like masses of solar-powered fields under the gloom, it's dystopian and horrible and so on. But these solar punk images are suggestive of a kind of new dawn, right? Of a new spring, of fresh beginnings, and they're attractive. And part of that attraction is tied to the idea of weightlessness, because they offer us the chance to forget what came before, to absolve ourselves of our own environmentally damaging history, or at least to cut ourselves off from it, right? To have this new, fresh start. So lightness is a kind of weightlessness that comes with absolution and freedom from responsibility, freedom from having to deal with the complex reality of the present and all its historical burdens and realities. And we can see the links here, I hope, to the kind of ideas of transparency that both solarpunk and Ethereum dream of, right? It's a hope, ultimately, of a clean break with the past and the present, and of just getting rid of all the messiness of social and power relationships that are the direct and necessary product of having to mediate between difference. Now, yesterday, I was speaking to someone from the kind of Ethereum community, and they were wonderful. They were full of hope, full of kind of happiness, and the key dream, I think, that drove their engagement with the Ethereum community was this sense that everything is broken and we're going to build something to replace it, something that works, right? And that everything is so big, isn't it? It's everything. It's like all the systems that govern the way that we live, they're all broken, and here we're going to be building something that replaces it. And, again, I'm coming back to this idea, this hope that I think infuses solarpunk and Ethereum of transparency, right? Getting rid of all that messiness and all that power relationship and just having this direct and necessary kind of simple relationship between things, a kind of getting rid of mediation. Now, this lightness is also a Trojan horse for technologies that claim to be socially just or sustainable, presenting themselves as light, right? Light in the sense of goodness and beauty, but also light in the sense of weightless, of leaving no footprint on the earth. Now, solar is the ultimate light technology here, and I would just kind of expand on this as an example, but it applies to renewable technologies in general. It has this image of having no connection to the earth, right? No consequences, no waste, no fuel, no weight, ultimately. But that obviously isn't the reality, right? solar production upstream, it has to be made. And it's made in incredibly intensive temperatures. It's made in sterile lab-like conditions, large-scale factories, toxic chemicals. There's extraction, there's production, there's rare earth minerals. There's all of the ugly geopolitics that goes with that. There's the fact that solar panels are currently so excitingly cheap because the vast majority of them are made in China, where there's very poor environmental and labor regulation laws. Right? There's all of these issues with solar panels upstream. Then there are the kind of sacrifice zones that will be produced by them. So we're talking about a kind of neo-colonialism here, where large-scale areas of various deserts will, be covered in solar panels. And then the question becomes, who does the energy go to, right? And there's already talk of large swathes of North Africa becoming a battery for Europe, right? And you can see these old historical patterns repeating themselves just under the guise of a new, clean kind of technology, right? Sustainability as a kind of cover for colonialism. And then downstream, solar panel PVs, they have around a 30-year lifespan. A lot of them are going to start coming offline quite soon. They're very hard to recycle. They're toxic. So, to repeat the key point here, the conflicts, the politics in the relationships between humans and the natural world and between humans and each other only appear to be dissolved in these visions of solarpunk futures, in these visions of renewable futures. They're not resolved. They just take on a different shape. So, how does solarpunk promise? Again, one more thing. The narratives themselves. They promise to resolve conflict between two opposing forces. You can see, right? It's always about resolving conflict. Narratively, what they do is you have, in a solarpunk story, quite often you have two opposing sides, right? And what happens is that the conflict between those two opposing forces is resolved by the production in the story of a protagonist, a character, a hero. And that hero is a hybrid of the two sides, okay? So the hero, the hybrid that partakes of both sides of the conflict in some way, they act as a mediator, right? They bring them together and they solve the conflict. They are, in their kind of body, a resolution to that conflict, right? And just like lightness, just like weightlessness, these protagonists are an imaginary resolution of a real contradiction. Yeah? Just bringing them together and making them the same thing without having to actually find a way to mediate between these two conflicting sides in all their real complexity. Instead of working out the necessary political means, we just get rid of it. Yeah? We just make it disappear. And here again, there's this idea of doing away with the need to mediate between different actors, whether those actors are industry and nature, or different communities, or different political organizations, or just people with different desires and hopes. Whatever. We always return to this idea of transparency. It's a dream. It's a dream of living without friction or confusion. It's a dream of perfect communication. It's a dream of message with no noise, right? It's a dream of perfectly functioning systems, smoothness, lack of friction, lack of resistance. In my terms, I would say that it's the removal of politics in favor of a technocracy, solving political problems with technological solutions, right? But they're not solutions. They're power grabs. They strip the people involved in this particular situation, in any particular situation, of their engagement with and power over the very processes of how they live their lives, right? It removes their political agency rather than granting them political agency. And it does the same thing in terms of how it approaches the natural world, okay? So transparency in solarpunk in terms of nature and technology is not about living with the natural world, but rather a dream of perfectly managing that world. Now, this idea has a history, and some of you might be familiar with it, right? We can call it, for brevity's sake, the history of spaceship Earth. In the 1960s and 70s, many thinkers, perhaps the most famous of them being Buckminster Fuller, used the spaceship to offer a blueprint of a self-contained and self-sustained earthly environment. It was a whole thing that grew out of the kind of 60s sort of hippie counterculture movement, but also married to that cybernetics moment, right, of Norbert Wiener and the growth of kind of personal computing and so on. And what they proposed was a circulatory, natural, technological system, largely autonomous, to be run, maintained, and optimized through techno-scientific expertise and rational management. Notice the complete lack or absence of politics in this picture, right? Experts managing stuff. There's no dispute, there's no disagreement, there's no debate. As Richard Brautigan, the famous kind of poet from this era, put it in 1967, and you might recognize the final line of this from an Adam Curtis documentary, I like to think it has to be of a cybernetic ecology, where we are free of our labors and joined back to nature, returned to our mammal brothers and sisters, and all watched over by machines of loving grace. A cybernetic ecology. This is a precedent of solarpunk. It's an ecological narrative imaginary sustained by early personal computing pioneers, people like Stuart Brand of the Whole Earth Catalogue and now the Long Now Foundation. It's a movement that would certainly be considered the precedent of Web3 and its communities, and not just because of the computing stuff or the making the world a better place stuff, but also the harmony with nature stuff as well, right? It's got history. Web3 adopting solarpunk as its dream, as its ideal, as its kind of guiding narrative, is a sort of return in that sense, where digital technology is again being married to a utopian ideal of ecological balance and community. But then, and now, the idea of doing away with mediation is imaginary, right? And this is the imaginary of solarpunk. And potentially, some of Ethereum's vision too, right? And that's kind of what I want to flag today. There is difference in the world, and things rub up against each other and cause friction. To present them as harmonious requires not looking too closely at how those systems interact. Or it requires replacing the logic of one of those elements with the logic of the other one, which is known as colonization, right? So solarpunk usurping the natural and political systems through technological kind of innovation, swapping out the systems that we rely on, like the ecological natural systems that we rely on for water, food, air, and so on, swapping those out for infrastructural systems, making technology the ground for nature. And we manage nature in that way, and so we resolve the contradictions between the two things, because the two different things no longer exist, right? They've become one thing, and nature is the one that loses in that sense, the one which is usurped, right? Or which is now having to depend upon a kind of more fundamental layer, which is infrastructural or technological. Notice in the solarpunk images that you always see, the cities have the trees growing on them, right? The cities have the trees growing on them. So, these technological, utopian narratives, these hopes and dreams, they have a long history. Longer even than the 70s cybernetic ecology moment. So in the 1970s, James Carey and John Quirk, two kind of academics, they made this beautiful argument, right? Where essentially they proposed that new technologies from the Industrial Revolution onwards were always seen as vehicles of moral as well as material progress. Things will get better materially because of the tech, but also we will get better as people, as a society, as a culture because of the tech, okay? And this promise always, always, always comes with these four particular categories, okay? A new birth of community, decentralization, ecological balance, and social harmony. Now, the first thing I would say is that the repetition, the consistency of these promises are engaging to us because we live in a particular, we being quite a narrow we in this case, right? Western kind of Enlightenment society and so on. We live in a narrow sort of history in which we have felt for a very long time that we have lost community, the capacity for decentralization, right? Things are too centralized. We've lost ecological balance, and we've lost social harmony. We've been struggling with this for ages. The first known piece of written literature, the Epic of Gilgamesh, is a story 4,000 years old at this point, which talks about deforestation, right? And it talks about the collapse of order within the city. We've had these concerns since forever. And these concerns are precisely the ones which are answered by these utopian narratives. That's why the utopian narratives have such a purchase on us, because they speak to these deep, sort of almost unspoken concerns and worries that we have. But because they're technological utopian narratives, they promise to return us to this kind of Garden of Eden state, right, where we have harmony and community and so on and so forth. But they promise it through greater investment in technology. There's a contradiction there, right? There's a contradiction there. And solarpunk is not a new story in that sense. It's a new skin on a very old story. So notice what's at stake here. What is promised and desired is a new set of relationships. What we want is community, decentralization, ecological balance, and social harmony. We don't want the tech. We want that stuff. That's what we want, right? That's the hook. That's the promise. That's the desire. It's not about the tech, it's about the relationships. And humans, for the most part, especially urbanized humans, have felt out of sync with each other and nature for a very long time. And the utopian promise of the tech in this regard has never lived up to its claims. Every single one that Carey and Quirk talk about in their article, right? They make these promises. I mean, look where we are. It's not happened, right? So what is actually at stake here, it seems, is the social relations, not the technology. What we desire is the social relations, not the technology. The idea that the technology itself, in and of itself, will bring about these shifts, these utopian promises, is false. It's the social relations, the way that we ourselves organize, our politics, that determine the shape of the technology and the infrastructure, not the other way around. And here's the key point, okay? The betrayal of each utopian technological moment, the moment when the tech arrives and all the good stuff that was promised doesn't arrive, the betrayal comes when the technology emerges mapped onto pre-existing tendencies to centralization and domination and resource extraction and profiteering. And it acts to extend them rather than disrupt them. Narratives of promise, like solarpunk, especially when tied to the technological novelties of things like Web3, promise us a break from our bad past and our present. And they articulate a better future, right? And it's attractive. And a lot of us are rightly seduced by it. I'm seduced by it. But let's think about that word articulate for a second, right? They articulate a better future. Articulate can mean, on the one hand, to say clearly and distinctly, I'm articulating right now. But on the other hand, articulation means to join, right? One thing articulates with another thing. To join, to joint, to bring together. Now, solarpunk does a powerful job of talking, speaking, articulating a better future, but it does not do much to join us to one, to make that joint. When I was doing a bit of research for this talk, I found obviously other people who were talking about Ethereum and solarpunk and so on, and I found this one talk that was, very relevant. And in it, the speaker made the claim that Ethereum is solarpunk. Ethereum is not solarpunk, okay? Can we get rid of that idea, please? What I want us to take seriously is that solarpunk is Ethereum. What's the difference? Okay, in the same way that Alesso's talk yesterday showed us that solarpunk is permaculture, Ethereum is a real practice and infrastructure being built now in the present moment. It's a thing that is being brought into existence. Solarpunk futures are just empty containers. the content of any solarpunk future will ultimately come from what Ethereum becomes, amongst other things, right? But what Ethereum becomes and makes of the world, and not the other way around. Saying that Ethereum is solarpunk is PR. It's articulating in the sense of speaking, right? But talking about a nice future while busy being, like, it's talking about a nice future while being busy actually making a different future. It's the same old that we started with, right? Utopian promises of technology, but when it emerges, it will be mapped onto the same old social relations, and the same thing will happen again. Or we can take seriously the way that Ethereum is made in the present, take seriously how it makes the future in the present, how it joins the present to the future, how it brings about a particular future, how it brings it into being. Ethereum could be the substance of solarpunk. It can be the means of joining to a solarpunk future and giving it its content and form, right? Solarpunk is meaningless in a sense. Ethereum is the thing, however it turns out, that will give it meaning, that will tell us what it means, that will bring it into being in that sense. So my pitch today is to say, what you're doing, whether you like it or not, is deeply political. The infrastructures you build have politics coded, in this case, into their very bones. So I urge you to take that political responsibility seriously. And to do that, the focus should not be on building the tech for some harmonious, imaginary future, but on building the social relationships in the present that will shape the tech that you produce, so that its infrastructure is an infrastructure of a harmonious future, okay? Remember, technologies embody the social relations that they emerge from. They concretize them, they make them stronger and more durable, and they reproduce them. So the choice is which social relations. You have an opportunity to make a different world, but to actually do that, you have to do it from within a community that is itself an image and a seed of that better world. Who you work with, why you work, what is actually needed, allow these questions to guide you, I would suggest. You want to grow, you want to scale. So, take seriously how you scale. With whom? Who do you bring with you? What kind of relationships do you grow? What kind of politics do you make concrete through your scaling? Because there is another side to solarpunk. Not the pretty pictures or the hopeful stories, but the communities of people who are actually living a difference right now. Many, if not most, probably don't call themselves solarpunk, might never have heard of it, wouldn't care about it if they did. Because they don't need an imaginary future to make them feel good about what they're doing in the present. They are right now living and breathing the bones of that future. Co-ops, food sovereignty groups, microgrid communities, anti-fossil fuel activists, anti-racist groups, anti-colonial groups, local councils, all of these things, organizations who care for the world and for each other, and who are trying to build in the ruins of our current crises something more durable, something more sustainable, something more democratic. All of these people and all of these organizations need scaling. They need strengthening, and they need rolling out to the world. And if Ethereum can do that, then it should. Because otherwise, what's the point? Thanks.
Any questions? Perfect.
Hi, thank you so much for the talk. My question is, you were talking about getting to a solarpunk future through technologies or maybe also other means. And what do you think about getting to a solarpunk future with consuming less than we are actually doing now? Is it enhanced in your thoughts, or like how to actually get to this maybe economical state that won't be focused on the economic growth, but more on, yeah, maybe just a stability or maybe even decrease? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Great question. So this is a tech conference, right? So I wanted to talk about the possibilities of technology and how to kind of orient it in the best possible way. But in answer to your question, I think consuming less, I think generally downgrading, I think all of these things are key. They're vital, of course they are, right? We can have as many electric cars as we want and so on. It's a culture shift that needs to happen, absolutely. My concern with technological utopianism, and I mentioned some of the leading components in the talk, is this kind of eco-modernism idea, right? Where we can have our cake and eat it. We can grow, but we can decouple that economic growth from environmental impacts. And that idea of decoupling our economic growth, which is, in this world, a direct correlative to like human happiness and well-being and so on and so forth, the idea that you can kind of decouple that from our impact on the environment, this is the weightlessness that I was talking about in solarpunk. It's imaginary, right? You can't decouple. What you will have is a different kind of coupling. And, depending on the kinds of things that we use and the kinds of ways that they scale, those decouplings will be more or less rapacious and destructive and extractive, and there will be more or less sacrifice zones, and different kinds of communities will suffer as a result for the benefit of other kinds of communities, and all of that stuff. Yeah, absolutely. There's a whole thread of solarpunk, which is very low tech, right? I don't know how feasible it is that the entire world will voluntarily shift to that, right? I don't see degrowth as having, absent some kind of awful crisis where everyone changes their minds, right, because they have to. I don't see that as being a particularly appealing narrative to the people who are currently benefiting from the system. So I'm interested in what I said at the end, I suppose. I'm interested in taking the ways that I see movements like technological movements, things which currently have a lot of capital and political power flowing towards them, actors who have much greater agency than me and you, right, are like pouring resources into particular things. And I suppose I'm interested in the possibilities of reorienting those things as much as possible. It's not a solution, it's not going to like take down capitalism or whatever, but it feels like something that I can do, rather than, telling everyone to just stop doing everything and hoping that they listen. Thanks.
Any more questions?
Hey. You mentioned that the hope of solarpunk works in part as a unification for the Ethereum community. And I wonder if you also believe, or what's your take on outsiders of the community? Is it like primarily a unification for existing members, or is it also functioning as an onboarding mechanism for outsiders?
Yeah, an onboarding mechanism. Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. I think solarpunk is wonderful at enrolling people or onboarding them, if you like. Yeah, I think it's a really good PR machine, to use a language that I'm not very fond of. I think that people are attracted by it, seduced by it, and I think it's, 5 years ago I encountered solarpunk, and it was at the time a small genre, some stories on the internet, and now look, right? I'm in Prague giving a talk about it. It's grown a lot. And I think more power to it for that. I think it's a great mechanism for getting people to imagine they can do something better. All I'm trying to do is point out that it's not as simple or as clear as it might seem, and that actually the work is not to work towards some imaginary harmony, because that will never happen. The work is to do something in the present which takes seriously the fact that we will always have conflict between us and each other, between nature and humans, and to try and work out the best possible way of resolving that. Because that's real work, right? That's like actual work. I like the vision as an inspiring, hopeful, agency-giving thing. But once we're in, we need to do the real work, right? Yeah.
Cool. That's all the time we have for questions.
Thank you. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you, Reese. Great. It's a really quite strong connection we have between the solar punk future and what we're building with this permissionless and public blockchains. Really nice to see the connection. What we're going to do now is jump to a quick live stream interview up on the roof with Brewster Kahl. Be coming up shortly on the screen.
Are we live? Oh, hello. I am here with Brewster Kahl, founder of the Internet Archive and some other things. Would you like to introduce yourself briefly?
An old guy of the internet, and trying to still build that dream of the internet of making it a universal access to all knowledge. The library of everything, Library of Alexandria. That's sort of all there is to me.
Great, so that gets right to my first question, which is I have heard you describe yourself a number of times as a librarian at heart, and would you like to talk about why that feels important to you or why that calls to you specifically?
Oh, librarian is a great field, right? You get to go and work with all of these different ideas and put them together and then just try to make them more useful to people. And it's also got another nice characteristic to it, is you get paid to give things away. Right, it's sort of perfectly adapted for the internet. They just try to make it so that you can go and distribute money to authors or creators, right? Because you're funded, and then they get paid, but then end users get it for free. How great is this? It's a terrific tradition, and the idea that it fits on the internet was sort of a surprise to people decades ago, but no longer. The Wayback Machine, which an archive of the World Wide Web, is seen as actually useful to people now. It was sort of thought of as crazy. The idea of going and making it so people can upload things to a nonprofit that is going to take care of it for a long period of time also now seems to make sense, because we've now seen GeoCities or Live, Journal or, whatever endless numbers of companies go under with millions of people's of their memories. So the idea of having some permanence to this in this seemingly ephemeral digital world is now not seen as crazy.
So it seems less crazy to other people now. Is this something that you saw coming from the beginning, or has it kind of surprised you as well?
Mostly this is what we've been trying to build. I mean, so back in the late 70s and early 80s, there was this ARPANET thing, and we wanted to make it into, we needed digital publishing to happen. And then once we had digital publishing, we could go and build a library that could be accessible to everybody. So we had some conversations about, how much information is there? And, I could name drop, but it was these early 80s conversations about the Library of Congress, 28 million books. A book is about a megabyte. 28 million megabytes is 28 terabytes. Back then, that was sort of but we knew the curves, and we've been on those curves. So actually, the Internet Archive now collects about 50 to 70 terabytes a day. So in terms of the equivalence of the number of words in the Library of Congress, we collect more information than is in the words of the Library of Congress before lunch.
That's a lot of words.
It's a lot of words.
So, slightly changing tacks. Librarians tend to be portrayed as these sort of like nerdy, quiet, stern figures. They shush you and they sit behind a desk. But every once in a while, you get librarian characters. I'm thinking of like the librarian of the Unseen University in the Terry Pratchett universe, who's like an orangutan who mostly pretty nice, but you don't want to cross him. Do you have any librarian heroes, fiction or nonfiction?
Oh, they're the hero librarians of my world. Vanderbilt Television News Archive. 1968, they started archiving television, and they were sued every which way by CBS and others. Basically, New York said, the world is going to end, capitalism is going to fold because a librarian made a copy. And the librarians at Vanderbilt University said, no, we're going to need to actually record television to be able to know what happened. And the judge said, there is no existing law that says this is okay, but he didn't want to go and cause Vanderbilt to stop, so he just suspended the case for another 5 years until the 76 Copyright Act had this little exemption for going and doing television news archiving. These are the heroes of my world. Okay, another librarian hero is UCSF, University of California, San Francisco. They got an anonymous donation of delivered boxes on their doorstep of the documents that had been sued out of the tobacco companies, of how they were marketing to children and doing all of this stuff, and it was just sort of dropped on them. So what did they do? They digitized them and put them on the net. And they got sued every which way since Sunday, for trademark, for copyright, for every which way. And the judges said, no, we actually need some libraries like this. So these are the heroes of my world.
Inspiration to us all. That's our time. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Video one, we shift from the established definition of solar punk from Reese's to maybe some of the things we can run into while realizing this solar punk future. So I'd like to welcome writer and researcher Dr. Paul Graham Raven. Thank you.
Good morning, Prague. I'll reiterate Reese's comment, wow, what a crowd. I'm sure you're all sat in your hotel rooms working the hangover off, watching the live stream. That's cool. It means gives my voice a bit of room to echo, which is nice. So yes, hello, my name is Paul Graham Raven. I am a researcher in sustainability transitions and infrastructure futures. I'm also a practicing critical futurist, and I'm an author and critic of science fiction. My core expertise, and as much as I have one, is understanding how the stories we tell about futures shape the lives we end up living. Now, it's in some ways very difficult and challenging to follow Rees, actually, because he's talked about a lot of the same stuff that I'm going to talk about, and he's like a proper lecturer, right? I've spent 12 years in the academy. I can't do that well. I do a different thing. I guess one way of saying it might be that Rees has been the good cop. I'm afraid I'm going to be the bad cop today. That is a role I take on very grudgingly. I don't want to have to do this, but that's just the way it is. I'll be honest, it's a bit of fun. So I am likewise going to talk about solarpunk, solarity, as it's sometimes referred to in the academic literature. And particularly, I want to talk about solarpunk as utopia. Now, Rees talked about this to some extent. I'm going to take a slightly different, it's the same theory, but I'm going to take a different angle on it because I want to use it as a bit of a heuristic for thinking about different forms of utopia, or ways almost sort of categorizing them, if you like. So, and as Rees pointed out, utopias are kind of like the earliest form of futurism, right? It's a form of storytelling about futurity. It kind of emerges after the Middle Ages. It replaces the eschatology of the Christian mindset in the Middle Ages in Europe. And it fundamentally recognizes that human action and choices can affect the form of life in times to come. So the term utopia is worth thinking about before we start, because it has a double meaning. Okay, so it's based on not just one, but two Greek words, which said in Greek means something slightly different, because Greek is a more sort of a tonal language, where a slight change in tone changes the meaning of the word. But English doesn't work that way. So if we say utopia, there's only really one way to pronounce it. But in Greek, there are two slightly different ways of pronouncing it. And one of them comes out as, I suppose, if you overemphasize the pronunciation, so utopia is not place or no place, non-place, if you like, whereas utopia means good place. And Sir Thomas More, who wrote the original book from which the word utopia comes, was very much, it's debated whether he was doing it deliberately or not, but he's very much kind of playing on that tension between imagining a good place, but also imagining a place that is not a place, right? It's non-existent, but it's also not here, whether in space or in time. This tension is in all utopian narratives, which are plentiful, as Rees has pointed out. So there are, and this is a simplification, but we can think of there being three different forms or modes of utopian narrative, right? Those three modes are the classic, or what I call the constitutional utopia, the technological utopia, and the critical utopia. And we'll look at those very, very briefly. So the classic utopian form starts with Thomas More's Utopia. Arguably, scholars debate this, scholars debate everything, that's what scholars do. What's really important for this argument is to bear in mind that the classic utopia is always a blank slate, right? It leans very hard into the non-place thing. By definition and by practice, to write about a complete rewriting of the way society works, you have to imagine a space where the existing society is not. You need a blank slate, you need an open field in which to build that new idea. You've got to go somewhere that is unknown in order to do things differently. Now, I call the classical form the constitutional form because one way of describing how the classical utopia works is it posits a society which has been perfected through what we would now describe as policy, policy making. A bit of law in there as well, that's why constitutional, but fundamentally, policy, decisions made in how things are run. It's a form of top-down social change, which if you think back to the fact that this was created in a time of kings, this is before democracy, right? It makes sense. Change happens from the top down. And technology, not really, technology was a thing, but it didn't mean what technology means to us now, which is a complex thing, as, again, Rees has pointed out. But one way of really sort of nailing down what the constitutional utopia is about is it's kind of defined by an idealism, right? It's not, it's about clearing the space and saying, right, let's build from the top down an entire new way of doing society, but through social relations first and foremost. So then you have the technological utopia. Now this again is very sort of contended by scholars, but I tend to say that technological utopia starts in the late 19th century. Jules Verne, H.G. Wells, you get that first emergence of the technological as a force in history. Alessandro talked about this very lucidly yesterday. It becomes a popular and proletarian genre through American pulp science fiction in the post-war era, and so there is that sense that the technological utopia is actually enabled by technologies which enable the cheap production and distribution of story as well. And the technological utopia fundamentally rejects the possibility of perfection that is inherent in the classical utopia, right? The classical utopia says we're going to make a perfect society by designing it from the top down as a new set of social relations. Technological utopia says, no, I don't like the sound of that. I'm not convinced we can perfect things. I'm too rational to believe that. It's a very rationalist genre. Rejects the possibility of perfection. And it's also deeply suspicious, indeed, of political routes to betterment, right? The technological utopia wants to improve society, but it's not really convinced that politics can do it, and actually is often quite hostile to the idea that politics can do it. If you think a lot of the classic 50s science fiction, the example I tend to go to is Robert Heinlein's The Roads Must Run. It's basically a short story about union busting, but it's also a short story about how we can improve the city through basically escalators that are pavements. It's a classic of the time. I don't think much of it myself. So the classic utopia is, drama. You okay, man? Okay. Yeah. So if the classic utopia is defined by idealism, the technological utopia is defined by optimism, the optimistic assumption that advances in technology can fix social problems. Rees unpacked this brilliantly in the previous talk. If you haven't seen that, go back and watch it. It's far more lucid and interesting than I could have made it. I'm just trying to skip through here. But the point is that the technology utopia is fundamentally triumphalist, capitalist, and solutionist. Now, the critical utopia is, it's kind of a, if you know your dialectics, it's kind of the synthesis of the previous two, right? It comes out of the new wave science fiction of the late 70s, which was in turn a response to the failure of the hippie dream of the late 60s. The hippie dream can be thought of as a kind of attempt to do classical utopia in opposition to the technological utopia of the post-war period. That fails. There's a realization, okay, that model isn't going to work again. It didn't work the first time either. We need to try something else. The critical utopia rejects both the top-down perfection of the classical utopia and the solutionist anti-politics of the technological utopia. And I think I make the point there. One way of defining it, and I'm flagrantly quoting my own papers here because that's just a thing you've got to do sometimes. The critical utopia concerns the depiction of a utopian project in the process of undergoing its inevitable failure, even as it sustains the critique of the status quo implied by all utopian modes. So, and again, just poking at another thing Reese said and unpacking it a little bit further. So, in utopian scholarship, we make a distinction between optimism and hope. Now, the words are less important than the meanings, because it turns out that in different languages, people use the same words in the opposite ways. What's important is the distinction in meaning. And I go to a great writer called Rebecca Solnit on this, who, if you're interested in solar punk and environmental issues, read Rebecca Solnit. She's really, really good. She's an amazing writer, great human being. The Solnit distinction is that optimism is the assumption that basically everything will work out fine. It's like stuff is bad, yeah, but you know, it'll get fixed. The thing with optimism is fundamentally passive, right? It's sort of like, yeah, it'll be fine. That will get fixed, but you know, by someone. The passive voice is being used, right? It will be fixed. Who will do the fixing or what will do the fixing? It's not really in there. It's right, it's not my problem. It'll be fine. Hope is a different thing. Because with hope, there is the assumption that, yes, things could be better, but only if we work for it, and always against the inevitable encroachment of entropy, of difficulty, of things going wrong. So how does solar punk score as a utopia in terms of those three modes? So it's still a young genre. It's much more popular and successful as an aesthetic or vibe, as a sort of an image-making system. It's fiction written under the badge of solar punk, at the risk of being very, very sweeping, is mostly not very good. And that's actually because of exactly what Reese was talking about, right? The problem with solar punk is it has this glorious vision, but it articulates the future that we want, but it does not connect us to it. It does not articulate in that sense, right? It's very good. That's where we want to go, but how do we get there? That question is very, very hard, because solar punk writers tend to be optimistic. They want it to be a comforting alternative literature to cyberpunk. And so there's this kind of like, oh, we don't want to talk about the, it's like, we want to be optimistic. It's going to happen, it's great. That question of how we get there, I just want to write stories set in the nice city with all the trees on the buildings. And I get it, it's nice. Now, successful solar punk utopias in literature tend to be non-places, not in the sense that they're, because there are no places left to colonize in the world, or at least there are very few. It's very hard to imagine a blank slate where you can just build a new civilization. But they tend to be non-places in time, right? One of the tricks of science fiction is to displace in time rather than space. So, well, this non-place is in the future rather than over there in South America. So, in that sense, it has elements of the classic utopia. And sometimes, it's also set in places where, the implicit thing with solar punk is it's set in a place where putting some solar panels and windmills and everything has basically fixed the environmental problem, right? So it's, it's an optimistic tech utopia. We throw tech at the problem solved. There is a bit of reflexivity in there. There is a bit of understanding. I've been talking to some people over the last day and a half, and there is some understanding that maybe it won't be that simple. But not really as much as there could be, right? There is this real shying away in a lot of solar punk from the question of the process, right? It articulates the vision, but it does not articulate the route there. So, I mean, is solar punk then a future we want? I mean, it's a nice dream, as Reece said, right? It's inspiring, it's seductive. You know, I look at those pictures and I'm like, shit, yeah, I want to live there, that'd be great. But the question of how we get there tends to be skipped over, right? It tends to be reduced to, actually in a lot of the stories that actually kind of work as stories, most of the way the place that's being written about got to be a solar punk utopia is basically everywhere else basically burnt down, and these smart, sensible people have built a little enclave where it all kind of worked out. Again, the important questions are largely avoided, right? How did it happen? How does this utopia get built? Where does it happen? For whom does it happen? And what does it cost? So, I want to think about blockchain, Ethereum, whatever we're calling it, in the same way. Okay, let's think about the blockchain as a utopian narrative. Now, I think the reason I've been invited here is because blockchain has been suggested as one way towards to articulate that solar punk future. How viable is that? Is the question I'm trying to ask. Reece has already shown the similarities between this, as some of what I'm doing is kind of repeating and building on what he's done there. One way to put this in the language of programmers, I suppose, is, as I said earlier, Reece has been the good cop, I'm your bad cop today. To put this in programmer language, right, I am your ethical pen tester, right? I am your ideological red team. I'm your adversarial analysis, okay? I'm going to go hard here. I'm not going to apologize for that. However, I am going to be as generous as I'm able. I want to strongman this argument, okay? I want to give Ethereum, the blockchain, the best chance it has to stand up. But this is going to be a critique, okay? And I'm not going to go easy, sorry. I do need some water, though. There we go. Okay, so we've considered solar punk as a utopian narrative. Let's do the same for the blockchain. Now, we can skip over this quite quickly because Reece has done a lot of the work for me, which is great. So it's really, really hard to deny that a lot of heroic claims are being made for blockchain just at this conference, right? This is all stuff I got from the conference schedule. So some of these, permissionless market creation, create a better world, reduce inequality, universal access to all knowledge, unlock energy flexibility, which will be secure and transparent, mind you, accelerate net zero, bootstrapping impact markets, still not sure what that means, smart cities, which you'll note I have tagged as the zombie utopia because it just won't fucking die. Smart cities just will not die. Web3 marketplaces offer evolution above the status quo. Again, evolution of what? Not sure. Closing the justice gap. Okay, and what I want to be really clear about is I'm trying to strongman this argument, and I believe in the sincerity of the people making these claims, right? This is important. I trust that the people saying they think it can do this really believe it can. I genuinely believe that. But I'm still going to try and tell you why you're wrong. So, blockchain is utopian form. The obvious one to start with is the technological utopian form, right? It's really undeniable. Reece has made the case. Total optimism in technological solutions as a way of articulating the future, coupled with a deep distrust of old forms of political action and the state. Okay, no doubt about that at all. There are elements of the classic utopia in there as well. I'm thinking about those DAOs which were kind of like, yeah, we'll just buy some land and start a city. And that's worked out well, hasn't it? But also the whole coder's law thing, right? And as someone who was like writing on the internet in the mid-noughties, I don't think when Lessing talked about coder's law, I don't think he meant it as a good thing. I think it's worth going back to that and taking another look. But so the coder's law thing is a constitutional structural reordering, right? Coder's law is very much that kind of, blank slate. We'll just rewrite a whole new set of laws. These old ones aren't working. Let's start from scratch. What could possibly go wrong? And there's the placelessness of internet discourse as well, right? It's where are we going to do it? Oh, everywhere, anywhere. And it's like, no, you have to do stuff in the world because the world is not the same everywhere. Is it a critical utopia? Well, I mean, I could make a joke about the whole ongoing inevitable failure thing. I'm not going to do that. But there isn't a lot of reflexivity or internal critique in this space. The fact that you've had to import me to do this ideological red teaming thing is an indication that maybe you haven't got enough sort of native reflexivity in this scene, right? If there was, I wouldn't be here. I'm very glad to be here. I'm having a nice time. But nonetheless, you should be doing this for yourselves, right? But so what, right? You know, what's your problem, Paul? Blockchain may be undeniably utopian. So what? This isn't a sci-fi story, Paul. This is a revolutionary economic technology. Don't judge it as a story. That's just unfair. We've invented an amazing thing here. Don't judge it that way. So okay, let's park the utopian thing. We'll come back to it later. And let's move down a level, and let's think about those economic promises, because there's a sort of more detailed narrative down here, isn't there? What claims are made for the blockchain, and how do they match the evidence? So the main claims, as far as I can tell, because wading through all the stuff that's been written about the blockchain is, I don't have the time. I have like a day job to do and stuff, but I've tried to read a bit around. And the big deal, as far as I can tell, is perfect, efficient free markets, right? This is the economic dream, right? We will make the perfect, efficient markets. And those markets will be decentralized and non-hierarchical and implicitly free of state interference. So, I mean, again, pretty utopian, but we're leaving that aside. But how do those promises stand up on their own terms, is what I want to ask now. And does it match up with the whole justice and environmental ideas of the solarpunk vision that it's trying to be married to? So, all but the most crazy economists would admit that the perfect market is like a perfect circle. You can describe it in theory, but it's impossible to make one in the real world. There's no time to go into great detail about the different meanings of freedom, but we can talk briefly about the distinction between freedom to and freedom from. And the point I'm going to make here is that both of those are good things, but they are meaningless in the absence of the other one. Okay, if you have pure freedom to, which as an outsider looking in is how a lot of this blockchain stuff seems to work. It's like, yeah, you've got the freedom to transact with whoever you like, which also means you have the freedom to screw anyone over you like, and you have the freedom to get out of there with your identity concealed and suffer no consequences for it. Whereas freedom from is, the freedom to not have people do that to you, right? And it's great to have freedom to when you're the person who comes out all right, who leaves Tornado Cash with all the Ethereum in your back pocket. It's not very nice to be the little guy who got screwed over by it. Okay? It sounds great on paper, but in practice, it looks like the Wild West, and that's kind of appealing, right? I like cowboy movies. I don't know if many people in the Ethereum scene have ever watched the series Deadwood. You really, really should watch Deadwood. Partly because it's great TV, but partly because it has a lot to say about the way this world works. Okay, and there's an important lesson in there. There's the old joke about a gold rush, right? Do you know how you make money in a gold rush? You sell shovels. You don't mine gold, you sell shovels. Has anyone been looking at NVIDIA's stock price recently? Just going to throw that one out there for you. So, but okay, let's leave that aside. Maybe that can get fixed. I'm sure it can. Code is law, right? We can fix that. It's not a problem. We'll fix that. So, efficiency, efficient markets, that's what we want, right? Efficient markets will make everything better. What could be wrong about efficiency? The economic argument for free markets hinges on efficiency, and in a sense, that argument is actually true. But the sense in which it's true is very particular, and it turns out that efficient markets tend very strongly not to decentralization, but actually to monopoly. So economics is a very weird discipline for lots of reasons. If you want an example, Google the term spherical cows, or Homo economicus would be another one. All disciplines, all fields, all communities of discourse use words in a special and particular way. And it's always worth checking those particular meanings when those communities start making big claims about what they can do. So, free markets are efficient. What does that actually mean? Maybe someone here would like to give me the vernacular definition of efficiency, right? If I said to you, oh, my car's very efficient, what would you think I was saying? Would someone like to Someone like to step in? What about you, sir? Well, if I said my car is efficient, what would you think I was saying about my car?
Using less gas than other cars.
Using less gas. Yes, that's right. And that's, I think, generally, when we hear someone talk about efficiency, that's generally what we think. So I went to the dictionary, and the Oxford English Dictionary says, efficient means effective, adequately operative, right? There is definitely this implication that an efficient thing uses as little of something as necessary to get the job done. This is almost completely opposite to what an economist or an investor thinks efficiency means. What an economist or investment person thinks efficiency means, and I'm just going to read this out from Investopedia. Economic efficiency is when every scarce resource in an economy is used and distributed among producers and consumers in a way that produces the most economic output, which is to say profit, and benefit to consumers. Every scarce resource. Every scarce resource. So, an efficient process or market in the economic sense uses everything. Anything left unused, anything not profited from, that's inefficient. Now, using all the stuff doesn't sound very sustainable, right? But that's the unspoken rule of the game, efficient markets. But okay, let's assume that's, but that's not what we mean. We mean the other sort of efficiency. The other sort of efficiency, the frugal efficiency. But you get another problem there, because even when it's the other sort of efficiency, you get the same problem in a different way. There's an economic idea, actually from the 1800s, I think, originally. A guy called Jevons came up with the Jevons paradox, which describes the way in which greater efficiency leads to cheaper inputs, which works as a market signal for ever more production. Okay? If something gets cheap and you're in an efficient market, people will just use the stuff that doesn't need to be used because it's just like cheap. It's crazy. You can't leave it there. Be inefficient. Use it up. And this applies to clean energy too, right? You can think about the cost of something not just in terms of its cash cost, but in terms of its emissions cost, right? So if we make energy production cleaner, the cost in terms of emissions goes down, and so more uses are found for energy, which demands more energy production. Production doesn't take place on a piece of paper. It takes place in a world where resources and customers are unevenly distributed. That's why we invented logistics, right? But logistics adds to the imperative to centralize, because it's more efficient, right? One of the examples I use here a lot is milk production. Like before refrigeration and trucks, most milk herds were just little herds of cows on the outside of the town. And the milk guy would put some milk in a churn that he couldn't refrigerate, and he'd take it into town, and he'd put each churn in a shop, and they'd just ladle out the amount of milk he wanted, fresh on the same day. But as things get, the city grows and the farms move outside, and you start being able to truck and refrigerate stuff. And at that point, it's like, well, I'm in competition with that other farm, and if I can save money by producing more stuff and trucking it from further away and refrigerating it for longer and mixing together milk from multiple sources, this is how we end up with huge, 10,000 cow dairy farms in the middle of fucking nowhere that produce loads and loads of methane emissions, right? Hugely intensified production in one particular location. The absolute opposite of decentralization. And logistics itself tends to monopoly for exactly the same reason, which is why Jeff Bezos is, I think at the moment, not quite the richest man on earth, but very, very close, right? Those free markets are working pretty good for Jeff. This isn't how it's supposed to work, Paul. We're going to fix all this. Coda's law, we'll fix it. This is exactly what we're trying to get away from. This isn't how it's supposed to work. Well, actually it is. This is actually the core of what we call, what we sometimes controversially call neoliberalism, right? Which is the economic water in which everyone in this room has been swimming for the last 40 years. Free markets and decentralization stem from a deeply incompatible, there's a paradox here that is not resolvable. And this radical new economics that the blockchain promises starts to look actually a lot more like the same old economics that is worried about losing its job, especially as all of a sudden protectionism is back in fashion. Bloody states, right? They spoil everyone's fun. But it does seem there is some fandom actually for centralization in the blockchain world. Here is your friend and mine, Peter Thiel, rather boldly riffing on Tolstoy in an essay with the blunt title of "Competition is for Losers." And it sounds there like he's pretty keen on centralization, actually. Monopoly's sounding pretty good to Peter. And let's also think about Sam Altman, right, who is busily saying to the US government, oh, please regulate us, because I can afford to comply with regulation and my competitors cannot. Build me a moat, Mr. Biden. Okay. So let's assume that the biggest names in blockchain don't represent what it's actually about. Let's assume that somehow the software will fix the paradox of free markets and monopoly formation. There is another problem we need to talk about, and that is the issue of infrastructure. How am I doing for time? Okay. So all those problems I've just talked about, it's fine. Fixed all that. That's fixable. We'll assume that for now. You've still got another problem. Now, infrastructure is a big and, like every scholarly term, kind of contested, means different things to different people. I am a sort of, I literally call what I'm interested in concrete infrastructure. The pun is deliberately intended. I am talking about like pipes, pylons, roads, railways, that sort of real sort of heavy infrastructure. Now I know that, the first meaning of coders, when coders hear infrastructure, they think, oh, no, I know what infrastructure is. Flops, right? Computation. We're going to build a blockchain future, we're going to need a whole lot of computers. I live in Sweden. There's a lot of these getting built in Sweden. Do you know why? Because the energy is really cheap in the north of Sweden, because there's lots of hydroelectric power, and because it's cooler, so you don't have to cool the data centers quite so much. But again, the data center is pretty kind of centralizing, isn't it? And the thing with a data center is the computation doesn't happen where the user of the computation is. So you've got to build that somewhere else. So you've got to think, okay, where am I going to build my data centers? And I don't know, maybe Paul, what we'll do instead of data centers is it's more distributed. Everyone's got their own machine. It doesn't have to all be in one place. We can spread it around. We can decentralize it. Okay, that will be much less efficient. Much less efficient. You'll need more machines. It will actually be less efficient in energy terms. It will produce more waste heat. As much as I hate to say it, data centers are very efficient in both senses of the term. But okay, we've got a fix for that, Paul. It's not a problem. Okay, so the energy that powers the data centers, got to get that fixed as well. And it's that's how energy gets around. Sadly, Tesla didn't do the whole wireless energy thing that he promised us. Maybe if he comes back, he will. But you've got to get that energy somewhere. And it's like, but this is going to be a solar punk future, Paul. We'll just have solar panels everywhere, windmills maybe. It's fine. We don't need big power stations somewhere. It's like, okay, yeah, cool, fixed. So, but even so, you need to connect all those computers together because this is a network phenomenon, right? So, bandwidth as infrastructure, and it's like the internet is a very physical thing. We talk about it as this weird sort of placeless non-place, but it's like it is a solid physical thing. The way it feels is decentralized, but actually structurally it's highly centralized. What's really interesting as well is if you follow those lines, those are basically the old colonial shipping routes from the 17 and 1800s. I like really very exactly. It's a brilliant book called Sinews of War and Trade by Leila Khalili, which you should really read. But okay, we'll fix that, and we don't need cables. We'll just, it'll be wireless, like 7G or whatever. I mean, great, but you're still going to have to build all those 7G towers. You're going to have to run cables to them so they've got power from wherever you're getting your power from. And we can fix that, Paul. Okay, cool. That's cool that you can fix that. But that means that. Because the thing is, when you start saying, oh, great, yeah, we can do that. We can do all this spatial stuff. It's like, well, whose land are you going to do it on? Because as recent events have shown, right, when you start doing things on people's land that they don't want you to do, people start throwing explosive shit around. Right? We don't like the state. The state's a bad thing. It's like, I count myself as an anarchist too. I don't like the state, but I am not naive about what the state can do. right? The anarchist definition of the state is it is a thing that has the monopoly on violence. And if you start fucking with states, they will use it. But okay, we'll fix that. We'll work out a way to deal with the states, Paul. It's fine. We can do that. We'll fix it. So let's just go through some of the assumptions we've made, right? So the blockchain utopia won't fail or fuck us over like every other technological utopia. A balance of freedoms will be found that cures the whole Wild West shit. The paradox of efficiency and monopoly, we'll fix that somehow. Marketizing environmental goals won't trigger the Jevons paradox. Again, maybe it's possible, I don't know. The system won't be eaten up by a sort of crypto Amazon. The big shots will stay interested when it stops making them money. You'll find a way to transact with the nation states that already exist without, in effect, becoming the thing that you're against. Because if you're a thing, if you're an entity that can interact with a state on an equal level, in all but name, you are a state. But assuming all that, oh no, it's Colombo. One last question. One last question. How do you deal with that? This is somewhere, I don't know exactly where, in Outer Mongolia. This is where rare earth metals come from. This is a big, a vast sort of square kilometers lake of radioactive sludge. The people who work there live along the edge. You can just see it in the background there. This is where rare earth metals come from. And in Sweden, where I live, up north, where the new battery factories are being built, just happens to be near some of the biggest lithium deposits on Earth, which just happen to be on the land of the Sami people, but it's fine, because the Swedes have never actually signed that whole UN thing that says they have to be nice to indigenous people, so that's probably fine. And, it would be efficient. It would be efficient to use that lithium just right there next to the battery factories. That would be fine. So look, even if you fix all those assumptions that I listed, we can't get away from this. You need to find a fix for extractivism and the fundamentally exploitative nature of supply chains, right? Because stuff has to come from somewhere to get to you, and the places that stuff comes from look like that. And when you finish with stuff, as Reece said, it's like, when stuff gets, we'll throw that away. You have to throw it away somewhere. So, both ends of the supply chain ultimately end up looking like this. That's the price of your little solar punk utopia in the middle, right? You think of those professional shots of, Singapore's solar punk zones, with the fancy, the trees and all the, looks great, right? You need to remember that if you turn that photo over, you see that. Every time. So, the unbearable lightness of solar punk and blockchain. Little Prague literary reference for you there. What am I saying? How am I going to conclude this? So, first and foremost, solar punk is not an alternative to cyberpunk. It is what cyberpunk looks like for the winners. If you actually read the cyberpunk novels that everyone quotes so often but doesn't seem to have actually paid any attention to at all, this is always implicit, right? Always implicit. The rich people live in these wonderful arcologies and space stations or enclaves where everything looks fucking great. But everyone else is like living in converted warehouses trying to hack some money out of the big company down the road. Until the supply chain is fixed, you cannot have the solar without the sludge. And a solar punk future for the few won't last because eventually the lithium miners are going to turn up with torches and pitchforks. There's a reason why so many of the big player libertarians are preppers. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll get a job with them. Maybe you can run their network or something. You ain't going to see the sun very much living in that bunker, though. If you think technology will solve your problems, you don't understand technology and you don't understand your problems. So coders are engineers, right? And it's a powerful and transformative episteme. I was raised by engineers. It's a problem-solving discipline, fundamentally, and it has achieved amazing things. But it has been promoted over the other epistemes, and that has distorted the way the world works in incredibly dangerous ways. Engineering is brilliant at solutions, but you fucking suck at identifying the really problematic issues that matter. That's why you need the arts, that's why you need the humanities, that's why you need the social sciences, it's why you need to actually talk to people who don't spend all day on a fucking laptop. Because those people understand the qualitative and the contextual. You do not. To reiterate Rees again, there is no technological fix for social problems. We cannot innovate our way out of the cumulative consequences of our obsession with innovation. Right? It's sort of like, the house is on fire. Well, just, throw more fuel in there. That'll do it. That'll do it. Won't do it. So, can we blockchain our way to solarpunk? I'm not convinced solarpunk is buildable full stop. I think that's kind of inherent in it. Maybe. Alessandro's permaculture description yesterday was, there were some clear steps and processes there. There was an ethics there. I think there's maybe, there's an articulation there that could be followed. Maybe we could build it that way. But is blockchain the missing link? No way. Absolutely not. Many of the nice people I've spoken to have admitted that they're uncertain what it even means. We love this thing, but we're not sure what it means. We're not sure what its values are. And that's the fucking problem, right? You build first and you think later. Wrong way round. Take a tip from the Rastafari. Measure twice, cut once. Maybe blockchain will have some role to play, right? It's not going to go away. I understand that, but it's not going to fix everything either. It doesn't get to be the hero. The desire to be the hero is the problem. So if you were to ask me, I'm a person who's passionate about the blockchain. I love this stuff. I think it's important. It's what I'm great at. It's how I make my living. I was like, cool. I'm not saying stop. What I am saying is stop assuming it can fix everything. If you were to say to me, okay, well, what should I do to build a more sustainable future? To build a world that's ecologically sane. If that's what you want to do, you don't have to quit doing your blockchain stuff, but if that's what you want to do, the best thing you can do, close the laptop, go outside and talk to people. Thank you.
We only have time for one quick question. Does anyone have a question? One and only one.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. Okay, too much pressure for that. Great job.
Cheers.
Cool. So another thank you to Dr. Paul Graham Raven for that humbling and realistic point of view on the solar punk futures. We're going to be joined upstairs by Nick Allman from Factory DAO on a live stream interview right here on the TV. But before we do that, don't forget we have the live stream going on live.ethprague.com. Share that with your friends if they can't be here. And looking forward to Nick Allman from Factory DAO.
Hi Nick, so great to have you here. How's ETHPrague going for you?
Yeah, I'm having a wonderful time. No, I'm really enjoying it. I love hackathons. I love the building. I'm tired though.
Yeah, we all are. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about you. You have a background in physics, an academic career. I'm kind of curious to know, what was the turning point? What made you go all into crypto?
The DAO. So I was building a decentralized organization at the time inside an institution. And I realized I could take my work onto the internet with this, and it allows you to scale it beyond the kind of boundaries of an institution. So yeah, just understanding the concept of DAOs is I've just been down the rabbit hole since. No choice.
All right, the DAO, let's talk a bit about this. There's through the history of human being, there have been so many attempts of trying to find organizational forms and decision-making processes. Why do you think DAOs are different? What's different this time?
I think they're the tools that are sort of enable different technological affordances, what you can do. It's more tools in the box. It's so yeah, we'll be in a constant search for the future of organizations. It doesn't stop. It's a civilizational job. So I just think we've just discovered more tools. We can do more things now. We can organize in different ways. And it's just more about localized autonomy. So come if you want, work if you want, go if you want, exit if you want. Like, that's what it's all about.
Nice. And let's just talk quickly about these tools. Like, what kind of cool tools, and in particular, like Web3 driven tools, do you think are very helpful, and how is that going to shape how we organize?
I think we had this kind of DAO tooling craze for a bit, and a lot of people were building the stuff that was for when we get the DAO wave. Like when we've got millions of people in DAOs, then that's all going to work. But we're missing the kind of execution, like how you actually get it off the ground. So that's what we're working on at Factory DAO, which is just basically building the utilities that DAOs need, core utilities. Issue your tokens, govern yourselves, manage your market. The base layer stuff.
All right, and in Factory DAO, you obviously also had a DAO.
Yeah.
So how did that experience go for you? What was the good and the bad about, like, organizing everything in a DAO?
It was wonderful, but incredibly hard work. It was like self-organization, trying to do things without like management chains. I mean, you were there, so you like turn up if you want, do work if you want. It has its trade-offs. So I there's some things DAOs aren't great at. Getting stuff done on time, that kind of thing. So yeah, I see a kind of hybrid approach turning up where we've got companies and DAOs working together or in a kind of alliance. So yeah, I've learned a lot, like an incredible amount, and but still bullish on it.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I remember when we were doing the DAO, another like field that we tried out was the DAO to DAO relation.
Yes, DAO alliances.
DAO alliances. Can you tell a little bit about that and how it went?
It didn't really work yet. I think, so I see them as alliances. So when you've got two autonomous things, what's the relationship between them? We're not doing contractual form. We're not signing documents that say we do it because we want to. And most people didn't really get that yet. But that's where it's going to go. So it's still a concept we're working on, but it takes some time.
All right. I don't know how much time we have got left, but I just want to ask you one more question about like trust.
Yes.
Because that, I think, was a big element in the DAO. Like, how do you trust people to actually do work? How do you trust people to actually, fulfill their word?
Yeah.
How do you think in the near future, how are we going to handle this, the trust element between DAO members?
That's why I see this. It is trust architecture. So what we're building is the environment that creates trust. Or it's rather trust minimized. So we're creating an environment where we're all in the same game. We all want the same thing because it makes the most sense for us to do this. We all get paid, or we all achieve this goal together. So yeah, we're designing this trust and building like the socio-technical systems. What do we need in order to trust each other and collaborate? That's basically the goal. It's all about trust, basically.
All right, okay. And I think my final question would be, if in an ideal world, where would you love to see the whole DAO movement eventually evolve into? What would be the final DAO vision you had for this whole thing?
To become a movement. That's like, I want to see the movement. I want to see us doing stuff, output, real stuff, making a difference, like changing things. Reality, it's time to do the practice now, basically. So where I want to see it go, I want to see 1,000 DAOs a day. That's what I want to see.
Oh, maybe one last follow-up question. So you had this very nice talk on the Web3 privacy event, Privacy Dystopia.
Yeah.
That was kind of a very dystopian talk.
Yeah,
You scared us all, yeah. So could you kind of like make this a bit more positive? Like, how do you see DAOs feed into like evolving this dystopia?
I see DAOs as being a kind of liberation sort of thing, where when you can create spaces where you trust each other, they're safe environments for people to build in. And it's as much like autonomy and privacy meet. You can't do effective work if everyone can see what you're doing all the time. So there's an element of you need privacy in order to be able to achieve certain things. So yeah, I think we're just about to. We're in a precarious point, let's say, and I see DAOs as being an important part of that, making sure everything goes okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Nick. Conscious of time, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Cheers.
now that we have started the morning with a really solid foundation around solar punk ideas, technology, and some problems, we will look into how these can be approached IRL with innovative activist / engineer Ryan McClure. Come on stage, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Amazing. Okay, good morning, Prague. Nice to be here. Let's make a start. So wanted to first reflect on this image. This image really changed my life. It's called the pale blue dot. As you can see, our home is just suspended in one little beam of sunshine. So just hold that thought throughout this presentation. So hi, I'm Ryan. I'm originally from Northern Ireland, and I'm a co-founder and CTO of a company called Water Aware Collective. I also have a background in mechatronics, systems design engineering, and environmental activism, and I'm also a solar punk. So I want everyone just to have a little think about what is activism. So just take a moment, just again have that in the back of your mind. And in the meantime, I'm just going to go through a few examples. So obviously protesting, one that we're all too familiar with, which has obviously stretched itself for many, many decades. Artivism. So obviously this is one of Banksy's latest pieces in Ukraine. This one is one of my personal favorites because I just thought it was genius, and it's beautiful in that it's so passive and collaborative, and that people's vehicles would just kind of go over this paint that didn't damage their cars and just create this beautiful flag in front of the Russian embassy. Something else that's very interesting from an art perspective is this idea of brandalism. So sort of taking the design language of different brands and then creating a message from that that is obviously related to environmental activism. If anyone's heard of Sea Shepherd, these guys are freaking incredible. So this is like the world's first non-governmental navy. And they basically chase down illegal fishing vessels amongst a whole bunch of other cool stuff. So obviously direct action there is another great example. World Weather Attribution. So Friedrich Otto is a scientist at Imperial College London, and it's part of her job and her team's job to basically create evidence of human ties to climate change, just so we can understand obviously where we're doing things wrong, but also create that evidence base for likes of prosecution or even investment in solutions. And even what about nature itself? You know, how nature is this passive activist in some sort of respect. Obviously, this is seen more from an anthropocentric point of view. Hacktivism, so one that we're all quite familiar with. And I think the one here that really interests me is actually hacking in consumer culture. So the Flipper Zero, just allowing like ordinary people to go and hack in the different systems where they live. Again, there's a lot of great discussion topics on this about whether it's ethical, but I think that this is actually a major leap forward in democratizing these sort of solutions and getting people interested in this space. So we're naturally in an age of decentralization, democratization, but also a duty by citizens. And it also cannot be activism as usual. So what does the new era of environmental activism look like? Well, something I sort of want to begin with is this idea of environmental personhood. So this is quite provocative, but you know, what if a river could genuinely sue a person? And in New Zealand and Ecuador, this is now a reality. So giving this idea of rights that we would have to the likes of a living entity in nature. But where does technology and environmental activism complement each other very, very well? One of my favorite examples is actually looking at AI and bioacoustics. So there's a company called Reinforced Connection. And what they do is they go out to parts of the world where there's a lot of illegal logging, for example, and they fit really, really sensitive sensors that obviously listen in at different sort of frequencies. And what they can then do is map those frequencies to identify if it's illegal activity or if it's just a simple bird flying past. And then they aggregate that with geospatial data. And suddenly then they're able to target in real time illegal activities and attack them very, very fast. And they also work with indigenous communities to do this as well, which is really epic. Ultra projection, so you could say this is maybe quite a simple one, but it's actually really powerful. So again, showcasing these beautiful images of living things on our planet in spaces that are almost quite polarized. And something, again, that's quite obvious, social media, but it has had a huge impact simply because it's been very, very disruptive. But what about eco-hobbyism? What even is that? Well, maybe I'll start by saying about a little story. So this, I don't know what's going on with the clicker there. just decided to jump way ahead. Spoilers. Now you're seeing the whole presentation. This is great. Okay, so this is my dad. He's a retired policeman of 35 years. And we're very alike in many different ways. And here's us out in the water when we were younger, or when I was younger. And I found that we could really, really connect in this space. Even more so, the fact that we may be very similar in different ways, but we're also very different in a lot of other ways as well, especially when it comes to the likes of environmental activism. But I found that, again, in these spaces, I could connect with my dad and have these conversations. And then I said, okay, well, what would it look like to take that concept and kind of do it at a more societal level? So as part of Extinction Rebellion, this is Northern Ireland. As you can see, we did this whole trip throughout the country, and we stopped off at different sections and had all sorts of conversations with all sorts of different types of people about environmental issues. And what we found, that no matter who they were willing to get involved. So obviously, this started sort of planting a few seeds in that outdoor hobbies inherently connect people, no matter, obviously, like who they are or where they're from. So then sort of taking that forward and thinking about this idea of data journalism, if we step back in history, and we look at this map of London, so it's 1854. John Snow was able to identify where the most problematic area was for the outbreak of cholera in London through crowdsourced information. And if we even look at the state of sort of water in the UK in general now, it's absolutely horrific. So these are just some posters that I designed to sort of illustrate this. Only 14% of English rivers are in good ecological state, and every single one fails chemical standards. In fact, sewage has been spilt over 700,000 times in the past 2 years alone. So again, looking at this idea of data and how we can sort of share that with all different groups of people, I then designed a map of the rivers of London in the design language of the Tube, because that's something that we're familiar with, it's something that we can follow. And with the limited data that existed actually on this issue, I then overlaid that to understand what rivers actually had the poorest water quality. So you can see here in the red, it's really, really bad. And in yellow, it's obviously not so great. And then I said, okay, well, where do people go and swim? Where do people kayak? Where do people do activities? And there's been direct correlations of where people do these activities. And no surprise, people have been getting really, really sick. And again, this is in the UK, so it's a bit like, whoa. So how can people-powered research actually create change? How can we actually gather data at scale? And what if fish could speak? So I want to tell you a little bit about my company. We're aiming to create an anti-pollution revolution. And we do that through a combination of low-cost hardware, machine learning-driven software, and citizen science. So our sensing unit, hopefully this doesn't glitch again, is able to measure the key water quality parameters such as conductivity, temperature, or pH through a modular sensing unit that can pretty much attach to anything, kayak, paddleboard, dry bag. And what we do is then we use geospatial information and we start to understand where pollution comes from. We start to see where people are swimming, and then people can take that with them on their journey and passively collect water quality data. And typically it's very expensive to do this, and there's so much gap in this country for actually collecting this data. But what we can then do through machine learning is start to take these proxy parameters on the left, and we can actually map those to specific pollutants. So sewage is E. coli. That's obviously what makes you really, really sick. And we can do this very fast. So this is just an example rendering of what a product would sort of look like with this sensing unit on it. And with that, we get actually a lot more richer data because people are moving around, likes of activity tracking. And then there's also the safety factor as well. So imagine I can just put this in the water and I know if it's good to go or not in like a couple of minutes. That's an absolute game changer. But we can attach this to many different other things. But what about an ecosystem? Well, even if you take this product or sensing unit and then we have an app behind that, like similar to Strava, we can then start to democratize that data and share it. And then we can also post on Twitter in real time where sewage or water bodies that are being severely degraded are in, and again, real time. So people can make informed decisions. So another thing that we do is we take this technology and knowledge, and then we go to places like Guyana, and we actually worked with an indigenous community in the Amazon rainforest. And we were co-designing robots to allow them to monitor their own environment and obviously monitor water quality. And what was really cool is we were sort of pushed to the edge of saying, well, how can we design these systems from almost like scrap material or natural materials that were around us? And you'll see here, this is a radio controller. So, this is just made from like wood and a little antenna. And the little controls, so the D-pad, are little beads. So again, how can we actually design differently and encourage these communities to have their own solutions? Because we all know the Amazon's getting hit pretty hard. So this is like just testing one of the crafts. So this is the Makushi tribe that we were with. And we built a little boat out of bamboo. We had little turbines just there. And then you could obviously put the sensors underneath and then control it via a radio controller to fire it around a lake. And then another thing that we do is help inspire the next generation. So they're called the Wildlife Group. And these young people are super interested in technology. Something that obviously for us in the West, we have access to a lot of it all the time. But in spaces like the Amazon, it's far and few between. So how do you get kids interested in questions like, why should I care about water quality? What does a robot do? What is a robot? And so one last thing is that we created this education program called Design Engineering for Climate Action. And we teach that at a school in London every Friday. And that embodies this idea of design, citizen science, activism, all together into one piece so we can start educating young people and tackling local environmental problems. But ultimately, all this leads to building up a sense of digital currency. And that means that, again, when we need to stand up and show evidence, or maybe we need to change or influence policy for something, we actually have so much leverage here to do that. And one last thought, this is a bit random, but I just thought I would put it in there. Nature-inspired cryptography. How can we build new relationships with nature in relation to technology? And there should be a GIF here yet. So this is one of my favorite things in the world, it's bird memorization. I was sort of sitting one day and I was like, don't it be really cool? Imagine you could encrypt data using bird memorization. So we take a 4D scan of a bird memorization from a few different points. And then it's so beautiful that it's not going to happen in the exact same way again. So there's a spontaneity there. And that means that, say we take that model, so a company comes to me and I encrypt data, and then I sell that sort of process back. That means that that company is then dependent on this species of bird being protected, because that's, in a way, what's generating the way for me to encrypt their information. So we can create new models where we create new dependencies between things, but also celebrate the profound beauty of nature. So forging new relationships, models, and ways to act. So cool. This is a real image. This is not AI generated, it's real. So with climate change on our doorstep, we as citizens should have a lot more options to do great things through technology and really question this idea of activism. They make it more inclusive, collaborative, and exciting. We are but a frightened nanosecond, whereas nature is timeless. Thank you very much.
I was just wondering, so your product like monitors where the pollutants are in the river or whatever, but does it like inform authorities and everything just to clean it up, or just informs like people not to go there and that's it?
So we've actually been working with a water company since last September to develop this, which has been really great because then we have a link to industry. And one thing as an activist I'm really interested in doing is how can we build bridges and not walls? So I've been involved in activism for like 5-6 years now, and I know what works and what doesn't in terms of environmentalism. And so there's a real big opportunity to say, okay, look, if we have this data and the water company is, say, buying it off us, how do they then use that to solve the problem? And there's many, many different ways that can be done. An example would be a SUDS system. So it's basically sustainable urban drainage. And they work in 5-year sprints. And it means that you create these hotspots, right? You create all these hotspots and you go, okay, there's billions of pounds that the national regulator want to give these water companies. What's your plan for the next 5 years for how you're going to tackle this issue? And so suddenly they have a reference point of where they need to spend that money for a specific purpose at a specific time. So it's all about informed decision making through this idea of crowdsourced data.
Any other questions?
Thank you. I have a question regarding the activism, because when you look around, you see maybe two different approaches. One is really showing like the negative impacts on like the climate change and everything, like really going into the bad future, what can happen. And the other one is really showing the good examples of where maybe we can move. But then it seems that maybe the big companies sometimes like use just some small changes in the way they operate, like these small examples, but they don't really, it doesn't include the whole, like the way they work, you know, like, I'm not sure if I'm explaining it correctly, but like that you can see the small changes, but it really doesn't affect the whole thing. But it's shown in a positive way. So like, which of these ways of activism would you think are better? And why?
This is such a great question, like so interesting. I mean, I guess sometimes it's almost like very black and white, isn't it? It's like, let's show positive things, let's show negative things. But I almost imagine it's an approach of duality. I think there has to be a balance, right? Because if you constantly show the negative things, you're like, fucking hell, like what's the point, you know? But you show great things and you're like, oh, everything's going great, I don't need to do anything. So I think there's a balance there of like, you know, for me, design and life even is communication. You know, how even like organisms communicate, or how we communicate even through this presentation. So I think by highlighting the negative things that are happening, but then also showing what is happening to solve that problem and engaging citizens and making it very achievable, I think that approach is probably going to be best. So again, that sense of duality, which is why I'm trying to do what I'm doing. But really, really great question. I think it's, yeah, very interesting.
Last.
Yeah, I was wondering about the data collection of your product. So you're saying, you know, now you have real-time data, whether, for example, as an individual, it's safe for you to go into this river or this lake or not. But what if you're accumulating this data? Can you do something with it? Like, can you create policy change with it? You know, so yeah, where are you going with that?
Yeah, 100%. One thing that's very interesting is that the Environment Bill in the UK came out in 2021, and many different things are on it. But one specific thing is that water companies need to monitor upstream and downstream from all their assets. So that's, you know, thousands of sewage outlets, and that's for the measurements that I described there. So there's a clear business need even for them to achieve that. But then there's also targets to reduce the amount of pollution that's in our waterways, even as a nation. And one thing that goes unnoticed actually is, you know, a lot of this conversation's been focused so far about water companies, but 70% or so of pollution in the UK is actually from other sources like agriculture. And so, you know, we can create policy change, but I think one thing that needs to happen is supporting people the right way. So farmers are the backbone of many different countries because they obviously put food in your plate, right? And even in the UK, the suicide rate for farmers is pretty high. So they're working every day, 12-hour days, putting food in people's plates, quite traditionalist. You know, how do you design for that? So I think it's not just about policy change, it's about empathy, it's about how can we give opportunity for farmers to help improve their area or kind of get involved in climate action, but ensure that they're safe as well and that they can live really, really good lives.
Thank you.
No worries.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. That was a really inspiring way to wrap up this almost section of Solar Punk for the morning as we transition to a little bit about Ethereum Stack coming up with our friend Mario Havel. First, we're going to go for a live stream interview with Abena.eth on the rooftop, starting in a few minutes. We have like a 3-minute break until then. So looking forward to that and see you soon.
Hey Abner, nice to have you here. How is ETHPrague going for you?
Thanks for having me. ETHPrague is going very well. I just arrived yesterday, first time in Prague, and I really love it so far.
Except for the weather.
Exactly.
Okay, tell us a little bit about yourself. You have a background actually in TradFi, right? So what made you come into DeFi?
Yes, exactly. I have a traditional finance background, but my innate curiosity brought me to crypto and DeFi because I just want to combine those two worlds between finance and tech, and yeah, that's why I ended in DeFi.
And what is different in DeFi than it is in TradFi for you? What is like working in DeFi? How is that different than working in TradFi?
It's a little bit roller coaster because it's a little bit less predictable, but I think we're currently at the forefront of a new revolution or evolution of existing financial system. I think it's very inclusive, it's accessible, it opens up new opportunities and also enables for those who want to take accountability over the assets. It's an opportunity, yes.
Okay, great. Let's talk a little bit more about like inclusion and accessibility. So you're also part of a movement called Bankless Africa. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, Bankless Africa is like the African branch of Bankless DAO. It's more organization where we educate people about Web3, decentralized finance, always on the African context and highlighting use cases, educating people, having podcasts, etc. And yes, I'm very much engaged and I enjoy being there.
And what would be the use cases that would be especially like favorable for the African context?
Definitely having access to financial services, which a large amount of people have been excluded before due to regulations and other requirements. And also, I think Web3 social is also something that has great potential in the African context.
Okay, and but one last follow-up question on that. What is how do you think that the African perspective could shape crypto as a space a bit more? Like, what could change if we had a bit more African perspective in what we're doing?
I think could definitely change in terms of tech skills because I think the demographics is in Africa context is very young population, and I think it might shift being the huge labor force. And what also could change is DeFi in Europe is completely different than DeFi in African context, and it also brings a little bit different solutions that could be not only applied not in African context, but maybe in Southeast Asian context, and brings a little bit more variety and diverse types of services and solutions.
All right, and conscious of time, one last follow-up question. You're also part of an organization called SheFi, Financial Freedom is Feminine. Did I get this right? Can you just elaborate on that very quickly?
Yeah, SheFi is a women-led educational network with the purpose of onboarding new women into Web3. And I was part of the cohort last year, and I also acted as a teaching instructor last cohort. And it's mainly 3 pillars of education, empowerment, and also experimenting. And yeah, that's mainly about it.
All right, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you for having me.
Perfect, and thank you, Abina, for the live stream interview. We'll have about 3 minutes, then we'll be joined by Mario Havel to the stage, so feel free to grab a refreshment and get comfortable. We'll start the talk in about 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have a novel approach to public testnets by a good friend of Polis, a good friend Ethereum. We have Mario Havel. Please give him a warm welcome.
Awesome. Whoa. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Really appreciate it, especially those who've been partying long enough, right? And yeah, it's an honor to have you here and to talk about Ephemeria, which is a project that I've been working on with the community in the past few months. And yeah, I'm Mario from Ethereum Foundation Protocol Support, and this is one of the things we do in protocol support, try to support the core infrastructure testnets. And yeah, before I talk about the testnets, we should define them, right? We should know what I mean by testnets, because maybe just to give you a quick background, a testnet is a network where we test things. Because we have a blockchain technology, we have the Ethereum, we have any other currencies which are real money. And it's not good to test our applications which are being developed on the testnet or the actual implementation of the cryptocurrency. The Ethereum clients have to be tested in an environment which is as close to the production, to the real deal, but at the same time, we cannot lose the real money, right? So we have testnets, which are networks running similar or the same parameters as the mainnet, as the real deal, but with no real funds on it. So we can go crazy, we can test our apps, we can test our validators, the infrastructure on testnets. And speaking specifically about Ethereum testnets, they have quite a bit of history. We've seen over the years many of them with Morden, Ropsten, Rinkeby, and now after the merge, this is the current state. Before the merge, the old testnets were either deprecated or merged into the proof of stake. And from those, for example, Ropsten, it was the oldest proof of work testnet at the time, and that was killed here, by the way, in the hackerspace. We met with the Get team and we merged the shit out of it, and it got deprecated. So that was the Ripsten, and we ended up with just two testnets, Curly and Sepolia. Gerli actually started as a proof of authority testnet. It was a new project invented or started at ETH Berlin by Afri and the community around there, which was always basically a community testnet. And with the Praetor, the beacon chain connected to Gerli, it's been the place for testing the beacon chain, the merge over the past 2 years or more, right? Since before beacon chain. So the Gerli, now after the merge, is the only public testnet with open validator set. That means that it's the only one where you can actually test your clients to run as a validator and then switch to mainnet to try whether your validator keys and the whole setup works. But being started in the 2018, it's quite old, quite big, which means that it has large state and most importantly, lack of funds. You heard about the huge fuck-ups with all the faucets empty and people actually selling Gerli ETH, which is like a total fail of what testnet is supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be this completely free open network where anybody can just test anything. And on the other hand, we have Sepolia launched roughly a year ago, more than a year ago, so it's very young testnet compared to Gerli. And I would say that it's the place to test your applications right now. However, Sepolia has a closed validator set. It doesn't allow anybody to run a validator. It's mostly the client teams and the core devs running the validator infrastructure, so we make sure that it's stable. So this is the state right now. And the problem with not just two of these, but all of the testnets that we deprecated and what is eventually happening to these is that they run into certain issues after a long time. Already mentioned, not enough supply, because the testnet starts with a certain supply which is distributed over the faucets, and it doesn't have a value. People don't really think about sending it back or doing something with it. It ends up just lost in a bunch of test wallets and or locked in dead beacon chain or something. So the supply might be inefficient, and we end up with empty faucets, tweeting, "Oh, send me some Sepolia, please." There might be issue with the validator set, with people not being properly incentivized to keep their validators running. We might end up not reaching finality and have the issues to keep the network even finalizing. The size with testnets being a few years old and people just deploying anything they want, it can be pretty big, right? So it can take you some time to even run the node. If you just want to test something, you want to do it fast, right? So it takes the time to bootstrap the node, and also you have higher requirements to even run it. So if somebody just wants to play with Ethereum, he still needs a bigger machine. And over time, these testnets will anyway end up deprecated. Now it's becoming more of a standard. Before it was ad hoc, like we realized that the testnet should be deprecated. Thanks to AFRI now, the plan is to know the deprecation ahead. So the Gerli is being deprecated right now, going to be replaced by Holešky or Holešovice testnet, which is named after the place that we are standing right now, this part of Prague. But it was started a year ago at ETHPrague here. And the Holešovice is supposed to be supported for like 2-3 years, so we know exactly when it's going to be deprecated. And with this in mind, why cannot we create actually a testnet which is not deprecated deterministically, or that we know when it's going to get shut down, but what if we shut it down and automatically and reset every now and then, and everybody just counts with it. So we go back to the genesis every time, and that's ephemery. So this is a novel approach to the public testnets that we've been working on. And as I said, basically, it's an automatically reset testnet. Every given period, the period can be arbitrary, right? It can be a few weeks, few months, anything that community agrees on. The testnet just drops everything and goes back to zero, to genesis. That means that all of the funds go back to the faucets. All of the validators are clean, and there is just the genesis set of validators, which is supposed to be secure. And this is still the single infrastructure. It's still the same clients running the testnet, which means that you have just the same block explorer, the same RPC, and you connect to the same network, but it's a new network let's say every week. What we can achieve here is not just enough supply for everybody, because if you just waste all the supply this week, it's just going to reset back, and we have it all back, right? What is great that we also can ensure that we have secure validator majority that will always finalize, because we can just calculate how many validators we need to always keep the majority, right? So there is the period to activate the validator, and we can make sure that, I don't know, we have 500K validators. It would take 1 month to lose the 66% majority there. So we know that if it's running for less than a month, it will be always secure. Nobody can take over the testnet, even if we have all the funds for free. Oh, and what happened just now? Okay, sorry. Okay, just wanted to show you this. Yeah, so this is the resource repo, just some general information. I'm going to share more resources soon. It's on my GitHub ephemeral testnet, and the idea here is that ephemery is sort of an implementation, but the ephemeral testnet, or the automatically reset testnet, is a specified concept which is implemented here, but you can just run your own nodes with the same specification or fork it. So you can actually, it's running, right? It's happening. It's not just an idea. It's been running since December last year. Actually, it started, the discussion was boosted by DEF CON in Bogota with, we had a chat with Afri, Denny Ryan, but also people from here, actually, Lumir, Mohamed, who've been participating in the Holešovice testnet. And we came up with this idea, and it started, well, thanks to PK910, Remy Roy from ETHStaker, and other people from community who contributed, started around December. So we actually started testnet, so it's running, you can connect there. I'm going to show you the links, but what is it good for? Why would you like to use it? First of all, the short-term testing, which means the applications which you need to test just right now. Just imagine how many friggin' hello worlds is there on Gerli. Like, we don't need that if you're just starting as a dev or you're doing something at a hackathon right now and you're just testing it, you're not going to need it in 1 week or in a month or something. You can just deploy it to ephemery and have it as a disposable testnet infrastructure. So for short-term testing of your apps, but also validators. So if you are trying to set up a validator and it's hard to get hands on some Gerli ETH and you don't want to wait till your nodes bootstrap sync, you can just use ephemery. It's very easy, and you can run as many validators as you want because the faucets are very rich. And yeah, it syncs in a few minutes because it's just short and small and mostly empty chain. Yeah, and I'm hoping that it's not going to stay empty because I would like some more folks to use it. So please look into it. And it's fun because you can just break everything. You can try anything you want. You can take all the funds. You can deploy any apps you want. It's just going to get deleted in a week. So don't worry about it, go for it. And yeah, it's the weekly reset mechanism right now because it's still kind of a development phase. We started just like few hours, few days development phase when with each reset we test whether it survives, the infra survives, and now it's 1 week. It should be more later on, ideally like a month. You can in the repo you can always see when is the next reset. It's every week on Thursday, 7 p.m. UTC. Right now it's all written, or like it's all handled by DevOps tooling basically. So how it works is that we have bash scripts which are handling the logic according to the specification. So it watches the period, whether it's supposed to be resetted, and in that moment it triggers the reset mechanism which stops the node, deletes all its data, updates the genesis, and starts the same node on a new network. Also, we are testing some implementations in actual clients because so there is EIP work in progress on this. We would like to have this not just implemented on the tooling side where you can run some external DevOps tooling which handles the node, but have it implemented in the node in the client itself. So there is like a test naive implementation in Go Ethereum and in Lodestar right now. You might think as app developers that like it's hard to actually test your applications on this testnet when it's empty, right? When it resets every week. But what we developed is a tooling which automatically deploys infrastructure applications, some DeFi primitives and so on after each reset. So as the network resets, there will be automatically Uniswap, 0x splits, some safe, right? The contracts that everybody are using, and you can actually contribute to the repo. You can add any app that you want to this deployer or run it by yourself. Yeah, and the specification is mostly done, and the EIP is still being discussed. Talking about the roadmap, what we did. So starting in December, we had a bunch of discussion about how it should look like, and we are running the stable public network. And we made a draft of the EIP, and we are also deploying the primitives right now, but also refunding validators. So if you've been running the validator on the network when it was resetted, you won't get the validator in the new genesis, but you get the funds back. So you don't have to go to the faucet again. You can just spin the validator again. I have to do the deposit again. Right now we are trying to make it run within the client itself and have connect the public chain to also. There is the Go Ethereum fork running on the public chain already, but we need to have a proper client pair doing this. Right. So how it works? It defines two functions. One is the genesis and the reset. So the genesis basically is deterministic genesis, which creates the new genesis state for each network iteration. So it's, let me show you how it works exactly. Come on. Right. So how it's supposed to work? we first define, the whole network is defined in what we call Genesis 0. Normally you have the testnet, the network defined in its Genesis, right? But here we need to update the Genesis with every reset. So we create the Genesis 0, which can be hard-coded in the client or can be like the base template. And this starts with some chain ID. I don't know, chain ID 1000 or something, right? Some number which shouldn't collide with any other public networks. It has its genesis time, and we have to keep this variable, this information about the period, about the 1 week, 1 month, how long the testnet is going to run. And now, this. Based on this Genesis 0 template, whenever you start a client, it checks the current time, so it checks the latest timestamp and compares it to the Genesis 0 timestamp. So based on this data, it can tell how many iterations of this period happened. So if the period is 1 month, the Genesis 0 the network was started a year ago. There was 12 iterations, so the I will be 12. And based on that, we can calculate the current chain ID, we iterate it, so it will be the n plus 12, and the timestamp will be just the period times the number of iterations above the Genesis timestamp. So you can calculate deterministically. We can always calculate what is the Genesis of the current network that you want to connect to. So you can just start a client, and it will trigger. The idea is that when it's implemented in the client, you start it, and it will trigger not just reading the normal Genesis, which is hard-coded, but using it as a template to calculate the current Genesis. Now there is the reset, which actually needs to reset the network, trigger the database dump, and generate the new Genesis by itself. So this is not currently implemented in any client. It's handled only by the external tooling. And the idea here is that if you want to actually do this, the Genesis function is good enough, because the automatic reset can be done using some script, some cron job, basically, very simply. And this is something which the infrastructure need. People who are actually running the explorers or validators and so on, they need this reset function. And for you to actually run the node, test your own validator, you can always just use RPC, or you can run the node easily based just on Genesis function. Why do we do this? Why we always need to generate the new Genesis is because of security, mostly the replay attack protection. Because if we keep the same network, you can just use the same transactions which have been recorded from the previous iteration and steal money and drain the faucets and so on. And the idea is here that we have the single specification, which can be done either by the external script tooling or implemented in the client. And that means that we are right now running the client implementations with this init, and those clients which just use the bash scripts, and they're compatible, right? So as we develop it more in the clients, they can join the existing network. We don't need to fork it into a new one or anything. It's backwards, forward compatible. Yeah, so this is how it looks like. And yeah, the EIP is in process. It's just draft PR. I'm scared to merge my open the pull request for the first EIP I'm doing, but there is still some community discussion about details in the specification. I'm still getting feedback from some client devs, so you can find the PR 6916, and you can check the files. You can read the EIP there. It's all there. Cool. And yeah, why I'm talking about this, because I want you just not to use. I would be very happy if you use it ever, but also to maybe contribute. So if you actually start using it, I would be very happy if you let us know some issues, feedback. In the repository that I showed, you can open issues. You can join our metrics channel. And yeah, so if you run your node or validator, please let us know the experience. And based on this, you can actually identify what is missing, right? There is actually few things missing we are not running the Forkmon, we are not running the ETHstats. We have a bunch of explorers and so on deployed, but there is maybe something that you are using and you miss in the infrastructure around testnet. So you can contribute by starting this, building this, and helping with the DevOps tooling, which again I'm explaining that this is the bash script implementation is the main one to use, but you can do this in any other way that you prefer. Maybe you can do it in some Ansible scripts, maybe you can use some Python or something to end up with a different but better user experience handled alternative how to deploy the ephemeral client. And ultimately, if you are into the client development and you'd like to look into implementing this custom network in some of the clients, that would be very, very helpful. And the idea here is that you might be doing this with an EPF. And I'm going to talk about this tomorrow as the very last talk of this conference, but there is the Ethereum Protocol Fellowship happening right now. If there is anybody interested in anything within the core protocol development, if you're technical and want to dive into this, if you want to learn about core development, please just find me here. I'm really glad to talk about this. The applications are closing in 1 week on Friday, and this is completely open, permissionless program which can help you to dive into the core and even work with the current core devs. And one of the projects that you can work on that I propose here is implementing this testnet within the clients and helping with its infrastructure. Right, you can you can use it for your short-term testing, validator testing, and it's all on ephemery.dev. So on this website, very simple to remember, right? You have all the resources linked to those repos, linked to our metrics chats. We have a metrics server where we are discussing all of the development, and if you're interested in having the discussion, please join us. I would maybe before I finish, I would also like to mention that there is going to be the Holešovice testnet coordination call on Thursday. We're going to attend it as ephemery testnet people, but anybody who is interested in testnets or helping with the next iteration of the public testnet infrastructure can join. And I guess that's it. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mario. Love the idea of a disposable testnet. Sounds like a lot of problems will be solved that way, so really love to hear it. Let's jump upstairs for a quick interview with Annette Rolikova. Stay tuned. We'll have, nope. It's canceled, so we're going straight into Guillaume Ballet discussing the stateless Ethereum and the possibilities around there. Before he gets on, as we see the room packing up a little bit, don't forget to share the live stream with your friends. Let's spread the word and spread the knowledge. And I'll pass the stage to Guillaume Ballet, everyone. Thank you.
Hello. In this talk, which is going to be a bit less technical than what I usually do, I just want to explain what stateless Ethereum is, and more importantly, why you should care. So a couple months back, I finally decided to go, with a home staking solution. I wanted to build, my rig and everything, and I realized the upfront investment was already quite stiff. I mean, obviously there's the 32 ETH, but on top of that, you need a good machine. You need to pay for electricity. You need to pay for a good internet connection. So there are obviously some other solutions. You can do that cheaper. You can, for example, use the Raspberry Pi, which is what the Ethereum on ARM guys are doing. They're awesome. Talk to them. But nonetheless, these methods are still, they're not for the faint of heart. They're quite difficult to manage. I went for the standard option, and then what happened is that I found a lot of problems. I'm not going to go through the whole laundry list of my first world problems, but there's one thing you need to realize there's one thing you learn when you start doing this is that you don't know how good your ISP really is before you start staking, and you don't know how good your electrical grid is before you start staking. And that's a lot of stress because you're always like, what if I miss a block? You go on holiday, of course the validator crashes, and you can't really reset it. So yeah, as a summary, it's expensive, it's complicated, it requires a lot of babysitting, and as a result, Ethereum centralization increases, because why would you go through all the the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks that staking is here to, when you could just dump your, let Amazon handle the internet connection, the power cuts and everything, or you could just take on Lido. And while none of those problems are centralization per se, they're still relying on a reduced set of actors, and that makes the whole ecosystem ripe for, or at least makes capture of the entire ecosystem easier. So let's revisit this. You effectively have a dilemma. Either you choose the pain and the rewards, I guess, of home staking, or you go for a centralized solution. But there's nothing really in the middle. How do we fix this? Well, there's no obvious fix, there's no simple fix, of course, but when it comes to, at least we could solve a few problems that would make things a bit more manageable. And one of them is the state. The size of the Ethereum state is growing and growing and growing, and that up to a point that it becomes unmanageable. So stateless Ethereum is looking at solving this problem. Of course, I have to mention the existence of light clients. So what is a light client? It's a node. You run a node, but it relies on a different. It relies on a full node to do all the checking, to get the data. So it doesn't handle the data itself. It just basically follows a node. So it puts a lot of trust into a different actor. Ergo, that's a risk of centralization. What stateless clients do, they basically try to find a sweet spot where you have a maximum trust, as exactly the same level of trust as a stateful client, but the power consumption or the power you need to run a node is much lighter. So what is stateless Ethereum? It's basically what I said. It offers you the ability to the same level of trust, the same functionalities as the real, like the stateful Ethereum, but without storing all the data. And stateless Ethereum is composed of 4 major endeavors. I will only talk about the first 3 because Matt, aka Light Client, will talk about the 4th in his presentation here at 3:40 p.m. So be there. The first endeavor I'm going to talk about is the one I work on. It's vertical trees. What are vertical trees? It's just a new tree structure. We changed all the data in Ethereum is stored in a tree. We just changed that structure, like the shape of the tree, if you will. And why do we do this? It's so that we can, when we need to prove things that are in the tree, we need less data to do so. It takes less space to prove that the data is in the tree. And what do we do with this proof? We simply prove enough data, and just enough data, that we need for the execution of a block. And if we have all that data and no more, but no less, we have exactly what we need to run a block without storing the state locally. We download the block, we execute it, we validate it's correct, and we take whatever we need from it, and we throw away the data. Yeah. So how do they work? Very short summary. This is the representation of a tree. Of course, the current Ethereum tree and vertical trees will be much larger, much wider, much deeper. And if you want to prove, for example, so this is a very contrived example, but imagine that pink spot here represents your account. Like you want to send money to an account, let's say money to yourself, because that's a very contrived example. And all you need really, you just want to prove, okay, this is my account, this is how much data it's got. So you're only interested in that tiny bit, that tiny pink bit of the entire the entire tree. So what you do in the current method, you have to pass, for each level, you have, oops, okay, that was too fast. Yes, okay. You have to pass every sibling. So, of course, once again, this is a very small example, but you have to pass sibling, of which there are more than one, on every level. So if you use the current model of the tree, each proof will be, for a typical block, 1.5 megabytes. That's a lot. With vertical trees, the proof system, yep, still not, okay. Okay. With vertical trees, you only need to pass the data along the path. So this is a great approach because you can make, like, it kickstarts a virtuous cycle. You can afford to make the tree much wider. If it becomes much wider, it automatically becomes much more shallow. So the path gets even smaller, even shorter. And the consequence is that you can take that data and pack it into the header field of a block. And when you do this, you can, like, whoever receives this block can take that data and reconstruct just the view that you need to execute the block. So in that very contrived example where there's only one account that is being accessed, for example, it's red, this is the view of the tree that you need, and this is what you get from the proof. So why don't we use them already? The problem is the size of the state. It's huge. So we need to perform a conversion. And currently we're looking at an approach where we have a transition period with two trees, the old tree format and the new tree format. And every block we move maybe a couple thousand leaves from one tree to the next until all the data has been moved, and then we can forget the old tree. So we have written, so I wanted to say, we estimate it might take, depending on how many leaves we transfer per block, it might take 2 weeks, it might take 1 month. If we relax even more, like if we transfer even less leaves, it can be 6 months, but we're trying to do something, it doesn't look like it's going to be that bad. So once you see this, we have a prototype that just performed the transition, and you see this message because each major hard fork has a spirit animal. We haven't really decided on one for vertical trees, but I just wanted to point out I'm on Team Elephant. Okay, so the second approach is the portal network. So if you think of the Ethereum network, you can sort of see, imagine all the computers being connected to the network in some kind of big giant circle. And as it turns out, everybody has, it's kind of hard to see on the screen, but everybody has the same copy of all the data. This is a bit wasteful. So we could imagine that actually some computers have, some nodes only have, part of the data, and if the node at the bottom wants to get some data that it doesn't have, it simply requests the data from a different machine and gets it. And it gets it, of course it gets the data with a proof, which is great. We just, we were talking about vertical trees. Vertical trees allow for smaller proofs. So that makes the scheme even more practical. And the last endeavor I will talk about is called state expiry, and it's, I would say, on paper it's the simplest. You just forget the data. So you say whatever address was created or touched or accessed more than a year ago, you simply forget it. Of course, it's not completely forgotten. The cryptographic primitives will still work, but to recover it, to resurrect it, you need to pass a proof. And if you pass a proof, did I mention that vertical proofs are smaller? You could resurrect just this bit of the state and proceed as if it was never deleted to begin with. This sounds pretty simple. It comes with a lot of usability problems. So currently that effort is dormant. We are not really worried about this because it can be addressed later, first of all. And even if we never get to this, I think vertical trees and portal network are probably enough to buy us a lot of time. So, okay, last part of the presentation. What is more like? Let's imagine how like stateless could make Ethereum more decentralized. So this is the typical view that you see when you're staking. This is like your income stream. You have at the bottom what you earn every time you validate. So because that's the way proof of stake work. Everybody needs to validate that the blocks that are produced are correct. And to do so, to motivate people in doing so, you just you receive a reward, a tiny reward. I mean, which is nothing compared to this huge reward, which corresponds to a block being produced. So the block being produced is like the block reward comes in two pieces. There's the consensus reward per se, and then there's all the fees that were, the green part is all the fees that were accumulated. So let's see how we can unpack this with the help of stateless. One thing we could do is create a first mode where we say, well, I don't care about the block reward. I'm happy just validating. So just this income. This is great because, okay, you don't get like the big fancy spike that makes your heart your heartbeat raise, but you also don't lose sleep. You're not going to miss building a block because you're not going to build a block. So you still need to come up with the 32 ETH, but you don't need to store the state, because you will get the block with a proof package. You can run the block, verify it's correct, and then sign, like, attest to the block and say this is correct. So this way, you can start using machines that are less powerful, like Raspberry Pis. Well, okay, maybe not Raspberry Pis, but ARM machines. And you don't need to store the state. You just do the simple thing. You can take the opposite approach, which is to say, I'm not really interested in validating. I'm just here to produce the block. I mean, technically, this is more or less what the MEV searchers are doing already. They don't bring any stake. They just have machines that can do a lot of computing. So, those will remain stateful for the time being. And it doesn't matter if they don't put the stake, because if you produce a block and your stake becomes, and you produce a block and it's invalid, you have an army of staker that has just increased because of the other strategy, this strategy. So your army of validators will definitely make sure that your block was correct. Otherwise, your block will be rejected. So you lose the big fancy the spike, and also potentially, if we imagine putting some kind of stake still, you would lose your stake. And then there's the third approach. So this time it's only execution income. So what happens if you are just serving data to the portal network? Well, presumably people will pay you so that you serve the state for them. So this strategy here does not even need to store the state eventually. All they need to do is prepare the block, and when they realize they need a piece of the state, they just send money to whoever is on the portal network willing to provide it to them. And then this is what the server on the portal network will see, just fee income coming from their serving. And you don't really need to store the entire state to get this kind of reward. So you can also, once again, run on very inexpensive machines, low power machines. So that's the idea. So that was my last slide. I have, so I hope you understand, I got you excited a bit about stateless Ethereum. If you want to try it, we have this testnet, so come and break it. And this is a bit of a long address, but this is where we give our updates. I need to come up with a smaller address, but, sorry? Yeah, I should have put a QR code, but I will put. I'm sure ETHPrague will share the slides, and if they don't, I will. So there's no issue. And yeah, that's pretty much it. If you have questions, I think we have time.
Yeah, I do. Who has a question? Any questions? Perfect.
Yeah, very nice talk.
Thanks.
For retrieving the data that you need in this stateless Ethereum, I presume you will use something like a DHT or something like that. Maybe I don't know what is the structures that you plan to use, but I'm curious, how do you compare this with danksharding, in which blobs of data of the blocks are also kind of distributed across nodes? Is it similar or not at all?
Okay, so I didn't quite hear the whole thing, but you're asking how does it play along with danksharding, right?
Yeah, if the structures are more or less similar or not.
So it uses, it's similar in some ways and it's different in other ways. It uses the same, let's say, set of technologies like proving things, although it's not exactly the same. Danksharding uses something called KZG commitments. We use another proving technique called IPA. But yeah, it's not meant. I mean, Verkle trees and I would say Verkle trees stateless and danksharding have been invented more or less by the same people. So clearly, it's meant to play along. It's not competing, if that's the question. You could eventually, assuming danksharding, like the full-scale danksharding happens, that would be like. They would play nicely together, because if you start, a validator set could be shuffled between shards. And if you find yourself on one shard and then you realize you have to start validating on another one, you get shuffled on another one, what happens is that you need to sync. Unless you have Verkle proofs that you don't need to do a sync for, basically.
Awesome. Any other questions? No? Okay.
Hey, Guillaume. I was wondering, beyond just allowing Ethereum clients to start becoming stateless, moving the stage trie from the Merkle Patricia tree to a Verkle tree, are there any other kind of applications or use cases you think that this will enable that's not really possible today?
Well, so one thing that I can think of off the top of my head is just like reducing the disk space. Like just because the Verkle tree is more shallow, it will take less space on disk. At least that's the hope. Is there anything else? Well, yes, of course. There's the potential to move to ZK proofs, because the MPT uses a hashing technique, a hashing primitive that is extremely unfriendly to ZK proof. With Verkle tree, we went for primitives that make it easier for people developing ZK system or ZK proof system to build circuits that are much cheaper. So that would be, I would say the other major asset of Verkle trees.
Time for one more question. Any takers?
All right, thanks.
Thank you to Mr. Guillaume Ballet for that last talk. We're going to be joined by Manu Azaru up on the rooftop for a quick live stream interview. He's from Doing Good in ETH Barcelona. And after that, we will have a panel discussion that I know a lot of you are excited for. It's canceled again? Okay. So we will have live stream one more time. But get ready. We'll have a short 5-minute break or so, and then we will have the panel coming up next with Mr. Brewster Call, Paul Graham Raven, and Vitalik Buterin with Sarah Polak. So get ready, get excited. We'll have 5-10-minute break. Okay, everybody, welcome, welcome. Let's get ready. I think we're all very excited for this next panel. Really looking to introduce and talk about the impact of technology on societal evolution, which will be led by Sarah Polak. So please give a warm welcome to Sarah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah, and God, it's full in here. And I'm getting a little bit nervous to make sure that I moderate all of this well, because the panel that is just coming up is going to be amazing. It's going to be about the social evolution and how that's kind of enhanced or perhaps hindered or augmented by all the technological systems that we see around us. I'm actually an archaeologist originally by trade, so I'm going to be asking a lot of deep questions about history. No, don't worry, we'll get to Ethereum as well. But the most important people here during the panel are our esteemed guests. So let me please first welcome Vitalik Buterin as the co-founder of Ethereum. Please. Okay. Next up is Brewster Kahle. Please come and join us.
Yay.
I love the enthusiasm. It's like an MMA match, although we're going to be talking about social evolution. This is great. Keep it going. Because the last but not least, ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen, is Paul Graham Raven. Please come and join us on the stage. Also, please think of questions, because we have a mere 50 minutes. If you're on the live stream, you can ask questions there. And then while you're sitting in the audience, you can think of something really clever to say to impress the rest of your peers and to gain social capital for the party afterwards. So, gentlemen, my first question, we kind of discussed this a little bit in the background and backstage, which is about social evolution and the access to information, because historically it's been the access to information that has kind of really determined who holds the power and who doesn't hold the power. And if we consider the first ciphers come from 1900 BC, ancient Egypt, you have the Caesar cipher as well, where the act of ciphering and kind of siloing information away from people was always a very key strategic element of pretty much every civilization. We've now got technology that kind of really enables that, democratizes that. How do you feel that is going to change social structure in, say, 10, 20 years' time, with more people having access to information that they otherwise wouldn't have? Vitalik. Sorry, I ambushed you there a little bit. But,
sorry, can you just like what the question is?
That's a good point. Yeah, I get carried away.
Sorry, yeah,
I get carried away with archaeology, and then we end up like this.
Mm-hmm.
So, how do you think more people having access to information they otherwise wouldn't have access to, how do you think that's going to change social structures?
I mean, I think it's changed social structures in a lot of ways already. Like, one of them is just like empowering people who are kind of far from, you know, the centers of the world, whether that's physical centers or kind of centers of the social graph, and you know, giving people opportunities to kind of go and you know, independently build and create things, and even kind of work their way into society instead of sort of permanently being stuck on the outside. Like, I think this is, I mean, even I think this is true in the history of a lot of people in the crypto space, right? I think like one of the things that is unique in crypto, even compared to a lot of other tech industries, is like just how geographically distributed it is, right? And how people were basically located in all parts of the world were able to kind of get in. You know, find it on the internet, finds the community on the internet, you know, get in, start building things, and like just, you know, become, you know, full contributors and like very active participants in the ecosystem and in the community, right? And like that's something that like I think has been very positive, and like that's definitely something that's like far from being true of every technology, right? Like there's definitely technologies that just kind of end up being much more siloed, but and you know, even technologies that don't start that way sometimes can become more that way over time, right? But I think like from, you know, what we've seen in, you know, first the Bitcoin space, but in the crypto space in particular, like we've seen a lot of that happen, and I think you know, it really has given a lot of opportunity to people in all kinds of places.
Brilliant, thank you. And I've got another question that I'm going to ambush you with later about the determinism of social hierarchy, but just let that stew for a little bit. I'm going to turn my sights, the Eye of Sauron, onto Brewster now. We had a fantastic discussion on Wednesday already about transhumanism, and we had this amazing symposium that Josef put together because he's brilliant. And one of the things that kind of came up was the principle of the internet and the democratization of information through the internet.
Yes.
And I'm just curious about how you feel giving people access to that information really changes the way that people perceive the status quo around them, whether you see, for example, people rebelling more, whether people want to access information in a whole new different way. Like, why do you feel that your job and what you're doing with the Internet Archives is so important for civilization?
Well, obviously, it's so important for civilization. But basically, it's just a riff on the promises that we've been making over many years. The article "As We May Think" by Vannevar Bush completely holds up. It's from 1945, where you take the dream of Ted Nelson and Xanadu, Tim Berners-Lee's World Wide Web. And it wasn't just going and making universal access to all knowledge. It was making it so that we had network publishing, such that people can have a voice. Because, I don't know, growing up in the 70s and 80s, it felt like life was happening to us. We were told what history was. We were given this stuff. And not only did we not see ourselves in that, it didn't turn out to be accurate. So can we not only make it so we can get access to lots more different sources, but then put ourselves out there? And now we kind of have it, and it's havoc. Right? And we now have an ability to go, and everybody has an opinion. Everybody votes with a like button or whatever. And suddenly our democracies start to look like they're wobbling somewhat because of this. So I think we're got a bit of abundance going, but a very selective abundance. We're missing a lot of the basic information out there. Just take the books. The 20th century is almost completely denied to this generation. And it's based on just crappy copyright laws, and now we have incredibly large companies going and squelching it. So we have this technology towards access to information, and it's sort of being selectively distorted in weird ways. That's a good thing for a technologist, because it's like, hey, we got some problems to solve. Let's go and keep building on this thing. Let's not go back, but we've got some problems to solve.
Thank you very much. You mentioned two very important keywords, history and democracy, which we'll be kind of oscillating around today as well. And I want to turn my sights onto Paul, because you mentioned, amongst other things, that you're, apart from the fact that you live with a cat, some guitars, and sufficient books to constitute an insurance invalidating fire hazard, which I'm a very big fan of. You mentioned that you're a critic of science fiction. And it feels to me that humanity, ever since Lovecraft and even before, has kind of like has their sights on the parallel worlds. Like, what if we had a different social structure? What if we lived differently? What if different groups of people had power apart from other groups of people? Do you feel that maybe democracy is a tenable social system? Do you think that we're heading towards a utopia, dystopia? How do you feel science fiction actually playing out in our daily lives?
I mean, it's kind of a commonplace of science fiction scholarship to, one of the many truisms of science fiction scholarship is, and it has a variable value of truth, but we often say that science fiction isn't about the future, it's about the time in which it's written. Because we have no access to the future, but we can speculate and extrapolate on the basis of what we know. And I think, what's interesting to me in your original question about the access to information, and so this is interesting as well, because I'm admittedly a very minor one, but I'm a writer of science fiction as well. And so I came up in the Web 2 era, and but I was reading Wired magazine in '94 or whatever. So that real sort of early utopian promise of the web was very much a thing I grew up with. But as a writer, I'm torn because I know other writing professionals, and it's like this is not to blame any one particular person, but this is a systemic issue there, right? Yes, access to the great works of the 20th century should be open, but at the same time, you need to be able to pay the people who write them. And the question of how much and for how long, we're into the realm of political questions already. But looping back to that question of access to information and the extent to which it may change or shape things over the next 10 or 20 years. I mean, I'm tempted to say something like, yes, just like it has been, but more, because things tend to, but yeah, things carry on as they are until they can't, and then they don't. But it's one thing to talk about access to information, and Brewster made this point, right? Is that, we have access to so much information now, like an insane, more information than we could consume in a lifetime if we never slept and we literally poured it straight into our eyeballs. But information is not knowledge, and knowledge is not wisdom. And the question is, yes, we have access to all this information, but what is, I think, lacking in that is a way to assess the value and veracity of, it's like how, I have two possible bits of information here. How do I know which is the useful one? And on what criteria of usefulness am I judging that? Is that my personal utility in how it makes me feel, or is it a more functional utility in what it allows me to do in the world? Is it information that gives me power over someone else? Is it information that gives me the power to resist someone else? The information is just and it's just information, right? As I understand it, Claude Shannon's entire point with information theory is it doesn't matter what the information is, it always functions in the same way. It's a theory about form, not content. But the issue of the content of information, I think, is we're really seeing the problem with that abundance of information now, because yes, it is, and again, I came up as a writer in the Web 2.0 era, and we were like, this is amazing. It's, it's the promise of the 90s, sort of expressed. It's like, that's where I learned to write in public. And I thought, well, great, now I can be a writer and I'll get discovered. Like many, many other people like me at the same time. And so we all went off and we all wrote away on the internet where anyone could read it. And we rapidly found that once we had enough of a reputation to be able to sort of get in touch with people who might publish our work somewhere other than our own blogs, people would be like, yeah, but we'd love to pay you. We can only really pay you in exposure. It's like, I can't pay you $100 because there's a guy here who'll do it for 50. Once it's gone down to 50, it's like, but I can get someone to do it for 25. So that's, so yes, and another way to put that is that, we were like, in the 90s, like, the internet, everyone will have a voice. And now in 2023, I think on one level or another, all of us are kind of looking around and saying, oh, fuck, everyone's got a voice, right? It's, it's like a voice is a great thing, but what the hell are you saying?
Can I hit the compensation issue?
Absolutely.
Okay. Sorry you were underpaid as a writer. Okay, but I would say that there's...
I'm not blaming you.
There's plenty of money, it's just not well distributed.
Absolutely.
So you take the library system, which is kind of this magic weird thing, right? It's publicly funded, and it buys about 20% of all books, right? And you'd hope that that would actually go to authors. It doesn't, and it's not the library's fault. So there, in terms of what you actually get out of a book deal is and out of the ebook section of it often is nothing. So I'd say there's we have a technology problem for going and distributing money well, and this is the perfect group to try to start to address the how can you actually go and make money by publishing on the net. And right now it's go through iTunes or whatever it is, or Amazon, or Simon & Schuster or Penguin Random House, and you'll get right? And it doesn't make any sense. And so if we can go and make some better systems for moving this around, or take the universities. The university's top line revenue of a university, about 1.5% to 3% of it goes to the library. And that is supposed to go and buy all this stuff for the students. How there's the whole problem of academic publishing, where it's all the writing is done for free, but the publishers end up with both control and the money. It's like
we have to pay them to publish us.
Yeah, gee whiz.
You have to pay them so you can read it.
I think we have some breakdowns here. I think we've got the right light. But we're missing some of the technologies. We need better sets of information available that we can build around, have it be more open and more reusable within the internet structures, having compensation, but not overwrites in so that everything is tied up in some obligations on some chain, some place that may not exist anymore, right? We libraries look in the long term. So how do we go and make all of this this vision come true? There's still some real things missing, but we have people's attention, and I'd say actually one of the difficulties is we've kind of conned everybody into saying, hey, you don't need to go to the library. Just look at your screen. You'll get all the answers you need. It's like, well, there's some problems to that vision in its current implementation. So let's see if we can fight through some of these hopefully localized troughs towards making it work a bit better for more people.
We need probably like 3 hours for this panel. There's a lot of things that you guys opened. The first one is the idea of a sophocracy, which is basically you have knowledge, then you have the wisdom. So you have the interpretation that is seen as being the one that is the correct interpretation of the information, which for a historian is always that's always very, very dangerous because history is one huge PR campaign. Also, I'm also sorry that you're underpaid as a writer coming from a scientist.
Oh, yeah,
I
mostly
feel
not
you.
paid at all.
I feel you, as I said.
It's fine. That wasn't meant to be a tiny violin thing. I was illustrating the problem with the case I knew best.
But one of the things that we're dealing with right now, for example, as a research group, is that it's very difficult to get something patented, especially if you're in the humanities. That's extremely difficult. And actually holding on to knowledge or having the hierarchy of saying this knowledge is the correct one to then disseminate to the masses, as it were, is a very, very kind of tenuous thing to do, which is why decentralization, decentralized science is one of the things that is really exciting me lately. And I want to ask you, Vitalik, we discussed also on Wednesday how the decentralization and the decentralized access to information, but also the decentralized ability to build communities is a whole new force in the world when the world has really been formed by, as I mentioned, history being one huge PR campaign. So the kind of ethos of Ethereum and like the way that you approach the whole kind of grid and the whole kind of like setup, how do you feel that it ties into these concepts?
It's a very broad question. I'm just trying to think what parts of it I should get into. And I think like one just really important thing is that a lot just like having the power to do like pretty much anything goes up a lot when you're doing things as a community, right? And like even in Ethereum, like there's a lot of examples of things like cooperation between different layer 2 platforms, cooperation between different wallets, constantly making sure that developers and users in different parts of the ecosystem are talking to each other, right? Like these are all things where if they did not happen, then like the ecosystem, a lot of actors would really be kind of fighting, or at least going in incompatible directions a lot more, right? Like if I mentioned yesterday that like people should be not building empires but building tools. But like if you're going to be building a tool, then like you have to have some trust that the that the parts of the ecosystem that your tool is going to plug into are going to like actually exist, and that there's some benefit in trying and making sacrifices to be compatible with that, instead of like basically trying to go at it all alone and thinking that you can create this like clean and really sleek ecosystem where everything is picture perfect and amazing because you control every piece from top to bottom. And that's something that I think has it's benefited Ethereum a lot when it's happened, and it's definitely hurt Ethereum in those times when it hasn't happened. And it's something that's I think going to be relevant to a lot of other communities and just groups of people who care about things too, right? Like so there's concerns that we're creating a technological future where things are like very proprietary, right? And one of the reasons why this happens is that if you as a developer go and join a proprietary thing, like you immediately have a support structure. You immediately have someone paying your salaries. You immediately have someone bringing you in and putting you in touch with all of the other people developing stuff because they're in the same company. You get the support structure. But then if you are part of trying to build something different, then like you're basically kind of all alone, right? And that's I think one of the things that it's important to do a good job of really getting past, right? Like a lot of the time when the open thing fails just like because the open thing is not doing a good enough job of coordinating. And like coordinating means a lot of things. Like it can mean standardization. It can also mean just like making sure that things are funded, right? Like there was that really terrible story from 5 years ago when there was like that bug, and I think it was a really important SSL library that like half the internet relied on, and it turned out that it was dependent on like 2 volunteers with $4,000 of funding or something, and it's. No, like we can't actually be doing that, and like people actually have to be going and like actually thinking about these things as opposed to thinking there's like magical actors that are somewhere that make the good things happen. And yeah, like just having forces that like actually push in those directions that are actually strong is often just like all by itself one of the really important ingredients, right? Because if you don't have that, then like it basically is a matter of like users are going to flock around what is the strongest network effect that's being run by some powerful company, and that just turns into this kind of conflict of empires that we've known for thousands of years, just on a more digital level.
I've got a follow-up question on that. I'm going to try to keep it as succinct as possible. I just get too excited and then I ask like 10 questions within one, so I'm sorry about that. But how do you prevent Ethereum from becoming an empire? Because like on one hand, you're building the tools. On the other hand, humans are humans. And despite the fact that we spent 99% of our time as hunter-gatherers on this earth, ever since we started building tools and scaling as civilizations, we have tended to go towards centralization and hierarchy. So are there any systems in place to make sure that Ethereum doesn't become a centralized behemoth?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think one of the really nice things that the foundation has going for it is that I think a lot of the core people involved like really don't want to become the centralized king. Like nobody really has like a dream of being the next Mark Zuckerberg. Like people there's more people that just like wants to retire in 5 years and but wants to know that the thing that they're going to leave behind will actually be sustainable and stable, right? Like people. Like there's a lot of people who are like actively, averse to having power, and our executive director, Ayemi Aguchi, talks a lot about the philosophy of subtraction, which is basically that instead of the Ethereum Foundation trying to act like a permanent manager of the ecosystem, like the foundation has this explicit goal of we are going to. Our job is to empower outside actors to, grow and become stronger and become more independent over time. The goal is that at some point they actually stop becoming more as dependent on the foundation at all, and the ecosystem comes like closer and closer to this point where, like, if the foundation blows up completely, then it gets easier. It becomes more and more obvious that the ecosystem actually can kind of keep going and survive on its own. There's actual technical decisions that back this up, right? So one of the things that distinguish Ethereum from most other blockchains, for example, is this multi-client roadmap, right? Like there's an explicit separation between the spec and implementations of the spec, right? So there's about 5 different clients that are called consensus clients that handle the proof of stake part of Ethereum. There's 5 clients that are execution clients that handle the EVM and blocks and accounts and transactions side of Ethereum. And these are independent companies. Some of them actually already have independent business models. So they're not dependent on any Ethereum Foundation grant dollars. Some of them, right? And it's not it's not even just 5. That number continues growing over time. And then if we look at ZK EVMs and zero knowledge proofs, that ecosystem is even more distributed. So trying to make those technical decisions that kind of irreversibly push power away from the center, and that's a really difficult balance to get right. And in the early years of doing such a strategy, I think trust in the center to actually do this sort of thing right is unavoidable. But as things go further and further, it there actually is real power that's not in the hands of the center anymore. So trying to create this environment where it's expected that most work or a large share of the work happens outside the center in these kind of edge environments where anyone can participate and be part of it, and that share grows more and more over time is one of the things that I think we're trying hard to do. And obviously how successful this is going to be in 10 or 20 years, it remains to be seen, right? It might fail, and it might be the case that one of these Silicon Valley people figures out that they can make an alt layer 1 and they can bribe them all a huge amount, and they'll get picked off and walk over despite everyone's original intentions. But there's lots of ways in which this sort of stuff can socially fail, but I feel so far it's actually been surprisingly successful, and more successful than I expected.
Nice. Thank you. I've got so many more questions, but we only have about 25 more minutes. By the way, I'll ask a couple more and you get your questions prepped, because I want to make this, we want to democratize this panel, so we want to give you guys an opportunity to ask questions as well. Brewster, one of the things that we already discussed this week as well, which is super interesting to me, is that you kind of play a dual role. One of them is making the information available to everyone and digitalizing a huge, huge portion of humanity's knowledge. The other one is curating it somehow, because as humans, we have evolutionary limits, not only in terms of the physical information that we can absorb, but even in terms of social size. So the optimal social size is about 150. So already in a zombie apocalypse, we would create about 4 pretty meaty tribes in here that would probably all want to kill each other and compete for resources anyway. So just think about that when you're having your beer together and chilling out, in the garden. But what is the role of curatorship, and where does the line of I'm going to tell people what the optimal categories of knowledge are, for example, versus I'm just going to let people go crazy in terms of the databases that you're creating?
We're more in the let everybody go crazy. So just try to build a tool, a piece of the puzzle, not the whole thing. Otherwise, you're going to innately lose. So how do you go and expose what it is you've done as, you're an organization, as a person, whatever, in such a way that people can build on it, interoperable. I love that I hear some of these words, especially in ETHPrague, but more generally within the Ethernet community. You use the words open source a lot, sharing, interoperable, ecosystem. These are very important values to just keep alive, because not only will it make it so that our things live, but it'll make us more useful and I think more successful by working together, and not necessarily all having to be in the same darn corporation. Because the inefficiencies of all of us that have worked in those large corporations are enormous, right? You have these promising projects just sort of wiped out because, I don't know, some management change, right? It's just the waste of effort was so huge. So can we go and make an ecosystem that works better? And I think it starts by going and keeping the dream alive, because yes, there's technology components, but at the end of the day, it's communities. It's people that work together well. When I was trying to figure out, so this is the late 80s, where we should put the internet, so I asked some people, Mitch Kapor from Lotus, and he said, please stay in Boston. Danny Hill said, go for Tokyo. My friend Bill Dunn, who came up with the term metadata, turns out there was somebody that did that. His name is Bill Dunn. He said, go someplace people don't think you're crazy. And that way you're not sort of always facing a headwind. And I'd say ETHPrague is one of those places, right? And communities that make it so that you can go forward with your ideas and people aren't going to just shout you down or steal your idea or whatever. There's sort of like, let's try that thing. And I think the openness that actually, Vitalik, you have brought to the whole ETH community is an important distinction from other tech movements that invite people in. Whatever, are they thinkers? Are they coders? That's going to how this thing is going to work well for a lot of people.
Thank you very much. I saw. Did you want to say something, Ria?
No.
No? Okay, fair enough. This is actually super interesting, like to be weird. It sounds like one of those motivational speeches like you don't really want to hear, but actually there's a lot of evolutionary research that has been done that various, even like mental, not deviations, but there's a lot, like for example, schizophrenia. Simon Baron-Cohen, who yes, is Sacha Baron Cohen's cousin, has done amazing research in terms of schizophrenia actually evolutionarily being selected for as a part of shamanistic ritual in order to bring community together. So these are really interesting things where actually being a bit nuts is great, but the system can't unfortunately deal with that always. I actually want to go, Paul, to something that we also discussed in Backstage, which is the concept of utopias and dystopias. You're someone who's fascinated about storytelling, and one of the constant stories that run throughout human civilization is thinking, would it be like if we changed this particular thing and society looked like this? By the way, this is one of the things what I love about Parallel Polis, what I had the honor of spending a couple of years, is that you don't have to pick one. There's parallel entities that kind of exist, and that's the only evolutionary chaos that's actually going to optimize society. But how do you feel that which direction are we heading in? Because we had, the Sun State, we had Dante Alighieri, we had 1984, we have all these like aspects of utopias and dystopias popping up in science fiction, fiction, and non-fiction. How do you feel that access to information and kind of letting the people go crazy, in quote unquote commas, how do you think that that's going to go? What do you think that brings to our evolution as society?
The real cop-out answer would be, I don't know. Right? So many great claims are often made, but it's thankfully faded away now. But there was a big thing at the end of the noughties where people sort of said, this really sort of just so story where it's like, oh well, of course, the thing that made the iPhone possible was the tricorder in Star Trek, right? The kind of the existence of a kind of fictionalized prototype made this thing possible, and it's cause and effect kind of doesn't work that way. But we like the neatness of that, because our lives are linear. We live in a linear timeline, whether we like it or not. And so that sense that one thing comes after another is really kind of, evolutionary, baked into our thinking. But causality is not simple in a vastly complex world, right? It's like, okay, maybe that thing led to that thing, but there was a whole bunch of other things that affected that thing, a whole bunch of other things that affected each of those other things. Causality is a mess. History is a form of making sense of that mess. Whether PR campaign or critique campaign, whichever it may be, right? My co-speaker Reese, who spoke before me today, made this point very well, right? Storytelling is a meaning-making system. Right? There is no, going back to the point about information, information doesn't mean until we shape it into story. And there are lots of different ways of shaping any given piece of information. But to get back to your actual question, sorry for rambling on, and I'm actually going to loop back to, I was saying to Brewster earlier, so a long time ago, I used to work in libraries. I was never a qualified librarian, just a library assistant. But and so a library is a storehouse of knowledge, but it is also, so you can also see it as a kind of information retrieval machine. It's a system for finding things out. It's a system for getting information, but with a directed sense. It's like, what do you want the information for? What are you trying to do? And even as a lowly library assistant, the first thing, literally, first day, first hour on the job, the thing you are taught to do is how to find out which book people really want. Because what you'll get is, if you work on the front desk of a library, someone will come to you and say, do you have this book? And they'll have it written down. And sometimes they come to you and say, have you got that one with the blue cover that was really good? and that's really hard to deal with. But recently good. Anyway, by the by, someone says to me, right, I want this particular book. And, and you can just, and some people will be very, very, like, no, I know what I want, just that book. But what you're trained to do is to say to them, okay, and particularly because you might get someone coming to you and asking for a book that was published 40 years ago. And if that's a novel, fine, they just want to read a 40-year-old novel. But if they're looking for a text on archaeology or neuroscience or whatever it may be, you might say to them, what's your, as politely as possible, what's your interest in this particular book? What are you hoping to find in there? And more often than not, they may have found, so someone who isn't used to reading academic texts may have encountered a reference to something somewhere else, and it said, oh, there's a really interesting thing that's in this book, and you should read that. And, that's great, but it's, science and the social sciences and the humanities as well, things move quickly, right? I forget what the exact figure is, but there's that theory that after a certain amount of time, facts go out of date, right? So, so giving someone a 40-year-old archaeological text, if they want to know what we believe to be true now, that's the wrong book for them. So, and if they want to know, so if you ask them, if you want to know what we think about that now, maybe, I can give you a better book. There's a more recent book that actually, that takes those ideas and qualifies them and brings them into the modern world. Maybe it's a scholar who's like, no, I need to go back to that old anthropology. And it's important that we have those old texts as well. As David Graeber's last book illustrates really importantly. He goes back to 1950s anthropology, which we've largely swept under the rug because it did have its problematic aspects. But it's like there's really important stuff in there. We throw a baby out with that bathwater. So finding out what, why someone wants something and getting them to the right thing. So getting all the stuff there and accessible, but having systems built around that, which, as the kind of resident I wouldn't say I'm anti-technologist, but as the resident tech critic today, it's, those systems of evaluation and interpretation, I think, need to be human because there's nuance there. You can't, it's inherently qualitative to ask someone why they want to know something. And that's, I think, where we need human beings as part of those systems. I mean, all systems are socio-technical anyway, right? The separation between social things and technological things is completely arbitrary. There's a whole discipline, social science and technology studies, that studies this stuff. Yeah. And it's a useful analytic distinction sometimes, but when we get too fixated on it and we sort of say, well, the technical is over here and the social is over here, it's like you can extricate them in analysis, but in our day-to-day doing of everything, we don't even think about it, right? It's all one thing. So understanding that any system of information retrieval, of information access, of governance, or whatever it may be, it's. I used to say when I was doing my PhD, right? It's infrastructure is people. Infrastructure is people. It's stuff as well, but like none of that stuff works without the people in it.
Yes, absolutely. I think what you mentioned as well that's very exciting to me is both having the information digitalized, but then recording the mistakes that we've made, because we don't like to admit that we've made mistakes throughout history, but having that proof of thought and proof of mistake, which is something, I'm not a particularly I don't understand Ethereum much, so I'm sorry everyone, but I love it. It's an anthropologist's almost like wet dream to actually see this happen, because suddenly you can record everything that happened and you cannot go back and change it, and that is wonderful for history, because you actually record humans the way that they were. So you can understand both societies and individuals better. And I've got one last question for you, and then I'll throw it into the lion's den, into the Colosseum, and you guys can play with the questions for our esteemed panel. Vitalik, what do you think is the relationship between individual and society? How does Ethereum kind of enable? Yes, I came prepared.
Just softballing at the end, why don't you?
I don't know. Individuals have lots of relationships with other individuals and with society. I think it depends on the direction you want to take. You want to take the question, right? Like I think it's sometimes easier to ask how does the relationship between individuals and society get changed by different events happening or different technologies or different changes to social structure, for example, right? And the kinds of the kinds of questions that you can ask is like the question of distribution of power, right? Which is like what kinds of things do people have the ability to do independently, and what kinds of things actually end up being bottom up as opposed to ending up being top down, right? So, like one of the analogies from deep history, and like I hear sometimes is kind of the difference between bows and guns, right? As military hardware, and like the big the early guns were actually like less effective than bows at the time, right? But there was a difference, which is that using a bow required you to be a specialist and have years of training, whereas like if you had a gun, then like they're less effective, but any random farmer could go and shoot one, right? And like that's something that actually changed the balance of power, disempowered aristocracies, or at least contributed to that process and all kinds of things, right? And like you can make similar kinds of analyses about individual technologies. Like if you look at like AI, right? Like one of the worries that I have about AI is that it is in a lot of ways a centralizing force, right? Like when people talk about society, and sometimes there's this image of this kind of warm and fluffy thing of where ideally people would actually talk to each other and resolve disagreements by having conversations and these kinds of things. But like the reality of like global interconnectedness today is basically like if you use ChatGPT right now, you're not using something that is on your device. You're using something where all the stuff is being done on servers somewhere in America inside of a structure that's actually controlled by basically one company, right? And that's like in some ways, that's like a worse dystopia than what the free software people were afraid of. Because the free software people, they were just afraid of proprietary software running on your machine. Proprietary software running on your machine can be managed because like you can run it in a VM. At least it's if you do that, then like you're not going to break privacy necessarily, right? But here we're talking about like proprietary software run on someone else's machine, and like you basically have these global panopticons, right? And like also global, once you have these kinds of services, people can be deplatformed very easily, for example, right? So, you lose privacy, you lose a lot of other things. And that's like one type of AI risk, right? Like the risk of both like local and international power relations. AI as how it will be applied in military contexts is like another one of these examples, right? Because then like the fear that I have is basically that like the same kinds of both like purely technical technologies and managerial technologies that made it possible for 45 employee companies like WordPress and now a much bigger list of startups to create products that are used and loved by hundreds of millions will also enable an elite of 45 people to actually maintain effective control over an unwilling country of hundreds of millions. And like that's potentially scary in its own way. And like even just like there was this article, like actually, it's sort of this semi-obscure thing, piece out of China a couple of years ago that basically made the case that like AI is this, pro-centralization technology and crypto is an anti-centralization technology. And like one of the arguments for like worrying about AI is basically that like if you think about starting a war, right, then if you want, even if you're a dictator, if you want to start the war, like you need to have a population that is like actually either kind of up in a rage against whatever your target is already, or that is like actually pacified in some way and is not going to resist. You need to have an elite that's actually willing to go along with you. You need to like even if the elite's willing to go with you, like if the on the ground soldiers are not, then like their morale is going to be low and you're going to be much less effective in a fight and all of these things, right? And like there's some preparation you have to go through. It takes time, there's friction, but if it's all done by like killer drones, then like you as the dictator, you press the red button, the drones start flying, and so they have speeds of hundreds of kilometers an hour, and like within a day the whole thing and the killing and conquering's already started, right? So like those like the relationship between kind of the big and the small, by which we both mean the kind of the individual and various collectives, but we also mean between collectives and bigger collectives. Like that gets radically transformed by like different technologies, and like both what we would call things on the purely technical side of technologies, and also things that are social technologies, and things that are social technologies that are only possible because of particular arrangements in in circuitry, like social media, for example. Like those things end up leading to these big changes, and there's some there's a lot of technologies that makes changes that I really like and that I'm happy about, but there's other things that go in very different directions, and some of those things are unpredictable, and it's like important to keep an eye out for those things, and if something's happening in a direction that we don't like, figure out some counter strategies.
Fantastic, thank you. That was a beautiful end to the initial round of questions. We've got 5 minutes, but it's fine. We'll manage somehow. I think we can go on until 2. I'll be a bit naughty and I'll take the hierarchy of the moderator here to carry it on for 5 minutes. Right, ladies and gentlemen, questions. There's already someone very enthusiastic there. While we get you the microphone on the theme that was discussed, Jared Diamond, Guns, Germs and Steel, fantastic book. I suggest reading. Yes, sir.
We've heard this a few times now, talking about incentivizing tool making. But what incentive do tool makers have not to build their own kingdom? And so, in a plutocracy, how do we support this long-term societal evolution, particularly now that we've moved to like ultrasound money?
Yeah. It's a good question. I think this is one of the reasons why, like in the Ethereum ecosystem, we care a lot about like public goods funding, right? So like there's Gitcoin and Gitcoin grants. There is the Optimism retro funding grants. There's a lot of brilliant work that the Filecoin people and Protocol Labs are doing. There's a lot of really fascinating stuff happening, and I think I think that problem has a lot of like very deep facets to it, but I think one of the just like really important things that we have to keep zeroing in on is that it just working for the public needs to actually be economically viable. And like that's sometimes an easier problem than we think, because like a lot of the most talented developers, they actually are willing to make deep economic sacrifices to do things that they believe in, right? Like lots of people in the crypto ecosystems, including people that have been responsible for like some of the most brilliant and deep and important work that everyone depends on today, realistically skipped out on 10x pay raises that would have been by not just working somewhere in the bowels of a centralized exchange, right? And like those kinds of developers, they can handle a 10x pay cut, but they cannot handle a 1000x pay cut. And like if you don't have public goods funding, then like a 1000x pay cut is the reality, right? And there are just so many instances of teams that basically could have done a good job, but that ended up just not being able to find a sustainable business model, doing the thing that they wanted to do, following principles that they value, and they ended up having to make some compromises, or they may ended up having to find some funding partners that like later on forced them to make compromises, right? And I think like there's a difficult bar to cross, and the difficult bar to cross is like you should get the sort of the economist's ideal of if the value that you get should be proportional to the value that you provide to society, and like that's really theoretically ideal, but like that's insanely hard, right? And but there is a more realistic ideal of if you are working on these things and working on them in formats that are compatible with the values that we care about, then like you should at least have some kind of support structure.
Right, you should be able to pay rent.
Exactly. You should be able to pay rent. You should have even get things that you would not be able to get otherwise, like communities that kind of support you and are an initial kind of user base and like help the project along in various non-financial ways, but at the same time, like actually be able to pay rent, actually be able to pay for infrastructure, and like basically be like not have to be this like very small scale thing that lives out of garages and can never really scale beyond like 8 people that end up giving up after 3 years. And so I'm very glad that stuff that like Optimism Retro grants and Gitcoin to Quadratic funding and all of these things are happening. But like there's challenges in those ecosystems, like attribution, like figuring out even like what thing deserves how much funding is like a simple one. Like it's like I'd love to keep seeing more emphasis on that.
And if I can suggest another book on that front, Pierre Bourdieu from the 70s on social capital, because imagine if you could pay with educational and social capital and not cash. And that just the fact that you're educated and a good person would be enough and you wouldn't have to have anything in your account. Right. Everyone's pointing in various directions, but there seems to be someone with a microphone already. With the conch. Yes, Barbara, it's yours.
Okay, first things first, I would like to greet Mr. Raven as one writer to another. And I would like to ask, do you think that writing and publishing has any future? And how do you envision such a future? Thank you.
I hope so. I mean, people are going to write stuff. I mean, the instinct to tell stories and share them is as old as, I dare say, possibly boldly in this room, maybe even older than cryptography. People are going to do that because, like I say, it's a meaning-making technology. I often say that language is the operating system of human culture. It's like, yeah, you guys code in code, but it's like I code at the OS level, bro. Yeah. We're always going to tell stories. The media in which we tell them, I mean, because there's, people write for books, but people write for TV, people write for radio, people write for podcasts, and whether you actually write or whether you type or whether you dictate, the medium and the tools change, but the storytelling persists. That will not go away. Will it be viable? I mean, I suppose you mean financially. Also, I'm not hugely hopeful in the short term, but I think we will find a way, because if you can't let, storytelling is kind of infrastructure as well, right? In the same way that you need those people doing those important things. In the same way that, and there's the infrastructure of firms doing this important work. But, I think those same things about, these people should be able to pay themselves properly and make rent and stuff, that applies to like the people who clean our sewers, who are not often paid as well as software engineers. It should apply to people who look after our children when we're doing our important jobs. It's like people should be paid well to do important stuff. How important is storytelling? I think it's very important, but I'm not sure how we decide. It's going from deciding that something is important to deciding how much that should be compensated, whether individually or societally. Again, that's a question probably as old as writing itself. I don't have an answer to that. I think there will always be storytelling. I really, really hope that we find a way to give storytellers the space to do their storytelling thing. In the same way that I broadly, it's like we should give everyone space to do the thing they're good at. How that is to be achieved, I don't know. I'm sure someone would love to tell me that Ethereum could help. Buttonhole me afterwards, maybe. But I don't know. I hope so. I am not optimistic, but I am hopeful.
Thank you very much.
All right,
yes.
Let me jump in on this, because I had a really positive conversation this meeting. I cried on somebody's shoulder very much as Justin Holmes in Bogota. And I said, it's just impossible to go and have decentralized commerce on decentralized web. If you go and you have your record album and you want to basically make some money off of it, can people go and contribute a coin and then get a decryption key? Something like that. Can we get that to work? And so I walked into the mama shelter and he was sitting there and said, Brewster, every day since Bogota, I've been working and trying to figure out how to make that work, and here's how far I've gotten. And he had this whole system about going and making it so that you can, basically a Kickstarter, using the blockchain, and you can put it up, you know, and then there's a paymaster that watches the blockchain. When there's enough money, blump, you know, your thing goes Creative Commons. And it was like, cool. So I think there are solutions if we kind of come up with precise enough points of the problem that we can go and make it so that there's a game with many winners, that you can actually have it so that people can go and do their record albums. Their record album may suck and nobody goes and buys it, true. But if there is do we have to go through third-party middlemen all the time that end up just sucking all the value out of the system? I don't think so. And I think this is the kind of community that can make that go.
Thank you very much. One last question, but it's got to be blitzkrieg. It's got to be really quick. Yes.
Yeah, so Vitalik, you talked about Ethereum being this like global borderless community of builders, and also voiced some of your concerns about AI centralization. So like I also worry about this a lot. So like my question would be, what do you think the key pieces of the puzzle there to like move AI away from the centralized power core of Silicon Valley and to something closer that we in this community kind of believe in?
I feel like there's like somewhat, to some extent, there's two questions in there, where one of, well, I mean, every question always has like 10 questions in there, but you know, sometimes you have to be nuanced about nuance and like pick the level, but to keep things tractable. But one of the questions is like, how do we make AI into a thing that like fits our values better? And the other question is like a more specific one about like interactions between AI and the crypto and like Ethereum ecosystem. So I think like to start off with the first one, like, I mean, it's this one of the challenges, like, so like I personally have tried installing like these, you know, AI models that you can like run thing locally and do things locally with, and like I walked through like 5 or 10 different tutorials, and like they all failed. Like, you know, there were just like all kinds of issues. It's like, oh, it turns out that like these things have 74 dependencies. One of the dependencies has a less than sign on a version, and that makes it totally incompatible with another thing, which is a higher level of the version that you've already installed. There's things like, oh, the tutorial just says, oh, this is where you plug in the model, and I barely have an idea of like what, you know, a model is. Like, I understand in a technical sense, but I don't understand it in like a like software file sense of like, you know, like what's the specific thing that we're plugging in. And there's like all of these different things where like it's just obvious that these things are written for people that have like that are deep in the ecosystem. And there's work that needs to be done in like translating existing stuff in a way that's just more accessible for people to work with. So I think that's like that's one of the issues. I think another one of the issues, like going at a different kind of side of the AI problem, is that I feel like some of the AI that we've seen, it's been kind of needlessly built and narrativized in a way that's kind of much more like a competitor to humanity than it needs to be. And like one of the ways that this is true is like if you look at DALL-E and Stable Diffusion and the way that they got released. The way that they got released is as things where you plug in a description, and the AI does a realistically crappy job. Like it's good enough to dazzle you, but it's like actually too crappy for any actual use case. Like just going from your like 1 or 2 sentence description into like doing the thing that you want to do. And like one of the challenges is that like the 1 or 2 sentence description, like that's just not nearly enough input, and it's like not the wrong structure of input for you to actually be able to like produce the thing that you want, right? And what we like what we actually want is like so basically a version of Photoshop that has a much kind of deeper mixture of human intent and like the AI filling different pieces in, right? There's like a lot of interaction and feedback, and there's like some kind of human intent being felt in. Like the feedback between like what the screen shows you and human being able to like actually provide more input into like no like this is the thing that I actually want. So like it needs to happen on the order of like once a second, right? Because that's how what like that's how like computer aided creative processes like happen today, right? And the thing that's being built is like you give your description and then the AI does everything, and then you don't really have like good ways of adding finishing touches. And that's like it's both a worse product and it's also like it contributes to this narrative where like instead of the AI is like killing 40% of jobs instead of the AI killing 40% of your job, which is like actually what you want, right? Because like what we don't want is like there's like one vision is like, with this stuff, people are not going to be authors anymore because we'll have like robots write novels. But another vision is like, with this stuff, we can disrupt the heck out of Hollywood and we can give normal people the opportunity to not just write a book, but actually make their own movies, right? And like that's the sort of stuff that like I want to see more of. And because like right now, like creation of art is, and like especially in like video format, is like very centralized in a bunch of ways, and like we've seen how that often goes wrong, and like we have these kind of, sort of weaponized interdependence issues where you have like 5 or 6 big actors in the world that like because they have huge amounts of money, no one's willing to make movies that offends them anymore, and it's there's like a lot of like unhealthy stuff that can actually be broken with a more kind of decentralized and open approach to some things. But then in terms of like how the crypto community can participate, I think lots of people ask the question of like, what is the crypto AI intersection? And like, there are some answers that you can say, you can do ZKML and you can use maybe do AI to formally verify and prove that some ZK VMs are equivalent to each other, and like that would, or like that some wallet is secure, and that would be amazing to have actually happen. But like the realistic intersection area is like fairly wonky and fairly small. The more realistic thing to do is to look for intersections between crypto as a community and ways that it can help the AI transition happen better and like contribute to problems like AI alignment, and maybe even contribute to public goods funding around AI alignment and all of these problems. And that requires the crypto community to kind of reconstrue itself more as being not just we are a community around doing things with blockchains and coins, but like we are a community around doing things in ways that are more collaborative and free and open, and like that includes blockchains and coins. And like I think blockchains and coins are like critical in like creating alternatives to like centralized and totally privacy breaking CBDCs, for example, right? But like it also includes lots of things that don't have to do with coins, and like this is something that I think the spirit of 2013 like did a better job of doing than like the DeFi bubble spirit of the last 5 years. And I would love for us to try to return to a smart version of the old thing more. I mean, a smart version, right? And like I think the parts of the DeFi bubble ecosystem might even be important in like making public goods funding happen, for example, right? But like we need that other spirit in there too, that like really be a strong part of the ecosystem and how we think about what we're trying to accomplish.
Ladies and gentlemen, the impact of technology on social evolution.
I don't know.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking Vitalik Buterin, Buster Kale, and Paul Graham-Raven. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can grab the gentleman gently outside for maybe more follow-up questions. It's my fault we're a little bit behind schedule, but it was way too interesting to actually cut short. Ano, live stream. Dobře, tak jo, super. And right now we also have the live stream interview starting with Amin Soleimani, the coordination arms dealer for Unchained Iran and other phenomenal projects. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all yours. Enjoy, I'll be back.
That light is the right color. Okay. I'm here with Amin Soleimani. Would you like to introduce yourself briefly because we only have 5 minutes?
Sure. I'm a coordination arms dealer these days. Help summon Iran Unchained, NGO DAO to send funds to Iran. Helped with Tornado Cash, now working on privacy pools, which is a fork of that. Helped start Moloch DAO, also run SpankChain. Started Reflexer, this RAI stablecoin.
Okay, so there's a pretty wide range there from SpankChain, which I think of as a rather, let's say, irreverent project, to Moloch, which has this kind of grim mythology behind it. RAI, privacy pools, Iran Unchained all seem a little more, shall we say, grown up. Or I don't know how you're free to give your own descriptor, but what do you think are some of the kind of common threads that have drawn you to all of these different projects?
I think I, despite appearances, am a principled man. I like to work on things that allow me to express my values and promote my values. And each of these projects in some way promotes something that I value. A lot of it is freedom. The freedom to, express yourself maybe sexually and like transact around that. The freedom to run your own money. I don't think we necessarily need to like inherit the central banks that we were born with. We can make our own and make better ones. And the freedom to have privacy, which was taken away from at least American citizens rather brutally a couple of months ago. And we're trying to earn it back by building privacy tools that are still compliant with the laws.
Okay, so I am going to ask this question that you asked me immediately before we went on camera. A lot of the work that you've done and kind of the way that you communicate is pretty meme-driven. Are memes the same as poetry, or what is the difference?
I think even things like rap are poetry, and the memes that we're putting together, it might not be like poetry in the spoken word sense, but it's poetic in the sense of contributing to the story of Ethereum. Like, one of the things that was brought up on the last panel was the concept of history and how we're moving towards this, like recorded history almost for the first time in humanity. And being able to have these memes in place, like, makes it permanently part of the Ethereum story and the Ethereum culture in a way that I think is, poetic.
Okay, so memes sort of resemble poetry maybe in the way that they add something to a story, or they sort of tell a story in a way that is freed from, I don't know, the constraints of logic and sort of continuous narrative. Do you think that you've learned things, or the way that you approach that kind of narrative has evolved from, say, 2017 or early days until now?
I think a little bit. Maybe I have the similar strategy. The strategy generally is think of the most sort of out there meme that might be a little more controversial, and then iterate it down to something more palatable. I think now I maybe tend to start a little bit more conservative, but I think it depends on the kinds of things that we're doing. I think we don't necessarily need to be as extreme in the mimetic representation of the thing, because what we're actually doing is extreme in itself, and so we can just represent it as it is. Like privacy pools, for example, is a project that we're pretty buttoned up, trying to lawyered up, trying to present it to actual regulators. But even in doing that, it's sort of an extreme project because it's a fork of Tornado Cash, which has a whole taboo around it now of why do you want privacy? Bad guys want privacy, and so in trying to change that, it helps to put the positive out there first and be like, we actually want privacy for everybody. We want to follow the rules. We want to, turn this into something that is not just seen as like a weird criminal conspiracy. It's like something that everybody should have access to.
Well said, and that's our time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, okay, the room's a little bit emptier, but please do feel free to come back in and enjoy some academic schmoozing. I forgot to tell you, because we didn't have time during the last panel, if you're interested in civilizational evolution, symbolic thought, I've got a couple of books to recommend. One is The Mind in the Cave by David Lewis Williams. One is The Prehistory of Music by Ian Morley. One is The Origin and History of Witchcraft, which is really cool, by Chris Gosden, and the other one is on Imagined Communities by Anderson from the 90s, which is basically about how we imagine communities and civilizations and the metaverse in our head. It's very, very cool. We're currently waiting on the speaker to join us in Studio 1, who is Alex Holland, to create a deliciously sustainable future. We should champion more rooted solar punk. And as someone who's got plants for earrings, I definitely very much agree with that. So we're just waiting for him to connect. So should he not connect, you have more time for beers and merriment, and we will then see each other here at 14:30, live stream interview with Austin Griffith. So give us a couple of minutes. If the chap does not connect, we will just meet each other here at past. All good? Understood? Yes. Okay, it's like a military camp. Awesome. I will see you very, very soon with more updates. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. If you can hear this in the bar, come on in because we have a live stream from the roof that is currently going to be streaming. And it's with Austin Griffith, who's the hacker's hacker, which is a very kind of meta, beautiful phrase that I'm very excited about. He's very, very much engaged in Ethereum, of course. Where else would he be speaking otherwise? And one of the projects that I'm very excited about is Speedrun. So definitely listen to him, and we will be soon with more interviews. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone, welcome from ETHPrague. I'm Annette and I'm going to welcome you here with Austin to talk a little bit about today's hackathon and what are the vibes and how Austin is supporting hackers with his initiatives. So Austin, feel free to introduce.
Vibes are great. Hackers are hacking. It's awesome to see. Here in Prague there are cool things, and I'm excited to see it. I'm Austin Griffith. I have a DAO sort of called Build Guild, and we incentivize builders and give out UBI. We build Scaffold ETH, which is an app building toolkit, and we have Speedrun Ethereum around that teaches folks not just how to build on Ethereum, but why.
Okay, so these are like the ways how you are supporting the hackers. I'm wondering like when the hacker is starting the working on Ethereum, or like when you have a Web2 dev, how he can start working on Web2, Web3, and what tools you are recommending them to use, and what's the journey how you wish they could go.
Yeah, I think my answer to that is Speedrun Ethereum. Basically, I've done a ton of mentorship sessions. I've spent a lot of time figuring out what devs need to learn to kind of go through the tour of duty and learn what they need to build. And so speedrunethereum.com takes you through not just how, but why. It kind of teaches you about a decentralized staking app and how people could kind of coordinate financially without having to trust each other. They just have to trust the code. And so there's a lot of those aha moments during the speed run. And then once they go through the speed run, they kind of join Build Guild and we give streams, but we're also doing this new thing called cohort streams. And the cohort streams are a smart contract with a pool of ETH in it, and then some overall goal, something that we want to see built. And then we have all of these cohorts doing different things. There's a ZK cohort, an autonomous world cohort, and we're streaming to all of these folks within these cohorts small amounts of ETH, kind of like developer UBI. And it's sort of like you turn in what you're working on, withdraw some ETH, and we kind of support you to continue your learning journey.
That's awesome. And what do you want to see coming out of ETHPrague Hackathon?
I am personally so excited about the autonomous worlds games. So maybe somewhere with the combination of L2s and zero knowledge, something really fun is lots of something really funs are going to come out of it, but I'm really excited to see people build games that use ZK, or maybe it's not even a game, but a new type of game that uses ZK and L2s.
Have you had chance to talking to hackers or not yet?
No, I'm wandering around, but I haven't sat down and done any real hacker talk yet. I just flew in and I'm just barely bouncing around, so not yet.
That's great. Have you tried? What's your favorite meal that you tried in Czech that was traditional?
Ooh, sausages, like sausages and potatoes. Is that traditional? I think it's yeah. Wait, what's your favorite?
I guess schnitzel is my personal favorite.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is a meat with a
yeah. Another. How many pints of beer you had?
In one night, probably 11 or 12. Sadly.
Okay, well, but you're coming from Colorado, so it's we are used to that.
Yeah.
Great. Last question. What are your solar punk and Ethereum? What do you think about?
Oh yeah, no, I love the vibes. Yeah, I think that someone was joking yesterday about how the Parallelny polis is painted all black and it should have half black, half like rainbows and unicorns, right? I think that that vibe is a cool vibe, and I think that we as an ecosystem are nurturing that cool solar punk vibe and the region vibe, so I'm all about that. I hope that a lot of the stuff that I'm building is leading toward a more like region kind of economy within our little developer community.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you, everybody, for paying attention to these interviews. And I hope that you guys are enjoying ETHPrague as well as tuning in online. Thank you. Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can encourage you to come on in, because the next talk is a very, very interesting and riveting one. We tend to think, because we're here on Ethereum Prague, ETHPrague, so we think in the digital realm, in the metaverse realm, in the abstract realm, but we're still human beings, and so we deal with the physical world a hell of a lot. And there's a fantastic term that I came across recently called phygital, which is the physical digital, but that's just probably the PR of the 21st century speaking. Nonetheless, within this category is also the realm of architecture. And there's a phenomenal guy who I just had the honor of speaking with very briefly in the backstage, Martin Baric, who will be talking to us about the necessity to rethink our architecture from the theme of the solar punk visions and what these new urban settlements and these new constructs could look like. He's an architect and is a designer, ranging from experience with interior designs to family homes, offices to restoration of historical buildings, which again, me as an archaeologist, I'll have to pump him on that information. But I will stop hogging the stage and give the space to Martin to join us for the next live talk. Please come and join us on stage.
Thank you.
Welcome, and the floor is all yours. Enjoy.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, thank you. I'm Martin. Thank you for the introduction. I'm architect and also engineer. And we founded Zero Architecture as we think or had the feeling that we should do things differently and to rethink architecture, and I'll try to explain why. World has come up to the stage of climate crisis, which is pretty felt vividly, I would say. And the construction sector is a huge contributor to the climate crisis, because almost 40% of annual global CO2 emissions goes from construction sector. And after decades of alarming of scientists, finally politicians sat down and decided to do something with it. And this happened in 2015 in the lovely city of Paris. So that's why this is called Paris Agreement. But what does it actually mean? So it was agreed that to limit increase of the world temperature by 1.5, max 2 degrees Celsius, pre-industrial levels we should be a net zero in 2050 regarding emission and absorption of greenhouse gases emissions. So why there's such a big fuss about 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius of the world temperature? Well, imagine how you would feel with a fever. So basically, world on the fever is inhabitable, and yeah, all this is based by survey of the scientists under UN organizations panel called IPCC. They come up with 5 scenarios of what we can achieve or what will be happen if we wouldn't do anything. So to rephrase these lovely shortcuts, I can say that. Nope. Yep. Sorry. And that basically if we would do nothing and continue with business as usual, we would boil the planet. So we should really start to be more serious about equaling absorption and emission, or even go for the regenerative way. Why to go with the regenerative way? Because we already have some carbon debt, so we should actually try to get to the normal. There is this lovely theory of half Earth from Edward Wilson, which says that half of the Earth should be wild to be able to remain 80% of the remaining species to survive. With that includes human as well. And the problem is here that basically, as per we live today, we would need 1.75 planets every year, and one planet is here, and not mentioning that we should try to reach half planet. And what's the problem with the construction sector is that we go with a linear level of economy, that we extract something, create a new material, build something, and after life cycle of the building, it's disposed somewhere, not very used. And what does it mean regarding the carbon footprint? The production of the material, I mean extraction, creation of the material, comes with a huge embodied carbon, or embodied carbon is carbon which goes with the material, and there is always some transport and construction itself. And this happened, let's say, in 5 years when the building is done. In next, let's say, 55 years, and we would consider 60 years building lifetime, we have this which is called operational carbon, which comes for water treatment, energy use, heating, ventilation, and so on. And just to come up with a clear concept, what is the problem? So just steel, cement, and aluminium covers for 9.3% of global CO2 emissions, which is huge just for 3 materials. And you would be thinking, yeah, because in the US they build something, everything from concrete and steel, you know, highways, skyscrapers. Well, not really. Party just started, because what US used in 100 years, China used, or it's not even 70% of China used in 3. And they are a highly developing country as well as India. So what we can do, bring the circularity to the process. And to reach the circularity in construction sector is not that easy, because as you can imagine, building is quite complex composite of materials which comes from another composite of materials, and there is also a lot of technology, and it have to withstand tens or decades or hundreds of years and be able to be here when it's when there is our temperature low and temperature high. So yeah, it's not that easy as you can do, you know, clothes circular. So there are these 4 principles that I'll talk more about. Well, build nothing, even though it sounds funny from architect that I would like to build, but it meant more like we should be more focused on what we already have and try to refurbish or reuse the buildings which are already built. 2/3 of the building we will be using in 2050 are already built. So this is a lovely example of refurbishment of old industrial storage building in Brno, which is in the east of the Czech Republic. And now it's an apartment building with some offices on the bottom. Built for long-term value. That means that if you will build something which is amazing and no one wants to demolish it, then it's great because you can use it for decades. This is building which is old for 90 years. It was built as an office building. It are still used as an office building. It was very recently refurbished. And great thing is that it was built as an office building as per standards 90 years ago. And it can be still used today. So the space plan was so open, so it can be refurbished for the standards that we need now. Build efficiently means that we should start to be thinking more of the use of the material and design for disassembly. This is building which was temporary courthouse in Amsterdam. It was built while the actual courthouse was in the construction. That already happened, so the building was disassembled and moved to another city, which is the city of Enschede on the German borders, and is going to be used as university building for the local university. And least but not last, use the right materials. So, as I said, there is a huge embodied carbon coming from the materials. So we should start, or we should be focusing or using as much as possible of the materials which are in the bottom, because they come with a very small or even negative carbon footprint, and to use as less as possible from the top material. But also, if you're talking about longevity and the buildings would have to be here with us for a long time, we have to be talking about the concrete or steel. But if you would use steel which is not new but recycled or reused, as you may see, the carbon footprint is dropping dramatically. And all of these can help to reduce almost all of the stages of the carbon which comes through the life cycle of the building. And also, if you would design for reuse, recovery or recycle of the material, it can help at the beginning of another construction of a new building. And to demonstrate how we are approaching these steps in our design, so this children jungle is actually part of the zoo in Liberec, the city up north in the country, and we were asked to design a bistro stall. And there was a small stall, but it was not really possible to use it because it was a small wooden structure. So we disassembled it, and the wood is going to be used, client will use it in a different way. So we had to design this brand new building. So we decided, and that's behind the tree and the swing. So yeah, it have to be brand new. So let's do it bio-based as much as possible. So we have a wooden bearing structure, and that's enhanced with the using of the wooden facade as well. Also, the foundations are done by recycled concrete. We have a green roof, which means the roof with the vegetation that helps with the thermal insulation. We have a bio-based thermal insulation. We have a heat pump to heat the space. And also, they have an old shipping container used as a storage unit already there. And they said, well, we need this storage. So we said, okay, you already have the unit, we don't need to build it. So we use it, it's back there. It was just covered with the wood, so it fell into the design. And the stage is that the tendering process will probably start next week. So hopefully in autumn, the construction will start. Yay. And this is another example, and this is one of my favorite projects, because this is from 17th century forest gamekeeper house. Very close to Polish borders, also in the north of the country. And we were asked, okay, can you refurbish the house? We want to have a family house and some sort of B&B apartment for rent. And so we said, okay, yeah, why not? And so we started with the survey of the building we already had. So we found out that the building itself in a quite okay condition. It can be refurbished. But there was this barn behind the trees, and the barn was in terrible conditions. Actually, I was impressed that it was still standing because the walls were tilting out because of the pressure of the snow, because the soldiers were using that over the war, and they took a lot of timber from the roof structure. And so we said, yeah, we would have to demolish it, but we can use the material. So because we already have the building permit and construction is starting already, so the barn was standing here, is already demolished, but we didn't throw the material. Basically, the material is still laying there. There are these amazing, huge wooden beams which will be used for interior. All of the stone which was used for the walls will be again used as a wall cladding for facade. And come on. And this is how it should look like, what will be done. And yeah, it's not really modern architecture, as you can say, but that was how we want it to be, because we are in naturally and culturally protected area of the country, so the municipality is not very allowing any modern structures. So we said, yeah, we will be humble. We can build something which looks like that it's from 17th century, because it is from 17th century. But what is very modern is what is inside of the building. It's not very visible on the facade, because there is none grid in the area. Only grid that we could connect is the electricity. So there is just electricity connection, and fresh water comes from 2 wells. We're collecting rainwater to flush the toilets, use it for the garden. Also, the wastewater is treated and infiltrated locally. Also, regarding the material, we're using recycled concrete for the foundations. We have thermal insulation, which was already sent from another construction as a false material. So we bought it on a second-hand market, because otherwise it would be considered as a waste and disposed. So we're basically not really upcycling, but giving another chance of the material which was already thrown away. And this principle can be used in a smaller scale, but in the huge scale, of course, of the whole city. So change is possible. We can save the climate and reach the solar punk future. We as a building owner, owners or users just have to ask for change, because bigger parties, especially real estate development, they don't want to really change their winning formula. They know how to build, to sell, and they earn the money. Everybody is happy. But if we would push for change, even they will change, and we can help the planet. Thank you. Yeah, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. If not, enjoy the rest of the day. Yeah.
Hey, yeah, thanks for the talk. I thought the barn example was pretty interesting, and I was wondering if you maybe had any projections on how much emissions you're saving by taking this approach.
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's something which we are already trying to calculate. We're actually collaborating with Prague Technical University, CTU, and they have this, the branch facility, and they are doing this, which is called life cycle analysis. But unfortunately, this is something which is all actually being counted, so I don't have the answer yet. Maybe if we can meet here next year, I can give you the answer. But also with the renovated buildings, it's a little bit more complicated, because to calculate carbon footprint of the material which is already there, the academics, they don't really know how to approach this. So I hope this will move forward a bit, so we would have much more detailed data. Because this is something that I would really love to have, to be able to say, yeah, we saved that much of carbon.
Yeah, it makes sense. It sounds tricky. Thanks for the talk.
Yep, thank you.
Nothing else. No questions online. So thank you, Martin.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Next session, live streaming online from 3:05. Feel free to stay around.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are... Hello? Hello? Can we? Awesome, excellent. Because I normally have a very quiet speaking voice as the shrinking violet that I am. So thank you for pulling that up for me. It is 15:05 and we're back with a live stream interview from the rooftop of La Fabrica. This time with Phil Lustok, who does decentralizing things at Missing Link, which for an evolutionary anthropologist is a very exciting name for a project. So please, Phil, it's all yours. Thank you and enjoy.
Yes, welcome everybody back to the ETHPrague Hackathon. Today I'm here with Phil Lustok, and I'm going to start with the first question. Feel free to introduce yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Phil Lustok. I've been in the blockchain space for about 10 years now, starting with Bitcoin, early on at the early hackathons in Berlin with Ethereum. Really excited when that was starting off. I started my professional work in a Bitcoin company for payments, which later turned into Bitwala and Nuri. And then I joined Parity in 2017. And yeah, now I'm working for Missing Link, which is a Web3 recruiting company in all layer 1s and layer 2s and applications.
So what brought you back to the Prague, as you mentioned? That...
I've been to Prague many times before for vacation because it's such a beautiful city. But I also, the first time I was here for a blockchain event was DevCon Prague, and that was actually my only DevCon, embarrassingly enough, which was awesome though. It was a great time, and I was so happy once I heard about this event and thought like we at Missing Link should definitely sponsor and support this event. Yeah, we're the ones with donuts. If anyone has seen, we're handing out free donuts here, and yeah, I just really like the. I'm based in Berlin, and I really like the feel of ETH Berlin, and I knew from knowing the organizers at ETHPrague that it would have a very similar feel, and it hasn't let me down at all.
That's awesome to hear. I'm pretty sure that everybody from the organizing team will be very happy to hear that. This is one of my favorite hackathons as well, and like, you know, Prague is my favorite city as well. I'm wondering, what do you want to get out of this weekend, or what do you want to like see happening this weekend?
Yeah, obviously learning a lot from people from the talks. There's been some really amazing talks here. I'm not a hacker myself, but I am super excited to see what projects come out of this, just like with any hackathon. And especially now during the kind of market conditions and so on, and recent events and elsewhere with like privacy, with Tornado Cash being impacted and so on, what kind of other privacy avenues people can take as well. So I'm just excited to see, you know, what is the developer demand? You know, we talk about user demand and so on. What is the developer demand? What are they interested in building? And what are some cool things I can start to use after this?
So I assume you are planning to run around and talk to hackers and like maybe even like advise them or like ideate with them on what they can build, and like maybe provide your expertise as you're in crypto for like a while.
Yeah, I mean, I have been talking to hackers, and I've been really interested in hearing different project ideas, and there's already some going to be, I know there's going to be some really good ones coming out of this. And yeah, I've been like mostly encouraging, because a lot of the ideas I've heard so far, they've been like really decent ideas, like nothing I would heavily criticize, but I always ask questions coming from my angle as a user in the space, like a heavy user, and wanting to understand things like, what's the user experience going to be like for something like this, and also like what is the business sort of experience or other project experience would be to adopt such a new tool or feature or something. How can they integrate this? Will that be easy? And is it something that other people want?
What's the one advice that you would give to a hacker when they're building on hackathon?
Well, definitely have fun. I mean, this is the part of a hackathon. There's a pressure in a sense to perform well and finish the project. Definitely start small, keep the scope of the project very small and attainable, but also try to follow through with your vision. Even if you have to do something a little different technically speaking, try to follow through with the vision and give us all ideas about where this is going from the developer side.
Have you had a chance to watch some talk on the hackathon itself, or not yet?
So I was watching, I mean, everyone was watching in the Amir, Taki, and Vitalik fireside chat, which I know probably everyone else is talking about, but the thing is, Amir specifically has been a huge influence on me since he was one of the first people to teach me Bitcoin, and from his interviews I've seen and so on, and he's often been to Berlin as well, and seeing him again is always a pleasure.
Awesome. It was great talking to you. Thank you for taking your time to have this interview with us. Enjoy ETHPrague. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. See you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I see some beers in the audience, which is good because that means I want to give you to give a very loud applause to the next speaker. He is Nicolas Manea, and he'll be talking about from gridlock to gridflex, using blockchain to unlock energy flexibility. And I think that we all understand the fact that the oligopolies and monopolies of energy companies, ranging all the way from World War I and World War II, where it was a massive military advantage, all the way to now, where it's still a massive military advantage. This is something that is very important for civilizational sustainability going forward. And Nicolas is going to deep dive straight in there. Nicolas, please come and join me on stage. Give him a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited for you to give your talk. The stage is all yours. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much. Hi, hello guys. So my name is Nicolas, PhD candidate at Cardiff University, and I'm also an energy consultant at a company called DNV. So today we're talking about how blockchain can be used to unlock energy flexibility. So I will spend a few minutes trying to introduce the energy sector and the flexibility market. Then we'll talk about how flexibility can address those challenges. And then we'll end up with some use cases for Ethereum in flexibility markets. So the traditional power grid normally can be characterized by a unilateral flow of electricity, which means that electricity flows from the big generation factories down towards the network, down in the consumers' houses. So normally it's dependent on fossil fuels. So we had the luxury in the past to generate most of our electricity from burning coal or burning natural gas. And it's also a centralized generation and distribution kind of system where all the generation of electricity comes from conglomeration of those big power plants. So nowadays, we are going through what we call a renewables adoption. So this renewable adoption is characterized by the transition to renewable energy, which means that we have a much higher adoption of competitive renewable energy sources. Secondly, there's a need to solve the intermittency change. So basically, how can we integrate the fluctuation of those renewable energy assets into the power network? And finally, we have an increasing role of flexibility services. So as you can see on the slide, flexibility is the ability of an energy system to shift its generation and consumption in reaction to external signals. So how can we actually make the power grid more smart and more flexible to make it able to reach net zero? It's a big challenge. So one big driver for that is digitalization. And in all sectors, and in particular in the energy sector, we can see a very big push towards digitalization. So we can see technology adoption. So we have more smart meters that are empowering the users to have much more informed decision about their consumption patterns of energy. We have distributed energy sources and low carbon technologies that allow users to actually generate at their own site more electricity to be able to financially, to have more financially optimized decision when it comes again to the energy spendings. Secondly, we have the transformation towards a smart grid. So in here we have smart energy systems, we have distributed architecture of those smart energy systems, which is how all those independent energy islands are communicating. And we also have things like data management. Because of those smart meters, we have much more data flowing in the system. And because of that, there's also a risk for cybersecurity. Lately, there's the blockchain technology. So all the innovative technologies, in particular blockchain, AI, and machine learning could be another good candidate. So they are enabling this energy decentralization through transparency and public verifiability. So when it comes to the flexibility markets, particularly in Europe, there are a few challenges that are really important that we should be able to fix before we can jump into those kind of systems. Blockchain and Ethereum offers a really good opportunities to address those challenges. So firstly, we have coordination and communication. So network operators and flexibility prosumers, which are the guys that can generate and consume electricity, need to be able to interact in one environment. So blockchain can offer that environment for them. Secondly, we have technical integration. So we need to understand how all those flexibility assets, so things like solar panels, EVs, or batteries, can take part into the big power grid. So for that, actually being able to see the data but not integrating with them in a distributed manner is a very important characteristic. And then we are looking at market mechanisms. So currently we don't really have any very good flexibility market mechanisms or market clearing mechanism. There has been quite a lot of trial projects, but we don't have anything in place yet. So decentralized market clearing could be a very good opportunity to solve this. Data management and standardization. So currently you have a lot of market facilitators, centralized softwares that you can use to monetize your flexibility services, but they are not standard. So they have different nomenclatures, they have different way of actually defining the market. So again, having everything in one distributed place makes a lot of sense. Regulatory and policy frameworks. So in here, the blockchain offers automatic compliance, reinforcing with regulatory and policy requirements. So the ability of the regulatory bodies to be able to oversee the whole process in a transparent manner and to be able to step in wherever they feel that they need to step in. This is utterly important, and this is a very big governmental characteristic. And finally, availability, reliability, and settlement. So we need to increase the data security protections, and we can do that in a blockchain space through tokenization. We can use zero knowledge proofs and automated cryptocurrency payments, again, to add on top of the solution. So this is the big scene, and now we will talk about the three, what I would consider to be the most important use cases. So generally, if you want to develop a decentralized flexibility marketplace, firstly, you need to be able to decentralize the marketplace itself. Secondly, you need to be able to decentralize and digitalize the electricity or flexibility transactions. And lately, you need to be able to settle those transactions. So there are three use cases with three problems each. So if you look at the first one, basically the problem is to have a reliable and efficient method for contracting flexibility services. So again, in the blockchain world, we have a decentralized flexibility service solution with an efficient, transparent, and secure approach. Secondly is a token-based technique for digitalizing and recording flexibility. So instead of actually loading the decentralized blockchain with so much energy data, we can use tokenization to actually minimize the amount of data that has to be stored via adding the same level of functionality. And thirdly, that's about settlement. So zero knowledge proofs are a very good driver to energy settlement, as you can use techniques to prove that you've delivered the flexibility without revealing very sensitive information about your flexibility or energy assets. So let's take the first one. So this is a framework for flexibility services contracting in electricity distribution networks. So what have we done here? So it's a comprehensive platform that's catering to all the stakeholders in the sphere of the industrial flexibility trading. So it's secure, transparent, and it fosters trustless settlements of flexibility transactions. On top of that, we have a market clearing algorithm that allows the contracts to be clear via something that we called a closed auction framework. All of them are reaching towards robust systems with tamper-resistant capacities that are generally designed for the secure storage of historical flexibility and contracting data. Secondly, there's the token-based technique for digitalizing and recording flexibility. So it's facilitating this really big trend of digitalizing flexibility assets, and it's therefore representing the transformation of the analog system within the digital ecosystem. So in reality, what we have done there, instead of you having to record the flexibility transactions on the green, we are minting and burning what we call the debt tokens in order to sustain that. So if you need to give me 10 kilowatts of electricity, I'm going to mint 10 tokens, and then you're going to burn them step by step while you keep generating you keep sending that flexibility to me. In this manner, we'll be able to record all the flexibility transactions with this mechanism without actually recording any flexibility data. So that allows us to ensure the traceability of flexibility transaction, as I said, driven by the mint and burn mechanism. On top of that, you do need to have an escrow system that is designed to interact with the token mechanism. So the escrow system involves both parties locking in a financial escrow. After the contract has been completed, the financial escrow is being unlocked. The third part is the zero knowledge part, which is the proof of flexibility delivery settlement. So currently, if you want to take part in the flexibility marketplace, you as an energy asset owner need to build an API from your energy data, and the network operator or the buyer needs to connect to the API. He needs to see your energy profile, and that's how they are calculating how much electricity or flexibility you are delivering to them. I personally think that this is quite challenging when adopted at scale, because there's a lot of sensitive information being stored on those centralized solutions, and that's a very high incentives for cyber attacks. So what we thought that we could do, we can give them the same amount of information with a much smaller amount of data. So we have developed this zero knowledge proof mechanisms where I can prove to you how much flexibility I have delivered without you seeing anything on my energy profile. So the only thing that you can see is, again, the amount of flexibility you have delivered at a certain time, and that's it, and then the payment for that flexibility. So I think we had there was a talk yesterday when we talked over the fact that, okay, so we have all those mechanisms and all those protocols, and they don't communicate with each other, and we need to work together. So this is what I did. So the 3 use cases that I've just presented to you, they all work together. So in reality, you have the network operator actor that is releasing what we call conglomerations of energy contracts that are called competitions, and each competition has service windows, which are actually the contracts. On the other side, the flexibility prosumer is really logging in their flexibility assets on the platform. The first smart contract is basically allowing the flexibility prosumer to deploy the flexibility bits, and it also allows, through the clause-based auction mechanism, the network operator to select the winner. As I said, both of them are locking in the financial escrow, that to increase the incentives to take part in this market, we are sending that into a yield farming algorithm. On the other side, when you look at the flexibility prosumer address, each flexibility asset has a smart meter associated with it that is in charge of responding to the data delivery. So that smart meter, it commits the flexibility data location that is being stored in a decentralized data storage. From the decentralized storage, we can issue a proof that the data has been uploaded there correctly, and the amount of flexibility that you had to deliver is actually the flexibility that you have delivered. And we can send that proof to the network operator. What does that mean? Is that the network operator can prove that the correct data has been uploaded, and that the flexibility that he was required to deliver has or has not been delivered. So he can accept the proof. While he accepts the proof, then we are going into the yield farming algorithm, and then we are releasing the financial escrows and the yield farmed. So based on the adjustments on the market, but everybody, if they accepted, if the contract went successful, then all the money goes to the flexibility prosumer. If not, all the money goes to the network operator. And I think the key takeaway of this conversation is that blockchain and decentralized solutions are a beautiful family of technologies. And we need to try to find solutions or problems in other sectors where DLT or blockchain is a very good candidate. I think, based on my experience with the energy sector, I do really think that we need more energy people, talk to more blockchain people, and try to solve the solution in the energy sector. Thank you. Thank you very much, and I will leave the floor for questions. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for your presentation. What role do microgrids have in the energy transition, and is there any way to repurpose pyramids in order to help us reach the carbon goals?
Thank you. That is a very interesting question. I think had a chat about microgrids before. So in reality, microgrids are a very complex phenomena. The microgrid is the ability to have basically a grid that's adjacent to your That's right. The agent to your power grid, that's self-sustained, so we call that behind-the-meter power grid. The problem with that is that you mess up the balance of generation and consumption. So generally, microgrids are interesting, maybe a good candidate for peer-to-peer blockchain-based solutions, but we definitely need more work into that space to validate that.
Thanks for the talk. Can you comment, please, on one blockchain which is already running on Cosmos called Chain for Energy? Because I think they actually strive to deliver the very similar thing that you just described.
So yes, so I just heard of them actually 2 days ago. I already set it up in the process of setting up a few conversations with them. But yes, so they are definitely there. And then if you look back to, I think it was 2018, it was a big push of blockchain work in the energy sector. I think overall, based on my research, maybe to identify around 190 companies that they were doing work in the energy sector. But maybe back in those days, the blockchain sector was a bit too initial than how it is today. So we definitely need more projects on the same level of maturity. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for the talk. I think we all know the energy sector is a very heavily regulated sector. And the way that it is now, or what we've seen with blockchain adoption, is that there has been a lot of POCs, but these have all been within individual companies, basically. And I think the conclusion of these POCs is, well, we can basically do this in a centralized system as well. And so adopting blockchain technology would require a lot of these existing companies to give up a lot of the power and control that they currently have over the grid. And so how could that work? How could you get these companies to actually do that?
Thank you. That's an amazing question, and that's something that definitely keeps me up at night. So absolutely. So in terms of the big power companies in the energy sector, they do like centralized solution. They like centralized solution because we tested them and they work and they have a lot of control over their system. So the driving factor to move from centralized to decentralized, that's much more transparent, much more fair, reliable, cyber secure, it's the government, because the government dictates the legislation, and the government legislation dictates the future trends and the future strategies that all those power companies are adopting. So we need to make the government understand that this is the way to go. If you have this system that's transparent, you can look at the system, you can look at all the transactions that are happening. It's much easier for you to check it and some other solutions. But in reality, I do think that the drive should start from the government down to the legislation bodies and then down to the energy sector. Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. Just a question. You say that Zeta Kappa proof may help smart meter to be not attacked by cyber attack. I would ask to know which kind of cyber attack do you think that smart meters of prosumer may be involved in, and how does Zeta Kappa proof really solve this problem?
Absolutely. So I am not the person who worked on the development of the ZKP, but I can definitely put you in contact with him. As far as I understand it, the problem is not necessarily with the cybersecurity problem is not necessarily associated with the smart meter. It's associated with the fact that you are sending your energy, everybody's sending the energy profile to a centralized solution. And I think it's more about the risk of someone breaking into the centralized solution and stealing your energy data. As if I was having access to your energy data, I can tell you a lot about the patterns of your life. When you are at work, when you're holiday, when you're sleeping. And you really, I think that's too much of a high risk I think the risk is big enough that it's worth to try to make a change. And this is why we thought about introducing zero knowledge proofs.
Hi, I missed the beginning, but I used to listen to this Tyler guy on YouTube, and he was always talking about energy web. Is this anything similar or not?
I don't think that I know the guy. Who was it again?
It was a token, energy web. and they were doing, it sounded like they were doing a similar kind of thing.
Oh, no. I'm not very up to date with that one. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
My question is not very technical, but I'm just curious about your personal opinion. You mentioned that like to have all this possible, you need more conversation between the blockchain people and the energy people. So from your opinion, which country or which region of the people, of the government or of the country that you think have greatest potential to push this forward? Or like what kind of factor that needed to push all this forward, to push the energy sector more decentralized and more like blockchain integrated?
So I think there are two things here. So I think generally the opinion of the government over digitalization and decentralization is that very important. So for that, again, I will quote Estonia, because that's what everybody does. They're very open-minded there. That's the first thing. You need that kind of mentality in the government that we want to digitalize and we want to use those technologies because they are useful. Secondly, when it comes to how can you actually display the information to them, I think we just need more projects. We need more research. We need more startups, and we just literally need more POCs that use blockchain technologies or other innovative technologies to address problems in the energy sector. And because we are all reaching towards net zero, I think everybody must make a minimum personal contribution. So at least we need to keep informed over it.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you.
That is all the questions and no more questions online. Thank you very much for the interesting talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Thank you.
Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for all the riveting questions. I really particularly like the fact that you mentioned that you have a non-technical question, because we're not all technologists. Everyone comes from a different background, and this is a very interdisciplinary congress, so I'm very excited about the richness of information and the richness of disciplines that are being manifested here. Next, we have the live stream interview with Amir Taki, who's a British-Iranian anarchist revolutionary, hacktivist, and programmer, who's also known for his leading role in the Bitcoin project and for pioneering many open source projects. And of course, he's Forbes 30 under 30. So if you need any more social capital, you can't get it. Here we go, Amir with his live stream interview from the rooftop. Thank you.
I have some notes.
I've got Amir Taki here. I'm going to let you briefly introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks. I was one of the first 5 Bitcoin developers, made the first UK Bitcoin exchange, worked a lot on privacy and L1 stuff in Bitcoin for many years. I've had a focus on cryptography and anonymous development, basically.
Thank you for that. So you've sort of been around from the very beginning of a lot of this stuff. What are you finding most compelling right now?
So cryptocurrency is literally the birth of a parallel agorist economic network. Agorism is the idea that we can use markets to expand the space of freedom. And cryptography, if you go on Wikipedia and you search hard power, it defines it as military and economic power, but we think there's like a third category, which is cryptography. So you can actually use cryptography to expand this kind of, what Satoshi said was win a new front in the struggle for freedom. And cryptocurrency, it renders the business model of nation states obsolete. It's literally an asset that is immune to seizure. It's highly liquid, and also allows us to construct economic systems, banking networks. If you look at history, the birth of economy in ancient Mesopotamia was these large banking networks which allowed people to trade together. So that's something that's typically only nation states can operate in that arena, but now there's a new class of people which is using technology to be able to build their own networks, which allow them to become economically powerful. So the thing is, in 2012, a lot of us thought that this was an inevitability, the Agorist parallel economic system. In fact, where we are now is the Institute of Crypto Anarchy, which was founded by a lot of those people from 2012. You know, we were hanging out together, and somehow we still have not fulfilled that destiny. Somehow it feels like we're on the precipice of some grander space that's opening up, but we haven't managed to break through yet. So the biggest question that's hovering over crypto space is, okay, can we reband together, harmonize, formulate a strategy, and mobilize with force to kind of take that, to make history, essentially.
So yeah, it does kind of seem like we're just continually almost about to do it, doesn't it? So I'm wondering if you have sort of like insights or theories about like what is the thing that's needed in order for people to coalesce, or like what is the driving force, what is the factor that would bring people together, or like what's missing, why haven't we yet?
Yeah, so there's a thing in the West, like when people make startups, you know, and they go, okay, here's a CEO and here are the workers, and we get some devs and we start going, and you know, we have this. But the thing that really separates some like major scientific technological invention or some new technology that's created is usually there is a vision behind it. And the reason there's a vision behind it is there is a creator or a bunch of creators which embody some kind of moral or philosophy. And if you look at all the early computer scientists which invented personal computers, the internet, the foundational technologies of that time, they were learned men, like educated people, philosophers. They weren't just technical people. And it kind of feels like inside of cryptocurrency, the effects of what we're suffering from is that we haven't really nurtured that kind of community. Our strength comes from our intellectual fabric. So it's like, can we take people and turn them into future, what I call like hacker revolutionaries, like potential leaders, you know, people that they know about, because right now we're just repeating a lot of the same mistakes that have happened many times before in history of technology. So we're not learning from that came before us, but there's a lot of interesting lessons that we can learn, that we can use to strategically inform how we move as a community together.
Thank you. I really wish I had time to ask more questions about that, but I think we're out of time. Also, we're getting rained on, so thank you so much. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we actually haven't agreed with Amir to have this beautiful transition into the next talk, but it somehow happened organically. That's the beauty of chaos. When he mentioned about history, about philosophy, about making sure that we have these interdisciplinary connections, this is exactly what we're talking about in the next talk as well, partly. It is called Forgetting History. It's by a light client, and when we're discussing in the backstage about like what that actually means, and of course, as a historian, I got really excited and I thought, well, the beauty of history is that we don't forget it, that we don't repeat the same mistakes. Basically what he told me is like, well, yeah, but we're not erasing it, we're just making it better optimized. Like we're making sure the archives are actually, metaphorically speaking, in a much more optimized system than they were before. And remember that we had the panel with Vitalik before, and Brewster is kind of digitalizing a lot of these information for the Internet Archive. It's 99 plus petabytes. So we're dealing with a massive database that humanity has amassed of all the mistakes, activities, and all the things that we've done in the past. So how do we make sure that we don't forget the history, but just maintain it, and also don't clog your computer? Ladies and gentlemen, if I can introduce Light Client onto the stage, please come and join me. Thank you so much. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Before I get started, could I just get a quick show of hands how many people are running a full node? Okay, yeah, we're doing pretty good actually, surprisingly enough. I think that the crowd here might be more tending towards running full nodes. I think the general maybe users of Ethereum probably less so. So you guys who are running full nodes probably don't need too much of an introduction of why we need to think about forgetting history. But for those of you who aren't running full nodes on a day-to-day basis, let me just give you a quick run through about why this is even a topic. So today, if you take a look at what your chain database on your computer looks like for Go Ethereum, we're looking at about 761 gigabytes. This is on a freshly synced node from earlier this week, and if you run this on maybe your node at home today that's been running for a little while, it might be a little bit larger. Post-merge, we actually have to run 2 clients now. So not only do you have to store all of the information for your execution client, you need to store all of the information for your consensus client. And that adds up to another 80 to 100 gigabytes. So in total, just to run an Ethereum node today, you need to be keeping track of 800 gigabytes to a terabyte of data. And this is kind of representative of how many nodes that we end up having on the actual network. And so all of you that raised your hand, you kind of make up this amount, the 8,600, which is kind of an order of magnitude. I think I saw Leo's talk earlier from Codex, and he was saying that with their analysis, they've seen about 12,000 nodes in the network. So we're looking at around 10,000 people who are running Ethereum full nodes. And we would like that number to be so much bigger because the number of people who are interacting with Ethereum is in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions by now. And we would love for all of them to be able to run a full node and have this trust guarantee conferred upon them. And we generally have this hypothesis that the hardware as we were able to bring the hardware requirements down, we're able to increase the node count. And so that's kind of like why we're talking about how to remove the history from a client. We want to take the hardware requirements down from maybe 1 or 2 terabyte solid state hard drive to one day, maybe just your mobile phone to be a full node on the Ethereum network. And so that's where we get this question that was raised a few years ago. Like, maybe we don't have to have every single person store all of this information. Maybe we can have different mechanisms for storing the information and just have some of the, have the users who are running full nodes validate blocks that are coming in. And that's represented in the Ethereum roadmap. So this is a diagram that Vitalik posted in December, I think, of last year, which was an updated one of some roadmap diagrams he's made in the past. And you can see now that actually 2 of the sections in the roadmap diagram are looking at how do we improve this situation with the unbounded growth of the Ethereum node. And you can see in this first one, the verge, the goal of this was talked about a lot in Guillaume's talk earlier today on Verkle trees, but we want to make it as simple and easy as possible to validate incoming blocks for the Ethereum network. And there's a lot of different mechanisms to do it. One of these things is Verkle trees is a very important part. And hopefully one day we can just have a single snark that you receive over the internet, run some mathematical computation on it, and then accept the latest block, that latest block as the latest block of the Ethereum blockchain without having to store hundreds of gigabytes and a huge state and do a lot of expensive computation. This talk is more focused on the purge, which is the aspect of looking at how can we reduce and remove the technical debt that exists in clients, and how can we try and bound how much data a client consumes on your local machine. And so I've circled this area, EIP, which is around EIP 4.4s. And this is kind of this original proposal about how do we actually go about deleting the history that exists in Ethereum. So this is like the motivation statement. Then we need to think about like, okay, how do we actually go about doing this? And to do that, we need to change our mindset about Ethereum. And I really like this analogy that I don't know if it was Vitalik or if Dankrad was the one who kind of initially came up with this, but we need to think about Ethereum more as a bulletin board rather than some sort of long-term storage mechanism. And the idea is that instead of relying on this for storage, we think about it as I publicly post some sort of announcement to this board, and I can have a very high guarantee that everybody who cares about Ethereum or cares about these announcements was able to see that announcement, and that's the only guarantee that you get. And you can see this represented in some of the new proposals that are happening on Ethereum, things like EIP 4844. If you look at what the retention policy is for blobs on 4844, they're actually specified to just expire after about 3 months. So this is kind of where Ethereum is going. We're trying to think more about being this bulletin board where you can post announcements, you can post updates to your rollups, and everybody can see them, but we won't make the guarantee that you'll always just be able to download that information from the Ethereum network. And so this kind of means that full validation starts to go away a little bit. And this talk isn't going to be super focused on full validation. It's an important part, but because we moved to proof of stake last year, we've sort of given up a little bit on full validation in the first place because we have this new concept of weak subjectivity. And I implore you to go read about weak subjectivity if you're not super familiar. But basically, you need to come up with some recent checkpoint, some recent trusted checkpoint, kind of like a genesis in maybe the past 3 months or so to trust as the root of your chain. And so this makes it so that, okay, you can audit that full chain if you want to, and this is an important thing we always want to maintain. But it's a lot less important and useful. And the reality is that most people don't want to spend 1.5 weeks fully syncing their node to audit all of these chains. The majority way that people come onto the network is to simply checkpoint sync their consensus client and then snap sync their execution client to the latest state that exists. And finally, we need to bound the growth. This is an important goal, as you saw on the roadmaps, of generally all of the things that can grow linearly in Ethereum, we want to bound so that whenever you start your Ethereum client, you have a really good idea about how much computation resources it's going to take, both for bandwidth, in terms of network, and in terms of your disk size. So this is the way that we want to think about it going forward. So before I talk about exactly the proposal for 4.4s and how we want to think about removing history, I want to make sure that we're on the same page about exactly what I talk about when I'm saying history. Because I know that when I talk about this to people, even though it seems like we're on the same page, we end up kind of missing exactly what I mean by history and exactly how that compares to things like state. So the pieces of the history that I mean when I say we want to delete this stuff are specifically the consensus objects, things like headers, transactions, receipts, and omers. These are the actual objects that are committed to within the Ethereum protocol, and these are the things that we're trying to delete. What we're not trying to remove in this proposal are things related to the state. And in the state, you have your accounts that stores your balance and your nonce. And you have your storage, which stores all of the information related to your smart contracts. And then you have your smart contracts. And so these things, part of the state, these are not part of the set of things we're looking to delete in this proposal. And then one kind of overlooked aspect of the disk usage of your client is also the indexes. And in Go Ethereum, we have this index which stores the transaction hash to the block number. And this sounds like a relatively lightweight thing. But in Ethereum, whenever you have hundreds of millions of transactions, this 40-byte value ends up adding up relatively quickly. And so today we've sort of created a bound where we by default only store the information of that transaction hash to block for the last around 1 year. And so that's kind of bounded it to around 25 to 30 gigabytes. And we can see that if we actually look directly into this output, this is an output of a geth subcommand called geth db-inspect. So if you're ever curious about what is the actual underlying data that's in your database, like why is it so big, you can run this command and it takes 25, 30 minutes depending on your hard drive, and it will actually spit out exactly how much data every aspect is using. So we can look at this for history. History I've highlighted as green. This is exactly what we said, headers and bodies and receipts. And that in total is almost 500 gigabytes of data that's just storing historical aspects of Ethereum. Then we have state. State takes up around 243 gigabytes. That's your contract code, your account storage, and your contract storage. And also the trinode. So we're storing this Merkle tree, and we not only have to keep track of the values, the leaves of the Merkle tree, but we need to keep track of the intermediary nodes. That is another, it's hard to see here, 160 gigabytes or so. And then we have our indexes. And so, like I said, this index for the transaction hash to block number, this is around 25, 28 gigabytes. And that one we are currently pruning, and so it's bound around 30 gigabytes. It's not going to increase. And we would like to be able to do that for history as well. We would like to be able to say that whenever you start Go Ethereum, the history for Go Ethereum is only going to sit around 100 gigabytes or 50 gigabytes or something like this. So this is what our goal is. By the way, the time says 5 minutes. Like, do I only have 5 minutes, or is it off? Okay. So for the state is something we can't delete right now. We have proposals of improving the situation, but today, like the state, you have to have this to validate the block. We can't delete it. This is extremely important, and so there's nothing that can be done. Hopefully one day we can have Verkle trees to make it so that you can easily execute statelessly, but today, like, you have to have the state. History, we want to delete it. That's the goal. Unfortunately, we have this prerequisite, and we want to have a robust way of retrieving that history forever. And this is because we made this commitment early on for Ethereum that you would always be able to retrieve the history from your peers, the peer network of the Ethereum nodes. And to kind of walk back that commitment, this is not something that we take lightly. And so we're thinking really deeply about how can we move Ethereum forward and create these new guarantees that we want, where we are actually able to bound the amount of state without totally giving up on this commitment that we made, that the history is going to be retrievable. And we thought a bit about this, and so we have a few solutions. One, HTTP providers. This is extremely centralized, the simplest solution, but if you spread it out across many different providers, you start to have some resilience against people going offline or people trying to withhold data. So in the future, hopefully, that people like Infura and Etherscan and universities and maybe the Internet Archive, they all are able to serve this historical Ethereum information whenever you desire it. We also want to use BitTorrent. BitTorrent is perfectly suited for sharing information this way, in this peer-to-peer fashion. And so it's a good complement for having these HTTP providers that are known and centralized entities, and then having a permissionless system where anybody who wants the data can go get it and share it in this peer-to-peer fashion. And then the Portal Network. And the Portal Network is a really exciting way of accessing historical information if you want to access it in a light manner. If you're a single user and you don't want to spend a lot of computational resources to participate, you can easily get a transaction or a historical block. But if you want to access like large batches of data, the Portal Network is not the best solution. You would want to directly download it via BitTorrent or HTTP or something else like that. Okay, that's how we hope to provide the data. Then the question is exactly like, how will this data look? And so this is this data format that I've been working on a fair bit, and I've also been working on it with Jacek from the Nimbus consensus layer team. And we've kind of come up with these two formats, one for the data that exists in Ethereum before the merge, and one for the data in Ethereum that exists after the merge. And the question is kind of like, why separate these two things? And the main reason is that post-merge, you can kind of think about the consensus layer consuming the execution layer. And so it would be difficult to describe all of the information in the execution layer after the merge, because it already exists within the consensus layer itself. Because in a consensus layer block, in the beacon block, there's now the execution payload. So that actually includes everything that we need to both have the historical information for the consensus layer, the beacon chain, and the historical information for the execution layer. Also, post-merge, the consensus layer has a really neat value in the beacon state called the historical roots. And the historical roots is a list of hashes, and each of those hashes represent 8,192 beacon blocks. And every time you reach that threshold of you've gone through 8,192 beacon blocks, then you create a historical batch, and you Merkleize that, and then you put it into the historical roots list. And the nice thing is that the era format follows along very closely with that. There are 8,192 blocks in this era format, and given an era file and some beacon state that happens after the era file that you trust, you can actually verify the integrity of that era file. So all of these things fit very nicely within the beacon chain and the way that the data is laid out in the consensus layer. So pre-merge, we tried to follow along as closely as we could. So we've got this era 1 format, and it looks something like this. And this Era 1 format, instead of having the historical roots that's dynamic and constantly growing, we have a static commitment. And the reason is that we're post-merge. There's not going to be any more proof of work blocks that we care about. And so we can actually say these are all of the blocks that ever are going to exist before, that are ever going to exist in the pre-merge world. And so we can actually say one commitment to match to all of those. And it gives us this nice property that we didn't have pre-merge. Before, if you wanted to prove something about a pre-merge block, you would actually have to create a linear proof via the parent hash. So you would have some trusted block where you would say, this block right here is, maybe I got from the block hash opcode, and so I trust its value. I want to prove something about a block 10,000 blocks ago. You would have to provide 10,000 headers to recursively prove via the parent hash. Now with the Era 1 format and this like static commitment, the static commitment is just a Merkle root over a list of blocks, and you can create a logarithmic sized proof into that to prove that some block was, existed in the history from that static commitment. So these are the two data formats that we've been working on. And now you're kind of like, okay, when can I delete this historical data in my node? My 1 terabyte hard drive is running short on memory, and any day now I'm going to get kicked off the network because I cannot continue validating Ethereum. And so the progression so far has been 2021, we had EIP 4.4s initially proposed, and 2022, we had Jacek working with the Nimbus team on the initial Era format. Now in 2023, we've kind of come with this Era 1 format, and together with both the Era and the Era 1 format, we finally have a full kind of specification of all of the information that could exist in Ethereum, and we're trying now to think how can we prove out these retrieval mechanisms that we talked about. And so that's kind of the work that's going on now, is we want to make it so that we're confident that the information is accessible by these retrieval mechanisms that we've proposed. And so hopefully 2024, we can finally start experimenting with pruning. And maybe the first thing that we do is just prune the data that exists pre-merge. And so that would be a good first step where we get to alleviate 300, 350 gigabytes of data that already exists in clients. So I would upgrade to a 2 terabyte hard drive. We're not going to fit it within 1 terabyte right now, but it's something that's actively being worked on. That's it for my slides. I want to say thanks a lot for the organizers of ETHPrague. It's been a fantastic event so far, and I'm so excited to be a part of it and get to speak to you today. If you want to keep following along with the work on 4.4s, you can just take a look at the discussion link. If you go to the EIP's website and go to 4.4s, you can read the Ethereum Magicians discussion link. That's kind of like where the latest information is being posted. If you want to follow along what's happening on Ethereum in general, not just 4.4s, then you can follow the Ethereum PM repo. They post notes after the all-core devs call and the consensus layer call. So it's a good way to quickly see what's being proposed for Ethereum and what kind of decisions are being made in terms of actually changing the core protocol. And then if you're interested in actually getting involved, you can join the ETHRD Discord. We talk about this stuff in the history expiry channel. And if this talk was interesting to you and you're interested in core development in general, I would take a look at the Ethereum Protocol Fellowship. Applications are due June 19th. You can find this if you go to blog.ethereum.org or if you just Google Ethereum Protocol Fellowship. It's run by Mario Havel. I think he maybe gave a talk yesterday about it. It's a fantastic program. We have lots of core devs who are mentors in it, and we're seeing a lot of people who are coming through it, like actually making it into the core development space. Yep, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, Klein, for the insightful talk. We're slightly tight of time, so apologies to the audience. No room for question, but feel free to connect with speaker off the stage. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Light Client about forgetting but also maintaining history. And we're moving swiftly onwards onto a live stream again from the roof of La Fabrica, this time with Christoph Jentsch, who's originally a theoretical physicist. So again, the beauty of the disciplines coming together at ETHPrague. So please enjoy, and then I'll be back with some more information. See you soon.
And we're back with Christoph Jentsch. I'm going to give you a second to introduce yourself.
Well, Christoph Jensch. I worked at Ethereum Foundation 2014, then did Slockit, the DAO, and now doing Tokenize It. Short version.
Sure. Do you want to tell us a little bit about Tokenize It?
Sure. So Tokenize It, it kind of links to the DAO. It's about tokenization of organizations, but this particular organization is GmbH, so in Germany. So we have created a legal model where you can tokenize your GmbH in Germany. And so the tokens give you the same economic rights as a shareholder, but they are technically tradable on Uniswap, and you can use them within DeFi. And this was a lot of legal work which got us there, and we just launched actually this week, so people can now start using it.
Congratulations. So that's obviously a pretty different structure from the DAO, but there's some sort of through lines there. So are there any particular lessons that you learned from the DAO or any of your previous work in crypto that you feel like you're really putting into practice now?
Well, if you say the DAO was basically actually a very extreme experiment, if you want. It was very early. We basically had it completely permissionless. Everybody could go in, and a lot of people did. And it was one of the very first ERC20 tokens. So I remember back then we have to talk to the exchanges, how to integrate it, because they had no idea. So we learned a lot from this. But then also DAOs, I think, are not very suited for product development, for Silicon Valley startup-like product development. They are more suited for maintenance of protocols or public goods or community governance. That's what DAOs are really good for. But if you say you're a founder, you have your startup, you want to build a product, you maybe doing some pivots and so on, so you don't need this heavy governance of a DAO. And then you may just create an LLC in the US or a GmbH in Germany, but you still want to tokenize from day one. And this token can become a DAO in the end. But I think the DAO is more like the end stage, not the first stage. So we want to basically build a bridge. And of course, this gives you limited liability, something which is also nice sometimes.
Sure. So essentially, it seems like you're saying that this different structure allows you to sort of start with something that's more centralized, that's maybe more nimble, able to make decisions faster, more effectively. Does that?
Yes. So most startups start as an LLC or a GmbH or something similar, depending on where you are, which is also not a bad idea. You can just, and only if this takes off and becomes successful, then you can think about a more decentralized governance. And so this is what this would allow, because you start with a token from day one. Like your founder can get tokens, your business angels, families and friends. You can incentivize employees with tokens. Same as we would do with classical Web3 projects, which only have a token without any legal umbrella. But this gives you this legal umbrella with limited liability and all the things which comes with it.
So, okay, we have just a little bit of time left. If we can rewind all the way back, I'm curious what kind of drew you to this ecosystem or this technology at the very beginning, back in 2014.
So in 2014, I read a blog post from Gavin Wood about, actually this was called Web3, and he defined it as the post-Snowden era, how we own our data, we have privacy, and we would build a platform for decentralized applications. And this just drew me. I was back then, I was a Bitcoiner, in 2013, I was in Bitcoin, and this was the idea of having the same spirit as in Bitcoin, but now for everything else, be it companies, be it finance, whatever. And this just really drew my attention, and since then I just did nothing else, basically. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I think we're coming up on time, but you have a talk coming up in, is it?
4:50
at
Studio 1.
4:50, so if you want to hear more, Studio 1 at 4:50. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And there is indeed a talk happening here at 4:50 on the tokenization of companies, but we're not quite there yet because we have a very, very exciting bit of program ahead of us. Namely, is the fireside chat, and there's some big words in this title: freedom, progress, and prosperity. So make of that what you will, and I will invite the moderator, who's going to be Frank Chaparro, and editor-at-large at The Block, with Alex Glukowski. So please enjoy. I will have someone else talking at large instead of me, which is always a good thing. And I welcome you, gentlemen, to take over the stage and have a fantastic next few minutes, please.
The longer I stay in Prague, the larger I'm getting, Such good food. Well, Alex, thanks so much for taking the time. Very excited for our chat. I think one interesting place to begin, because I think most of the folks in the audience have an understanding of what Matter Labs does and the role and importance of ZK in this industry and this ecosystem. Maybe walk us through the origin story and the core values that sort of underpin a firm that's based and rooted in technology, but maybe don't have anything to do with technology. I'm thinking freedom in particular.
Of course. So the origin of Matter Labs, because with my personal story, I was born in Ukraine, I grew up there. I moved to Germany when I was 12 or 20 or something. In Ukraine, I grew up in the period right after the collapse of Soviet Union, and I experienced firsthand the transformation of society in the lack of institutions and authorities. Well, like they kind of still have power, but they're not performing the functions anymore, and they prevent people from actually being able to perform the functions. So the crime is rampant. I had hyperinflation for 2 years. Like I still remember it. I was a small kid, and then I moved to Germany, and I experienced a very different society, and also people, immigrants from Ukraine, from Russia, from Eastern Europe, doing much better once the rules of the game are changed and something is different, and like the very same people do much better. And I get very curious, like what is that? And like I started learning more and more about how society is organized. I was started as a programmer. I always was passionate about programming. I was like part of Ukrainian national team at IOI, International Olympiad Informatics. I really like the solving complex problems. Then I became a team lead. Then I grew to a CTO. I was CTO in a couple of companies, and I could see how the way you organize cooperation affects the productivity and the overall results. And the more I learned about the way you organize things, like on the local level at a team, on the global level at a nation or bigger than nation, the more I grew to appreciate the idea of freedom, like as this fundamental key that enables you, like everyone in society as a whole, to really get the maximum out of your potential. Because freedom leads to a lot more motivation. Like compared, like you have two different organizations. One is prescribed, like every single thing, like you're micromanaged, you're told what to do with every, like think North Korea, where people are like literally just being told every day what to do, where to move, like everything is completely organized. How big is motivation there? Versus like a more free country, but like where you work in a big corporation, where everything is kind of, your impact is minimal, and you have a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of rules, versus a small startup where everyone, like things are totally chaotic, but like you feel a lot of responsibility and you have a freedom because no one else like has time to manage you. Everyone is busy with their own things, right? The motivation, the outcomes, the learning curve is going to be tremendously different. And this works at a national or societal level either, the same way. And like we're here at Parallelny Polis, the Institute of Crypto-Anarchy, which is deeply inspired by the works of Austrian economists, by the like this libertarian classical liberalism school of thought, which is a heterodox school of thought, which is like it's going in the opposite direction of what the mainstream economics and political science is doing, for a reason, because the mainstream school is heavily influenced by the state and state sponsored, and obviously certain ideas have more right to thrive there than in this free part of like academia and intellectual world. It works the same way. So like when I started reading the libertarian and Austrian economist authors, my world perception just like changed from like it just went upside down. I was like, what? Like this is really how like it gives you a very interesting perspective on how the entire society is organized from a point of view of a single individual. Like you have these choices, A and B. What you gonna choose? Like in choice A, let's say, I don't know, you have to work very hard and you're gonna get like a minimum wage. In choice B, you just do nothing, you go and get a subsidy from the state. Like what is like, like no hard work, you just sit home, watch TV, and you get paid like 1,000 euros in Germany or France or whatever. Like what's going to be the, like, it's very obvious to you then what choices are going to be taken. Or like if you introduce rent controls, is it going to make the situation with apartment search like better or worse? You know, and the story goes on and on. Like we don't have time now to dive into that, but like I got deeply impressed and I became a fan of Austrian economics yet before Bitcoin. And then Bitcoin appeared, and I thought like, wow, this is a really interesting experiment. This is probably going to be a toy, it will always remain a toy. But it like if we could only somehow bind it to gold, maybe like this thing could work. But of course we had Liberty Reserve and e-gold just before Bitcoin. They collapsed. This is why Bitcoin was born. Because like you could not do it with centralized means. Like you needed something that is much more resilient. And this brings us to a very interesting place where we are today. The struggle for freedom is what we've seen throughout the entire history of civilization. Like whenever you had more freedom in a given space and time in history, we had a lot more creativity, innovation, motivation, and this led to prosperity. Think of Greek city-states, for example. Like they had, like it was a cluttered land with a lot of different policies, a lot of different political systems. They were competing, a lot of different things, and like you have this growth of science and culture and all the great philosophy from the time. And then at some point, Roman Empire takes over, makes a monolithic culture, monolithic state control being imposed on all these places, kill the Archimedes, and basically the progress comes to a halt for a couple of centuries. Then they fall, then there is a period of what's called Dark Ages, which was actually not that dark, but you kind of like, we don't know much about the certain periods, but then the Enlightenment comes, and you have again like the certain constellation of political actors, and changes in technology, changes in the like offensive versus defensive types of technologies, leads to a situation where the freedom flourishes once again. You have a lot of small states, you have the very strong church in the Western world, like, you know, like the papal state versus local small governance. No one has absolute power. The power balance is very subtle. And you have a thriving merchant culture, you have thriving, again, science, everything is on the rise. And then it transitions into the modernity with like the Industrial Revolution, and then it goes really parabolic. And now we experience that with the appearance of internet and mobile internet and blockchains and future AI and whatnot. So like whenever we have more freedom, it always leads to more creativity, and that leads to more prosperity. And
so what will a more scalable Ethereum mean for civilization in terms of freedom, in terms of cultural and technological innovation? What do you anticipate?
So the role of Ethereum, like let's start back with where we left it with Bitcoin. The greatest innovation of Bitcoin is giving an individual technology that gives you the power to withstand attacks from the most powerful actors in this world, from like super nation states. You know, if you have your Bitcoin key or Ethereum private key for that matter, all the supercomputers in the world cannot break it for you. So you have, it's yours truly. It's not that easy to attack you. The marginal cost of oppression is very, very high. It's like attacking one individual costs as much as attacking the entire, you know, like you can't go after one individual. You have to go through some different, you know, like you kind of have to get a consent from the entire society to try to oppress this one person. And this is what, like, Ethereum obviously extended the Bitcoin's resilience with a lot more flexibility in terms of programmability, and it brings us to this new paradigm called Web3, which is essentially the next generation of the internet, where like internet just gets supercharged with money and everything that touches value. And I believe that what we will see over the next couple of years is basically Web3 just takes over, and everything like whatever internet has done to information, Web3 will do to the world of value. And everything that touches value will go on-chain, like from payments to exchange to trades to like all the even smaller things like tickets and like everything, property titles.
So before we get to that future, in the current environment, it's hyper-competitive, right? If you look at the landscape of scaling, right, you have ZK Sync, Polygon, Scroll. How do you sort of see each of these groups approaching the problem? And what are you guys doing differently? And is it zero-sum?
I think that what's happening is a lot of experimentation. We have different approaches. Like we started, we were the first ZK rollup actually working on Ethereum. We got initially a grant from the Ethereum Foundation, so we're really grateful for that. We had some freedom to experiment and try things out. And we launched the very first ZK VM live on Ethereum mainnet. The only other ZK VM live is Polygons, and we have Starkware as a generic purpose programming ZK rollup, and that's basically the landscape today. What is live, and there are a couple of more projects in the works. The differences between the live ones are we are focusing a lot on the future compatibility. So like we're thinking about the ideal future world to which the final destination where we want to arrive at, and then we reverse engineer from there. What do we need to build for the architecture? Giving the restrictions, giving the prerequisites that we want to achieve there, namely, like we want to scale Ethereum fully preserving this original core values of freedom, resilience, trustlessness, inclusivity through full permissionlessness that are there. So like it's paramount for us to keep all of that, just at fully limitless scale. Like where in the internet you don't have any inherent limits. There is no some magic number of like 1 million servers and you cannot exceed that, or like 1 million transactions, or like 1 billion requests per second, right? You can always just add more servers, more networks, and extend it in an arbitrary way. So like this is what we're doing. Like we're looking at that and we're saying, okay, what do we need to get there? So we realized, for example, that, and Starkware made the same choice, by the way, that you have to start with focusing on native zero-knowledge proofs first. Whereas most other projects that are working on ZK VM start with EVM compatibility to the highest degree first. We will eventually converge, but the priorities are important. So we start with something like, how do we build something that is going to be like, what is the world going to look like once ZK takes over? And the fact that ZK will take over is, I think, is broadly accepted. But like, if it's not obvious, like that's the only technology that gives us the ability to build this infinite, like limitless internet of scale, or internet of value. Nothing else works. Like all the bridges that we have today are having very, very fundamental inherent problems.
They're very scary.
They are, well, you have a lot of exploits precisely for these fundamental problems. Like you require a very high degree of trust. You have to introduce a lot of trust assumptions in those networks. And those trust assumptions can be abused. And this is what we see. Like most of the hacks are not on the smart contract level.
Yeah.
They are through like the malicious sector, or like the servers are compromised, or like things like this. So let's just take it for granted. Like ZK is the only way for us to build this fully trustless infinite bridges. If that's the case, and we want to bring everything, like the entire world of value to Ethereum using ZK, you have to start with something that gives you the absolute maximum efficiency. Like you don't build a new MacBook with the thought like, oh, I want to be running the old like programs that are like 10 years old in exact compatibility mode. No, you start with like a brand new chip like M1, M2, and then you tell everyone you have to recompile your programs for this new chip because that's going to give you the maximum efficiency. Now, after you have that, you can build an emulator which will run in simulation mode the older programs in compatibility mode, where like things will still work. You will have some trade-offs on efficiency, but like they will be like still functioning, like whatever is missing. Other projects, like except for Starkwa is also doing this. They just not using EVM. You can't really easily compile Solidity and run it to Starkwa. You have to rewrite everything in a new language, which I think is a very high barrier entry for a lot of, like, you have to rebuild the entire ecosystem from scratch. So we thought like this is unacceptable for us. We need to stay in the open paradigm, in the open standards of Ethereum. But everyone else is trying to build the EVM equivalents first. We're like, let's just like get something to work exactly the way Ethereum works. That's going to give you a lot of performance penalty, and eventually it will be very hard to go from EVM equivalents to this maximum. You can do the other way around. You cannot first build in like computer that simulates like an old architecture and then say let's supercharge it with like highly performant applications, if that makes sense.
So, but you still have to go through the process of decentralization. What do you think are the biggest hurdles to properly decentralizing rollups? Are the HW requirements already still too high, or is it an acceptable threshold? And what might be some of the challenges with effective, orderly governance?
So let's start with technical challenges, then talk about the governance. On the technical side, the big hurdle was the proof generation, like the requirements to run the prover was relatively high. It's now going down to consumer GPUs. Like all of the proofs, like we now have technology, we have something that will run just on consumer GPUs, and we basically can leverage all the existing mining farms for people who were previously around, like mining things on GPUs. They will all switch over to generate the proofs for like snarks for ZK-based chains. So that is solved. Like there will be marketplaces for this, but like fundamentally, there will like the memory requirements, the GPU requirements are now like falling down to very low. With recursion, because we can generate smaller circuits, like we can prove smaller circuits and they recursively aggregate basically any number of them in a single snark, which then finalizes the block on Ethereum. That is not a problem. A bigger problem would be data availability. In that, like, you can only build something limitless in this network if you extend the ZK rollup data availability paradigm with something external that works off-chain, and then there is a challenge, like how do you, like you degrade the security somewhat.
Yeah.
Right.
You open up an attack vector there.
There are, so this is an ongoing research area of what's the best way to do it in the most decentralized way. How do we build something that does not rely on an enormous majority? So this is like I can't yet talk deeply about the outcomes of this research. It's ongoing, but like we will have something that is more or less comparable. Like it's not 100% of security from Ethereum, but like maybe 99, 98%. And that's going to be acceptable for a lot of cases. And then like really big transactions, really big amounts of funds, you will have to keep in ZK rollups. And Ethereum itself is moving forward with proto-dunk sharding and then dunk sharding and then like proper sharding, where we'll have, and we just had the previous talk about that, like we'll have a much more scalable bandwidth for ZK rollups. So I expect everyone in the world, and we expect the world population to stabilize around 10 billion people. I think everyone will have a chance to have their own accounts in ZK rollups to have like 100% security from Ethereum for most of their like
What's
portfolio.
the size ceiling?
It's not about the size, it's about the transaction cost. Like the cost of transaction, like, you know, like if you're gonna have, like if 10 billion people have, let's say 10 accounts each, you have 100 billion accounts. If they transact once per month, you can calculate back from there what's the TPS for rollups is gonna be like to support just the basic population needs for just moving funds from your savings account to your current accounts, which is likely gonna be on something like ZK Porter, right? So those are technical challenges which I think they're solvable. Now, on the governance side, there are a lot of experiments with governance going on. Like, we definitely want to move as fast as possible to a system where there is no single honest majority that can dictate anything. Like, for example, upgrading a rollup should not be done by the team, should not be done even by a multi-sig of like the team plus some security committee. Like, it should be done by broad acceptance of the users of a given L2, and whoever is the minority who do not agree with the new upgrade should have a chance to exit in a very cheap, very affordable, and very timely manner to a different L2 that they trust more. This is very fundamental. Now, the challenge here is we can't really do it the same way as on L1 because the L2s are not forkable. If you have native Ether or native other like L1 assets locked in a single L2, like they have to stay there. They have to be governed by the rules of the smart contracts. And like while things like upgrades with time lock are now becoming standard, everyone will embrace them. We have them for ZK Sync Lite for the first version of the protocol, like this basic proof of concept for payments. We will use them for ZK Sync Era, the ZK VM, as soon as we're out of alpha. But that's not enough because time lock upgrades do not protect you from like urgent vulnerabilities in the protocol, which are inevitable in the early phase of development. And we want to be doing like more frequent like rollouts of new features and so on. So like for that part, I think we'll have to stick to Security Council and maybe some other more interesting ideas with like broader Ethereum governance maybe can step in somehow, which Vitalik recently criticized in his blog post about the overloading of social consensus of Ethereum. So this is also a very interesting research area. Not how you govern, like things like protocol treasury, for example, or how you give grants. You can afford to experiment in different ways. You can do liquid democracy. You can empower people to vote. You can have delegates because a lot of people are going to be passive naturally. They will not be actively participating in this voting. But this hard governance of upgrades and like what the security issues, it remains a big challenge of the protocol. So happy to, like, if you guys have ideas, happy to talk after.
As long as there's just clear communication, though, because that's what we've seen historically in this industry is communication hiccups can lead to confusion, which leads to a whole slew of problems and animosity towards the people running the show.
I fully agree. We have to be extremely transparent about the risks, about like, if you're doing the governance in a way that like manages treasury or whatever, you have to be very, very clear, very crisp in communication to avoid misreadings. Like your words will always be taken out of context and will be like abused and so on. So you have to be like always very precise in the way you communicate. But especially what concerns the security, the risks, like the protocol itself. Like when people trust your money, their money with a certain protocol, they have to be really aware of what are the risks. And we're in very early days for all the L2s. Even like optimistic rollups that are older get some vulnerabilities. They get some patches from time to time. Like none of us is free from that, right? So the bugs are always a reality, and we'll have to deal with them.
So I'm curious what maybe keeps you up at night. If I'm thinking about myself, it's one Chair Gensler over at the SEC. Is it the regulatory environment perhaps, or is it something more technical? And in terms of a potential token, does Mr. Gensler's crusade against crypto make that any less likely?
I have to honestly say, like, I have a really good sleep these days. Like,
well, we were just talking backstage. We both slept like 12 hours last night.
Yeah, this is true. So, like, these days, I feel much more confident about both aspects. The technical things, like we have, with regard to security, for example, like this was something that kept me up at night a couple of years ago. I'm feeling much better now because we have security in depth. Like ZK Sync spent more money from what I can gather in public sources. Like we're close to $4 million on audits and public contests in security alone, and we are doing like a multifaceted approach to this. Not just like you don't rely just on audits. You don't rely just on open sourcing and crowdsourced security. You do more things. You think like through scenarios, like what can happen if there is a compromise, like how you can mitigate that, how can you like cover the damages, how can you limit the damages to something that is going to be bearable, and so on. So we have a lot of this in-depth security these days, and we have spoken about that on Twitter and our public communication. That gives me pretty high degree of certainty that we're going to be fine there. On the regulatory side, I think that there are people who are openly anti-crypto in certain countries. There are other countries that are very pro-crypto, very friendly. They're embracing of this new progress leaning ideas, and also within the countries like the US, there is a very strong pro-crypto movement in the government, in the Congress, and in Senate, in the political establishment overall. And we're going to see some battle, but like they cannot go against people. Like I really like the initiative of Coinbase to display in the Coinbase app the stance of your politician in like your phone number of a politician, so you can call them and share your like. This is the beauty of crypto. This is the beauty of tokens.
We have nothing better to do except call our legislators.
Well, like just being there, just showing your like just like aligning incentives of a huge amount of people using this technology, using something like tokens, fungible tokens or NFTs, is massive. This is something we never had in the history before, where we can individually just say like these people have something in common and they are capable of collective action, and they all know that that everyone else is like it's game theoretical. It's like it's in everyone's interest to create pressure on politicians to behave properly and like to push the status quo. You're not isolated anymore. This is what internet has done to information originally. Like before internet, you only had television, radio, newspapers, fairly centralized. The editors, the publishers there had a lot of soft power and hard power. They were
very powerful,
tightly connected to politicians. And now the internet like has disrupted all of that, right? Because now the media is decentralized, and you have a lot of everyone can become their own blogger and influencer. And if you're smart and you have a lot of interesting ideas and you can engage people, you can easily go to like millions of followers, or maybe not easily, but like you have you don't have to ask for permission. It's permissionless. It's meritocracy. It's like your ideas are stronger, so people like you, and your voice is gonna get stronger. You don't have to get the consent from certain political parties, and this changes the dynamics. And with tokens, with the Internet of Value, it changes the dynamics even further. They cannot attack it individually. We had the example of BitTorrent war, where like the publishers of content were like trying to shut it down, and it failed because you can't really oppose the popular movement. If the majority of people don't support an idea, you will look like an oppressor. But with BitTorrent, like the incentives was like lower. Like it's just personal for you. Like either you pay $1 per song or $5 per movie, or you download it and you use it. Here it's a lot more powerful with tokens and the value of these tokens and the price going up and down depending on certain actions. Like people are feeling like very, very engaged in this kind of a lot more motivation, because of the protective properties of cryptography that like keep you there. These powerful guys cannot just go to one organization and say, shut down all of these tokens. You can't write a letter to Bitcoin, you can't write a letter to Ethereum. It's just there. It's the fact that you have to deal with it. This is really cool.
So when token?
This is a good question. I like this question, but I never say like, not gonna answer this question. I always do. And the token is something that has to be organic, like you have to need it.
Yeah, so
because the moment you need it, there will be a token, right? So like for certain things, you do not need a token. To use ZK Sync, you do not need a token. To pay gas, you don't need any specific token. Like we figured that it's the UX is going to be one of the key enablers of mass adoption. So if you have to, like a friend of mine received 1,000 USDC for some job on his in crypto, so he had to create his wallet, he got the money there, then he wanted to send it to his bank account, and he came to me and said like, oh, I can't, like, how do I do it? It says they don't have enough funds to pay fees. How come? I have $1,000 there. And I'm like, well, you need the Ether to pay the gas fees. And you're like, yeah, I already figured that out, so I tried to convert my USDC to Ether, but it told me that to convert I need some Ether in the first place. Where do I get it? Like this is catch-22 type of situation, which is like just ridiculous. It's absurd, right? So in ZK Sync, that would not be a problem because we have native account abstraction for all accounts. Like EAP 457 leads the way on mainnet for smart wallets, but you can't really use it with with EOAs, right? With MetaMask, you can't really use like gasless transactions or like someone else pays fees for you. But like on ZK Sync, you can. So he would be able to just send USDC to any other account, to an exchange, whatever, and pay fees in the sense. Like you don't need the token to use ZK Sync. You don't need the token to to secure the network because it's secured by Ethereum itself, right? But you might need it for certain functions, like to decentralize the network. There is no better way to do it permissionlessly, but to have something to give people like you have to have some stake, which depends on the success of the network. We can't really use Ether to secure the validators to create decentralized sequencer, because if we use Ether, then no matter like you behave properly or you censor people or you do some other nasty things, the price of your collateral is going to remain the same, right? So it has to be correlated. It's like that would be one thing where it's organically needed. There are more things, like to decentralize the governance in general. Same thing. Like your governance decisions have to be tied to this collateral. There has to be established some link. So for those things, once we come closer to that, we need them, the token will become necessary, and then like that is going to dictate the actions of the protocol, which is going to be which has to be decentralized. Like Matter Labs is just the creator, humble creator of ZK Sync, which will be one of many contributors, just like Ethereum Foundation is one of many contributors to the Ethereum ecosystem. But it's actually everyone is contributing. Like a lot of companies, a lot of individuals, researchers, hackers are working making Ethereum stronger. And we envision the same for ZK Sync, which is just an extension. It's a layer of computation, a layer of scalability on top of that.
Maybe we can take the last few minutes.
Absolutely.
Are we taking questions? I don't know. This guy is ready.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you hear me, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. My question is around the SEC, right? I mean, of course, Bitcoin and Ethereum, they're decentralized. It's nice and beautiful. We love that. But the SEC can go after the Ethereum. It's not that because he didn't say whether Ethereum is security or not during the hearing in the US, that he's not thinking about a strategy to attack it, right? The SEC has had a 100% win rate, right, against their cases. So we really have to think about that possibility. They can even go after the Ethereum Foundation in Switzerland if they wanted to. Even if it's not their jurisdiction, but they have done it in the past. So what do we do as a community to fight the SEC? I mean, obviously you can vote them out, right? I mean, next year at the state level and obviously at the presidential level. But I think we are underestimating that threat. And how do we feel about that? I mean, we've seen what's happened recently, right? And the market overreaction of last night, etc. So is that the end of it?
We can all learn Krav Maga and head down to Maryland. Just kidding. What do you think?
That's a good question. So, like, I am much less worried because we have investors, like pretty strong investors from the US. For example, Andreessen Horowitz led our Series B round. They are very active in DC and engaged with politicians and in the efforts to educate people about these new technologies. And I know that the stance of political establishment in the US is not homogeneous. It's not like everyone is just against crypto. There are a lot of open-minded people and a lot of really, really powerful people. So like, for example, the head of the Financial Committee of Congress is very pro-crypto. He has some really, really tough questions, Mr. Gensler, at the hearings. And there are many others. So like, on the one hand, this is the result of this like popular adoption of Ethereum and Bitcoin and crypto in general in the US, which creates this motive for politicians to like, you know, like our voters are users of this technology, our creators are like, there are jobs at place, we have to protect them. Like it's not just something like completely irrelevant. On the other hand, let's imagine that they succeed. So they attack Ethereum. What does it mean? Like they can ban Ethereum from exchanges in the US, but not from like, okay, or they can attack Ethereum Foundation, fine. Will Ethereum survive without Ethereum Foundation or without them if they are getting crippled or like they are being fined or whatever? Of course we will survive. Like it's like we're way past that point where we will depend on Vitalik, on Ethereum Foundation or someone else, right? We are much stronger now. Like Ethereum will survive, will continue to thrive. If it's going to be banned in one country, well, that's going to be a pity, but like it's not going to be banned in Switzerland and Singapore and Malta and the UK and other places. So the world is decentralized already. There is no like global world government, and by using crypto, we can push for the status quo to improve, not to get worse. So like we want to prevent that huge totalitarian global state from appearing and like protect our freedom by using this technology. That's our mission.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Olga.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your continued attention. There's a lot of amazing talks happening outside, but there's also a lot of amazing talks happening inside, notably here in Studio One. We're the best. We have to be tribalistic about this. The next talk that is happening is the live stream interview with Crypto Wanderer, once again from the rooftop of La Fabrica. Please enjoy.
Okay, hi everyone, and welcome back from the upstairs. We are here with Andy. Andy, can you please introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Andy. I've been around crypto for a long time. My primary focus is education. And as a part of that, I run an educational program called Kernel. It started in Gitcoin. It's been running for a number of years. And we try and focus on teaching things that lie at the intersection between technical skills and thinking skills, personal skills, ways of understanding why it is that we really care about crypto, what it is we're really doing here, what the meaning and value at the heart of anything that we do really is.
I mean, I have personal experience with kernel as well, and I was a part of the kernel KB4. But I would love to let you introduce the audience more of like the kernel's vision for the solar power movements as the ETHPrague, like the whole, like, you know, theme of the ETHPrague is like solar punk, and I'm wondering like how kernel sort of like fits into this vision as like you're the godsend of like kernel.
It's a really good question. The primary way, you know, like solar punk in some way for me is really about existential hope. It's about a particular kind of informed choice that we take, a conscious decision to be optimistic about the future. I think that's the primary place that we find that kind of optimism is with one another in conversation. The primary teaching mechanism that we use in kernel is Socratic dialogue, right? So we put people together in small groups of 4 to 5 people. We have them discuss very particular kinds of topic: trust, governance, censorship resistance, meaning, value, freedom, learning, listening, storytelling, this kind of stuff, which is all core and critical to Web3, but can be explored both through the lens of technical exploration or just personal understanding. These kinds of conversations tend to be the place where optimism and existential hope is actually generated, right? Because when you look into the eyes of another person and you're really present with them and you're listening to what they say and speaking from your heart, the only results that can come from that truly is love and its associated feelings of optimism and hope. The one thing that I will say is that the nice feature about conversation and about this way of merging the technical with the personal is that it doesn't reduce the thing down to one particular way of looking at the world. So solar punk is lovely. I think it's really, really good that we make a conscious choice to be hopeful and optimistic about the future and to work towards that in really practical ways. But there's all of the stuff about lunar punk too, right? And eclipse punk and these ways of thinking about like merging our worldviews such that like some of the perhaps naivety or overly optimistic aspects of solar punk can be balanced by the privacy, the security, the focus on anonymity, and some of the really important aspects that come from thinking about the so-called dark side or shadow side. In conversation, these two things flow together naturally because you can see who I am, but also you have to discover who I am anew in each moment, right? That shadow side is always present. You never really know who you're talking to until you sit down with them and find yourself present in that moment. So this is a conversational style, and as a teaching method is really how we hope to illustrate that we don't subscribe to one ideology, one dogma, one way of looking at the world. What we're really trying to do is find balanced and harmonious relationships with one another. And the only way to do that is like consistently sitting down and actually talking to one another and being like, well, why are we here really? And what does it all mean?
And you can also practice that at the hackathon as well. It's like you can like sit down with a lot of hackers and like try to like understand what they are building and like what kind of visions and missions for their hacks they have. I'm curious, like, if we have time with you, I'm wondering, like, what are something that you are expecting or like you want to see coming out of the ETHPrague hackathon this year?
I love that, yeah. Once you understand conversation as a lens through which to look at the world, you see that it's everywhere. We have conversations with our tools, we have conversations with one another, we have conversations with the wider environment. I would love really to see just, you know, I went to a friend's birthday party in Paris last year, and for her birthday wish, she said, I would love to see just one truly regenerative pattern, just one truly regenerative pattern, something that really is capable of making money in such a way that it represents our values and flows back to the people actually doing the work and enables them to do more and more meaningful work in the local communities that they care about. Just one really regenerative pattern where we make money that does that kind of stuff and aligns the incentives in a local manner that nevertheless draws from global flows of value. That's the dream.
That's very beautiful mission. I'm pretty sure that everybody will, that you encourage a lot of people to talk to each other, and that like we will see more good coming even out of this hackathon and kernel as well. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you very much for that live stream, and we are quickly on the hot of the heels of the next talk live happening here in Studio One. The name of community got mentioned a lot of times today, and companies are communities as well, they're tribes. So for example, Spotify actually organizes their engineering teams according to the Dunbar number, because they figured out that evolution doesn't stop at no man or woman, of course. And so the next talk is from Christoph Jentsch. You already had the privilege of seeing him from the rooftop. He's coming here live now. You have the opportunity to ask him many questions and then grab him gently afterwards if you have any more. And he'll be talking about the tokenization of companies from the DAOs, ICOs, and security tokens to now. Christoph, may I please welcome you onto the stage? And the floor is yours, please.
Do you have a clicker?
Right there.
Thank you very much. So it's great to be here in Prague. It's not too far from my home to drive here. So tokenization of companies. If you think about when all of this started, with Bitcoin essentially, it was always about digital ownership. This is what made Bitcoin great, and I was in 2013, and that's when I was starting to like get interested in Bitcoin and buy some and experiment with it and get to know the technology. And so then in 2014, I got to know Ethereum. So and then in summer 2014, I joined the Ethereum Foundation. And if you think about the core of Ethereum, if you read the white paper, there are a lot of the things actually happened, except of NFTs. I think Vitalik prophesied almost everything. And in there you see it, this is a snippet from the white paper, the first implementation of a token, which could represent almost anything. Later on, we got to standardize it. We called this ERC20, just the ERC20 standard. So it's easy to get compatible with wallets, exchanges, and other things. But this digital ownership, this is how it evolved. And this is always at the heart of what we do at most of the applications in blockchain. So then after 2014, I started a company called Slogit, and we did something called the DAO. I don't want to talk too long about this. This is for some of you, a really bad memory, for me partially too, to say it lightly. Well, for those of you who have been not in the space in 2016, I'll give you a very, very short condensed overview of what happened. So we got Ethereum now, we got smart contracts now, so it was so obvious we had to do something with it. And so the DAO, nobody really had an actual decentralized autonomous organization which should run on-chain coded. So I wrote the code, I wrote the white paper, we released it. We wanted to build something called the Universal Share Network, which is like a decentralized way of doing sharing economy, similar to Airbnb or Uber. And yes, it was successful, meaning there was about 11.5 million Ether what it raised. Back then it was $150 or $160 million. This was, again, price was something like $5 to $10 per ETH at the time. Interestingly, we also got a lot of press. New York Times, actually globally, and a lot of attention towards Ethereum about what is the thing, a decentralized autonomous organization. So we got to explain it a lot, and actually if you speak to people, a lot of people came into Ethereum during that time because the thing got attention. Also, it was fairly distributed. So the top 50 token holders collectively owned only 42%. So you see, and also some of those were exchanges where a lot of smaller token holders were behind it. So it was, for a DAO, for the first one, actually a very good distribution. So we had about 23,000 addresses. Of course, you don't know if one person has many addresses or behind one address could be an exchange with many persons. So we do not know exactly how many participants we actually had. So you know the end of the story. We do not get into details of the hack and then the DAO wars and the white hats and then at the end the hard fork. I often like to end this story with this quote: you never know how far you can go until you've gone too far. And yes, if we went too early, too much, another story for another day. So, but what we did learn is that tokens work very well for organizations, for governance, and for ownership. This is the main lesson from the DAO. Technically it failed, but conceptually we were on track. So what happened after the DAO? So you see this little thing here in 2016 is 166 million. But actually, after that, we got this ICO craziness. We got billions of dollars being raised through ICOs. And a lot of them we know were scams, many, many bad ICOs out there. And I also don't want to get into those details. But the fundraising process itself was really nice. You could just pay some Ether, get some tokens. You could see on-chain what is like how many tokens are in existence, the circulating supply. You could calculate the market cap. So the transparency and the process of fundraising was really good. Just the projects, some of them or many of them, really bad. So this was the ICO area. And it was permissionless and was a crazy, really interesting time. So after that, so at about 2018, well, SEC coming in, you had like all the regulators paying attention, what is happening here? Are they selling unregulated securities? So, and then people stopped this business model of setting up a Swiss foundation and having a utility token, which is somehow attached to the value of the product. So yes, it's a utility token, but it is scarce, and we have limited supply, and if more people use the product, they need to buy it, so the price goes up. So they all had to artificially create this non-profit organization and somehow create a token which somehow is linked to the success of the product, which you could sell and not call it a security. Of course, this is a dangerous path for many, so they went a path towards to security tokens. But what security tokens, they are there, but they have not taken off. Maybe yet, maybe they will come. But there are some inherent problems in security tokens. That's, for the most part, they leave everything as is and just put a token on top. So if you have to transfer the rights to dividends or some actually ownership rights, what you actually want to give to your token holders, that's the ironic thing. Those founders want to give them governance rights, dividends, the actual thing. But they cannot, because then they feel it's a security and they have to follow all those laws. So this is the hard part. But if you do something like this, a security token, you have usually contracts where the rights are transferred, and you have all the paperwork in Germany, and if you have a GmbH, you have the notary, and on top you get the token. But the token just makes things more complicated and doesn't really make things much better. So I like this quote. I use this a lot when I speak about the beginning of Ethereum, because a lot of the things we do in the Ethereum space can be brought down to this thought at least. So you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Now, a lot of the things we do in this space are following this paradigm. So now think about companies and tokens again. Let's take one step back. So what is a firm? A firm just unites a group of people with contracts and having a joint mission to do something. So it usually protects the owners or founders through limited liability. That's actually a gift now the government is giving us. Limited liability is actually something very nice and help for a lot of innovation and people taking risks. So the management of shares are usually happening in contracts or public registries. That's the case in Germany for GmbHs. When you now talk about governance, some people ask me, would you do a DAO again or something like this? And I would say, actually, no, not that kind of DAO. Why? Because I do think that DAOs are really well suited for public goods, for maintainers of protocols, such as ENS, or many of the other things you hear here today, for community ownership. This is what DAOs are really good at. What DAOs are not really good at is for product development, finding product market fit. Let's call the Silicon Valley style startup, which tries to find something what people like. For this period, you need a strong founder, you need some kind of centralized governance maybe. And for this, a traditional firm is usually more suited. But you still want to have the benefits of the tokens, and how do we get them? So I will get to this. So now, okay, I'm from Germany, I'm talking about GmbHs, but this is, for most other jurisdictions, it's very similar. In the US, you have the LLC, and they act in a very similar way. But I'm talking about this one because that's how we start with our solution. We have to start in one jurisdiction. So most startups are private companies like LLCs or GmbHs, because they have a simple setup, simple governance, less ruled compared to others. So it's much, much easier. But if you would now go to your lawyer and say, I want to tokenize my company, the first thing they would say is, go somewhere else, Cayman Islands, Bahamas, don't know, Singapore, whatever. Go there, Estonia, there are solutions for this, but don't do it here. But this creates a lot of tax problems and other problems. So if they say, if you want to stay here, in my case, Germany, at least make an AG, which is similar to an Inc. in the US. And then you don't need a notary, it's a bit easier. But even this is such a big hurdle, financially and governance-wise, and all the processes I have to follow, that people don't like to do this. That's why we have about 1.15 million GmbHs and only 50,000 AGs in Germany. And the way people raise capital is often in using convertible notes. But that's just like a circumvention of the traditional way of doing it, meaning you just give a loan, but you don't want to give a loan, you want to have ownership. And so there are a lot of problems with this, and those convertible notes, they don't dilute each other, that's not how it should be. And sometimes founders are very surprised when all those convertible loans are converting, how much they have left in the company. So then you have, in German, Kapitalerhöhung, you have to go to a notary, cumbersome process, you don't want to do this. And the other problem is, you have those companies and you have a lot of stakeholders, but they have different assets. So let's take the founder. He has actual shares in the company. Then you have an investor with a convertible loan. Then you have an employee. They have something like virtual shares or ESOP and VSOPs in Germany. And it's different assets. They are not secondary. You cannot trade them on the secondaries. It's just a different kind of thing. But they all have ownership kind of in the company. So it's actually really, really weird structure. So how do we fix this? Of course with a token, but how does this token work? So you could think about the public registry in Germany Handelsregister, is something like the layer 1 of company ownership. And yes, it's permission to write, only the notary, it's slow, it's expensive, it's not digital. And then you have layer 2, which in our case is the public Ethereum chain, which where the permission to write is with the owner of the token, it's fast, cheap, programmable. I like to call Ether programmable money, and this is now programmable equity if you want. And you can interact with in the DeFi ecosystem. You can use these tokens on Uniswap or give yourself a loan using the token as the collateral, all those nice things. The question is, how do we combine those tokens and those rights? And here we have worked now for a very long time, paid a lot of money for lawyers to find this solution. And I will now quickly go through this. So first of all, what is it? It's a participation right. Where if you have the token, you can get dividends, liquidation proceeds, exit participation, and information rights. So you can look into the books of the company. And very important, you have a put option to give the token back and have a way to receive actual shares. So you can kind of convert it. So the details you can find the paperwork on our website. So therefore, a token is economically speaking the same as being a shareholder, especially because you have this way of converting it. So that's the rights. So it's similar to security tokens. But now comes the innovative part where we are the first one doing it that way. I explained to you a security token has this problem of having actual contracts giving the rights from the seller to the buyer. You always have this contract. So it's a chain of contracts giving those rights to the next. So let's say you trade this token on Uniswap, and this token has now a history of 100 different owners. What if one of them was actually not authorized to do this, or his 8-year-old daughter signed this transaction, or for whatever reason, this contract is invalid? Then you have the biggest problem ever, because the token continues to trade, but the rights are with someone else. So if this token holder tries to exercise his rights, then the other guy comes and says, I want to exercise my rights. And yes, my token is gone, but the rights are with me because this was invalid, because the person who did it was not authorized to. And then you have a big legal mess. So the question is, how can you avoid any contracts or any chain of contracts and have the actual right with a token? And the solution to this is a German word called Auslobung. The best English translation I could find is public reward. How does it work? You basically say, I don't give you those rights based on a contract, but based on an action you can only do when you own the token. So to compare it, so I could say publicly, I announce that whoever solves this math problem, I give to this one person $1 million. The other person doesn't need to sign. It's like a one-sided contract. But I'm legally bound. If someone solves this problem, I have to give him $1 million. And if he comes and solves it, he can bring me to court and I have to give him the money. So I'm basically rewarding an action. The same thing we do with the token. We reward the action of holding the token with dividends. We reward the action of giving the token back to the company with the right to receive an actual share. But we don't give you this right based on any contract. We give you this right based on an action you did. And this action you can only do if you have a token. And with this, we don't have this chain of contracts. And that's the core idea. This is why it doesn't matter how you got the token. If you did get it from Uniswap or if you get it from a friend, just some transactions without any actual contract, it doesn't matter. If you have the token, you have those rights because you can do those actions. So this is the core idea of how we combine or tie together those rights, economically speaking, like being a shareholder, to the token. And now we have access to this DeFi system. Okay, so I want to go quickly because I have only 6 minutes left to what you can do with this token, because I think it becomes obvious. First of all, okay, you have those programmable shares. You can use them in the DeFi ecosystem or the Web3 world, and you still have this GmbH, which gives you limited liability, traditional company with all the benefits you have from having this. And if you have the token, you can do fundraising. And I call it fundraising as it's supposed to be. We have on our platform 2 different ways to fundraise. One is a private offer. We're actually using a smart contract with Create2 opcode, where you don't see beforehand the offer, but only when executed. The complete deal is executed in the constructor of the smart contract, which is just a nice thing to do this. And there you give a particular investor a fixed offer for a fixed amount of token for a fixed amount with an expiration date, which he can execute to buy a token at a certain price. That's usually for business angels, family and friends, or some investors. And we already executed this with our own company, so this works. The other one, I think, is a more interesting part. This reminds me a little bit of this ICO time, which is the public offer, which I like to call continuous fundraising. Because why are we raising in rounds? Pre-seed, seed, Series A, B, C, D? Because there's so much hassle and you don't want to do it all the time. But what if you could just say, you have an Invest Now button on your website, which everybody can push, and there you see the terms, like current company valuation or price per token, how much tokens are currently available, and if they want, they can just buy. It's a continuous public offer where the parameters can be set by the founder if he wants to, if he is fundraising, he makes the tokens to be sold high. If he doesn't want the fundraising right now, he can just pause it, he can change the price. That's like a continuous offer to the public where everybody can invest. Now, everybody, of course, I get to regulation in a second. So another thing you can do is employee participation. You can give the exact same assets to your employees. We have vesting smart contracts with a cliff, which you can just use as you use in other programs to incentivize your employees. They are tax optimized. I don't get into those details, but it's also available on the platform. So now with circulation, I like this tweet from Alex. Why a lot of people would do exactly this. They have a company would love just to put their equity on Uniswap without going to jail. So far what I explained to you is the civil right part of it, meaning the law, how we tie the rights to the token. Now the other side, you would say in Germany Aufsichtsrecht, or what in the US would be the SEC, in Germany the BaFin. So there are rules for those kinds of tokens which you have to follow, and we have to follow them as well. So Tokenized acts under a liability umbrella of Bitalo, which means they have a broker license. We have to, of course, fulfill all those requirements, KYC, AML check, and so on. So this is the one part. The other thing is if you do an offer, now I'm speaking only of Germany, and it's similar in other countries, you usually have to make a prospectus, which is very expensive and takes a lot of time. But there are some exceptions, and we of course make use of those exceptions. One of them being, if you make an offer for only up to 149 investors, in our case the private offer, that's okay, you don't need to have a prospect. So that's one thing you can do on our platform, of create 149 links which you can send to people to invest. The other one, if you want to raise up to 5 or 8 million, then you need something called a Wertpapierinformationsblatt, which is also not too hard to get, takes about 3 to 4 weeks, costs you about 3,000 to 5,000 euro. It's doable. With this, because we do have this broker license under the Haftungsdach, or liability umbrella, we can help you basically do this public crowdfunding, where everybody can invest. We check if they are allowed to invest, and if yes, they can do. And most of them actually can. So with this, we have created a solution within the legal framework we are living in, which gives you a very similar experience to what we have back then with the DAO or ICOs and others, but giving you something which is not just utility somehow tied to a product, but actually dividends, actually right to convert, or a pathway to convert to shares, all of those things. So that's what we have built. And so our mission is actually to enable everyone to become a co-owner of a company. So it becomes as easy to become a member of a DAO or some token-based project. You can become a member of a GmbH or some limited liability company. And we want to work towards all jurisdictions. We're just starting in Germany because that's where we are based. And our homework we have to do is now go through all the other jurisdictions, all the other countries. We start with Europe to build exactly the same solution and adopt our legal templates we have on our platform to allow founders to do exactly this. Fundraising is supposed to be incentivization of employees, customers, and whoever, like you do in the Web3 world. So that's our mission, and I hope you join us, helping us, using it, giving us feedback, and we hope we have a DAO-like world also in the traditional world. So, thank you very much. Thanks. We have a bit time for questions, so if you have some questions, go ahead. Okay, I have 1 minute left here. So 1 minute left here, so this gives 1 minute for questions. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think about recently Tokeny and other tokenized providers were putting out on LinkedIn that free tradable securities as ERC20 is bad for the ecosystem. What's your comment to that?
So it's a complicated question. Now, first of all, to all the stuff I said here, I'm not a lawyer, disclosure, have your own lawyer, and so on. You have to separate between you can trade with your friend just doing a private deal and a public offer. A public offer, this is the more complicated part. And if you, for example, I said you can trade them on Uniswap. Yes, this is technically true, but if you go on the Uniswap user interface, they would not list any securities there because they are not a broker. But if I'm building a user interface, what we intend to do on our side, using the Uniswap contracts, following the laws of a broker, we can use this. So this just is a question of user interface and the requirements you have for letting the general public invest in companies. But if you do private deals, it's a complete different thing than letting the general public on it. And yes, it is unfortunately not that easy, but it's also not impossible. Sometimes people think it's absolutely not doable. You can, yes, you have to do KYC, yes, we have to do AML, we have to do those checks, that's the law, but after that, we can let you invest. Yeah. But I don't think it hurts to have them as ERC20s. So unfortunately, my time is up. But you can contact me on Tokenized website. There's some contact forms, such as Christoph@Tokenize.it. You can reach me. Okay. Thanks. Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Christoph. I got to say, like, again, from the historical perspective, you know, some of the first tokenization elements in terms of running companies were in the 19th century. The Cincinnati Times store, does that say anything to anyone? One of the first libertarian experiments in America, where you basically used to tokenize workers' rights through giving them time tokens, which were used as time currency. Also, Friedrich Engels, who obviously I'm not a huge fan of, but his father was a holder of the Manchester Company, which was a private company tokenizing workers' rights in, well, Manchester. And then you go and, like, if you marry someone rich enough, you have the liberty of doing anthropology, and therefore you can really think about tokenization and then create a regime that kills 100 million people. But nonetheless, moving on to from those brutish 19th century beginnings, we're going on to a much happier, more positive live stream with Tadeo, again from the rooftop of La Fabrica, and then moving on to another live talk. See you very soon.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Tadeo and I'm excited for him to introduce himself.
Thank you, Ned. Hi everyone, I'm Tadeo from the Make It DAO community working on Spark Protocol, our new lending platform.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's awesome. Welcome to the conference. I'm wondering, what do you think about the conference, the ETHPrague itself, and then also the hackathon?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's my second time in Prague, absolutely beautiful city. And I love that there's this space for crypto people around. Very happy with the conference. It's been amazing, really nice talks, amazing people talking to. And the hackathon has been actually really great. I love the Solarpunk focus that we have. And the hackers are all quite diverse. There's people that first time they're doing Web3 and others that have already been there for a while. So it's been super interesting.
What do you want to see coming out of this hackathon? Or what are your visions and expectations? Or what do you want to see hackers to be building ideas?
Well, apart from building on us, on Spark Protocol, no, they just had the submissions, the early submissions coming in, and they're very interesting projects. I think the thing I would love to see is all these projects being continued after the hackathon. Actually grow into proper projects. That would be great.
What's your advice for hackers?
From a sponsor perspective, I think that we are dying to talk to you. And even if you don't have a great, a really solid idea at the start, or just wondering, just come talk to us. We want to talk to you. We want to be friends. We want to see what you're building, interested in it, and hopefully we can support you in that. So yeah, I think communication is key.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Tadeo, for joining us on ETHPrague Hackathon. We are very grateful for you guys to sponsoring the ETHPrague Hackathon as well. And I wish you all a great day and enjoy the conference. Bye.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back again, like the shit Eminem, but I'm back. We have to have the next talk, the foundations for the super chain, but we're still waiting for Carl to join us. So if you do want to have an extremely brief beer, wine, tortilla, whatever you desire, then please do have it. The bar is just out there, but please do give us a second until we figure out the connection. So we'll be right back, and I'll, again, come back again. Thank you.
I'm live. Well, hello. Let me see. Guess I just, so my slides are visible. Is that correct? All right. I'm going to assume they are. Well, welcome everyone. I'm very excited to be talking to y'all about the super chain. And unfortunately, due to passport issues, I am not here in the flesh and instead transmitting my virtual essence to you. And additionally, just another caveat is due to cascading failures, this is also, I did not get a chance to create new slides for you. So we're going to be going over things that do exist somewhere on the internet. However, because of non-determinism in my presentations, I will be giving more new information and fun caveats. So without further ado, let's dive into the superchain. Context, right? Back in DevCon, we first started really talking about the superchain. We were saying how, of course, all of these different chains will use the same OP stack standard, come together and form the superchain. Well, today we're going to get into the weeds. This is about fundamental concepts, the underpinnings of the superchain. And this is not going to be fun. You're not going to have a good time. It's going to be hard. But let's do this. No, I'm just kidding. It'll be a lot of fun. I love deep technical topics, as evidenced by my life for the past many years. Okay, so blockchain today is insufficient for the decentralized web. This is the context. This is the setting for the superchain, why we are talking about it. Of course, we're talking about layer 2, just for context, in case you don't know. We're talking about layer 2, we're talking about optimism, we're talking about scaling Ethereum and funding public goods. But why is it insufficient, blockchain technology today? Well, meet congestion. We have a problem. The reality is that the capacity of our networks are way insufficient. A small game would take up more data than exists on Ethereum today. You've got like 100 kilobytes of data per second on Ethereum today, and even in the future, this is insane. If we're trying to put the internet on chain, and we are trying to put the internet on chain, so blockchains don't scale, right? The reason why we have these huge gas fees is because everyone is competing for a very limited resource, and we can't be if we're going to be posting our random games, tweet. Right? You're not going to pay $13 for that tweet. It just does not make sense. So this is not new information. Even since the beginning, Bitcoin introduced, after the Bitcoin white paper, the first response or second response was, we very much need a system, but the way I understand your proposal, it does not scale to the required size. So we need to scale this up. And that was 2008. It is now 2023, if I'm correct. No, just kidding. And we still have not gotten there. The tech is not ready. It demonstrates what a difficult computer science problem this is. So for a moment, imagine a future. Imagine a future where things were different, where you were not just, blockchains were not just used for trading, memes, and everyone could be happy using the system. Those people are very scary. But regardless, right? Imagine the entire world was on chain. What would that look like? Well, look like a few different things. First off, we would be able to abstract away the entire back-end software stack. Right now, we have to worry about who's running our software, who is hosting it. If we have decentralized protocols, that goes away. They all become part of the same network. The EVM really is the ultimate serverless platform. And application composability, because we're using the EVM, can be supercharged. We can deploy an app here and then extend it. We can say, okay, I'll deploy this is the beauty of, for instance, Uniswap, all of these different protocols. After Uniswap was deployed, all of these different protocols built on top of it and used it, the whole DeFi Legos. It's not just DeFi Legos. It is literally just internet Legos, period. And additionally, we can build out systems so that we can decouple this idea that the developer must host their software. Instead, when developers write protocols that allows them to instead just define the business logic of their software, and then other people can run that business logic. So this is really a powerful primitive for creating the conditions for a developer to just in their spare time over the weekend deploy an application, and for that to get mass adoption. We don't need to be limiting people to tightly coupling developers and hosting. So this can turn the internet from a kind of barren wasteland into a vibrant ecosystem of tons of different applications and composability. And unfortunately, this picture the reality is that this is actually what it used to be, and that's where it is. So let's solve global warming and down with sunblock. Okay, which is the sponsor of this video. No, just kidding. So we should be getting to the point though, where we can support Twitter on the internet, on the EVM. All right, the decentralized web can be realized, right? We have been working on it for an enormous amount of time. Started out in ETH2, then we formed Plasma Group, which was this open source, this nonprofit dedicated to scaling Ethereum, and then we formed Optimism, which then took it to the next level by scaling Ethereum, but also funding public goods. So this is something that we have been working on as an industry, though. As an industry, in Ethereum community, everyone has been working together to get the abstractions right so that we can solve this scaling problem. And we're actually making massive progress, from the roll-up centric roadmap to various other community contributions. We have been able to figure out what the abstraction layers really should be. This is key. In other words, in order to wrangle the complexity of scaling blockchains, we need to find the right ways to encapsulate it, the right modules that can all come together to form a beautiful system. So what would this roll-up centric future look like, right? We have L2. We've got these amazing contributors. Shout out Barry Whitehead. We are starting to see the picture clearer. So congestion versus the superchain. Let's go. Okay, so what is the superchain? I've been talking about it for a long time. It's more than one chain. Scaling to support the internet requires a lot more than one chain. Why is that? Well, pretty simple. If you have a node and you try to increase the block size, eventually the node is going to explode and become a black hole. If you make it big enough. So it's not, but the thing is, this is like it's obviously more than one chain, but it's not a multi-chain design. So each one of these chains in traditional kind of multi-chain designs, each chain is different. Each chain has its own validator set. It adds its own security risk. But as you bridge across all of these chains, it compounds that risk. That means that bridging from chain A to chain B to chain C is non-fungible with the bridging from chain A directly to chain C. So that's a real big problem. And then also just deploying and managing these chains are expensive. We need to get the costs down to basically nothing. Chains need to become fundamental developer primitives that people have access to as they are building out their applications. And so we need a system where chains are truly commoditized. That's how we're going to scale. We're going to get to the point where we can write things like Kubernetes configs that orchestrate all of the different, chains together, right? We don't want to have to reason about an individual chain by chain system. Okay, but it's also not monochain, to be very clear, right? Because obviously it doesn't fit in one chain, but at the same time, it's not multi-chain, and so it's superchain. Classic. All right, so we're gonna breeze past those properties, but I will say that this is like at a high level what it kind of looks like. You have Ethereum at the top layer, and I hear, okay, anyway, you have Ethereum at the top layer, then you've got the Optimism bridge, and then you've got all of the different OP chains that are connected via a cross-chain messaging protocol. So all of the OP chains are standardized, and dApps get superpowered, right? Deploy on the superchain. Okay, so this is just me warning y'all. It is not here yet, right? This is definitely a kind of vision. This is a design for how we are thinking about the future of these systems so that you can build it too. It's already been almost a decade and we're closer than ever. So please do join the cause, help contribute to the OP stack, get started. Anyway, let's dive into some core concepts. Alrighty. So again, when there are things that are beautifully done, they're good abstraction layers. I'm going to talk to you today about those abstraction layers. Let's talk about superchain derivation. So, by the way, before I even dive into this topic, I just want to say that there are two resources that are worth discussing that we need to scale in order to solve the scalability problem for Ethereum. And those resources are compute, compute the gas per second that is available on the network. And additionally, we need to scale the data, the amount of transaction data per second on the network. So those are the two resources. If we had infinite data on both of those fronts, then we would have solved scalability. But because we don't, we're going to have to introduce a bunch of concepts, and that is the context for this. So superchain derivation, that is focused on scaling compute. Let's dive in though. So what is block derivation? Block derivation is how you derive, how you compute the L2 chain state. Now, the reason why we call it derive is because you're trying to determine the resulting L2 chain state based on layer 1. So really, you're just kind of taking the layer 1 as input, you're running this pure function over it, and you're deriving the layer 2. That's exactly what is described here, where you say, okay, here's the derivation function, here's the L1 chain, and let me get the L2 chain out of it. All right, so what does that look like visually? Because I like visuals, as y'all may know. Okay, we've got Ethereum, L1. Right. Then you derive the layer 2 chain. You run that pure function over it. So by the way, there is an important call out here that I will note is that Ethereum, this derivation function is almost like an index. It's almost like the graph or any other indexer on top of Ethereum. That is really fundamentally what these rollups are. They're kind of indexers over Ethereum that actually have the have state that you care about and you can transact with in a way that resembles the layer 1 state. So it's kind of a different view on the same blockchain. So anyway, let's keep going because I think you'll get more intuitions as we go through these pretty diagrams. So Alice sends a transaction to Ethereum. That gets included in the Ethereum chain. Then it is derived to be included in the optimism chain, the red chain. Now we do this again, Ethereum grows a bit and it is derived. Now, notably, right, there is an important property and a really cool property about Bedrock, which we, by the way, released as an upgrade just moments ago. But the Bedrock release of the OP stack, this includes this abstraction so that you already know. Yeah, of course. Oh, all right. Well, we've got 1 minute to go, friends. I'll jump to I guess we only got through one. This is, unfortunately, I was planning for 8 more minutes, but that's okay. We have the layer 2 chain where we are deriving, but we can actually derive multiple different chains. And if you want, this is how layer 2 scales. But now if we want to go to the super chain, we can define this function that allows you to take the L1 chain, take a chain config, which is basically a chain ID, and then derive any OP config chain from that L1. You can use this, look into the kaleidoscope, and you can see all of the different chains that you can derive. There's basically an infinite number. I mean, infinite bounded by the number of configs that you can find. But regardless, this is how you end up with all of these different chains that you can define. And that allows you to make use of these chains permissionlessly to transact on. Okay, unfortunately, we were not able to get to message passing, which is how chains communicate. We were also not able to get to sequencing, which is how chains actually synchronize with each other. So you can do things like atomic cross-chain arbs. And also, we did not talk about the scaling, the other thing, which is data availability. However, because I've given this talk before, maybe you already know. What are we going to do? Okay, I have to say, because I've already given this talk before, maybe you already know some of these things. And we also covered some good ground. So in other words, please ask me questions, because I assume we still have time for questions. Is that correct? Or are we totally out of time?
Carl, thank you so much for your bravery. I once rocked up like this for a talk that I thought had 45 minutes, actually had 20, and I had 108 slides. And when I got to slide number 10, and I was 20 minutes in with the current wars of Edison versus Tesla, they actually started physically like manhandling me off stage. So I know how it feels. I'm sorry, but because we're an open community, you can definitely get in touch with Carl and probe him more on the things that he didn't manage to cover, like the BitConnect meme, which was fantastic. However, we're very quickly moving on to the next live stream, which is an interview from the rooftop with Guillaume. It's over to you.
And we're live. All right. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome. This is Guillaume. I'll give you a second to introduce yourself.
Thank you. So yeah, my name is Guillaume Ballet. I'm the core developer, part of the Go Ethereum team, and I especially focus on stateless Ethereum at the moment.
Thank you. And what's something that you're like excited about in stateless right now?
Well, one exciting thing is that it's finally starting to take shape. We have several projects. We have the Portal network. We have Vertical Trees. Both of them are making a lot of progress, so it's becoming a reality. We're not exactly close to delivering, like having it this year, but I'm still hoping about that in the next 2 years we'll have a completely different Ethereum.
So actually, I think Portal network is something we don't talk about enough. Do you want to give us a, I don't know, 30 to 45 second pitch / update? What's going on with the Portal network?
So the Portal network. So I'm not working on the Portal network, so I can't really speak for them. Talk to Piper next time. Next time this happens. But yeah, roughly the Portal network is a great idea in the sense that instead of holding all the data, everybody holding all the data, you share it across the network a bit like you do with BitTorrent or IPFS. And yeah, that's a great like development, because syncing Ethereum might become faster, or at least the usability might greatly improve.
Great. So this is, of course, a hackathon. Is there anything that you are particularly like looking forward to or hoping to see come out of this, whether or not it's related to stateless Ethereum?
I see a lot of people interested in privacy this year. At least I feel more than before. I joined Ethereum because of my interest in privacy. I used to work on something called Whisper, so I'm really happy that this seems to be another, like the interest in privacy is picking up again.
Same. That's what my team is all about. One of two things my team is all about. Is there anything in the like privacy space in like Ethereum or more generally that you're like keeping an extra close eye on?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I only have a stock answer. It's ZK proofs or ZK rollups. It's the most promising thing I've seen in decades. And in my opinion, you know, it's still not quite there yet. But it's amazing to see how much development is happening, and looks like we're getting somewhere.
I agree, or I hope so. It just got really windy out here. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess, well, now we're talking about privacy, and that's kind of my thing too. So, like, what do you think are the most important privacy applications? Is it financial privacy? Is it more like social stuff? Is it, I don't know, political? Is it journalism? What do you have your eye on?
Yeah, I guess political journalism. We're having some censorship issues. At least as a French citizen, I've seen a lot of attacks on privacy. I think the last 2 to 3 years were extremely bad for privacy, for personal freedom. So I think yeah, this is currently, at least yeah, in the short term, it's the most important development I'm looking forward to seeing.
So, and you really work on like kind of the base layer of Ethereum, right? So I'm curious if you have any thoughts, it's okay if not, but about privacy like for validators or for people who actually like run the Ethereum chain, like stuff at the network layer.
Right. So yeah, it's still a problem. There's a lot of features that we would like to have, we don't really have. That's why currently when you run your validator, they advise to take a VPN. We would like to have a better offering for this. Currently, it's still yeah. There's still a lot of work to do, so we're not there yet. But yeah, that's on my wish list for sure.
Okay, I think the rain is telling us that our time is up. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
And thank you all. I think this is our last interview for the day. If not, I'll feel kind of stupid. But
yeah.
Great. Bye-bye.
Take care.
It is indeed, ladies and gentlemen. We now have everything in our grasp here at Studio One. It's all ours. And the next person that we have interviewing here, or actually giving an esteemed talk, is also online, but it's going to be very, very interesting about Ethereum governance overview. We've spoken a lot today about the social structure of Ethereum and the real like interdisciplinary aspect of the one hand is like the technological stack, the other is how humans actually behave on it. And Tim Bako is going to do a deep dive into that. So please welcome him cordially. It's a 40-minute talk, so we'll get into some juicy details. Please enjoy. And afterwards, there's one more talk and then beers or water, whatever you prefer. Thank you very much.
Oh. Hey, everyone. Can you hear me? Is there a way to confirm that? Hopefully. Okay, awesome. Well, yeah, I'm Tim Bako. I work with the Ethereum Foundation, and the main thing I do there is facilitate the Alcor Devs calls. And so today I want to take the time to walk through basically the entire process of how Ethereum governance works, who are the different actors in the process, and sort of where we're at in terms of the evolution of the governance processes today. So I think that the right place to start this is to just kind of define what is being governed when we talk about Ethereum governance. And I think there's effectively two things that we end up kind of discussing and doing the act of governance over. The first is the set of Ethereum protocol rules. So the Ethereum protocol is like a set of instructions that are defined, and there's effectively two types of protocol rules. There's the ones which every single node on the network must agree to. So these are what we call consensus rules, to define in things like the yellow paper, the beacon chain spec, the Python spec, and EIPs. And basically, if your node does not follow these rules, it's effectively separate from the rest of the Ethereum protocol. So this is kind of the most important part of protocol rules we need to agree on. We also have another set of rules that are more, you can think of them as nice to haves. So these are like all of the APIs that nodes expose to interact with infrastructure, or even that nodes use to communicate between each other. So things like networking APIs, the engine API for the consensus layer to communicate with the execution layer, and so on. So all these are also things we govern on, but they don't strictly define kind of the rules of consensus on the network. And then the other thing I think is important to caveat is that the Ethereum protocol is like the set of rules which can be instantiated in many different contexts. And so when we talk about Ethereum governance, we usually discuss like the governance of the Ethereum mainnet, or what's like the network with chain ID 1, where there's all of the accounts and balances and contracts that we care about, and obviously all of the applications that people use. So this is effectively what gets governed through Ethereum's governance process. And so most of this talk will cover who governs Ethereum, and this is my sort of outline, and we'll start from the core and make our way out. So if we just define like the Ethereum protocol, what's being governed, then I'll walk through every one of these stakeholders and kind of explain their role in the process to hopefully give you a better understanding of the whole thing. So first, if you think of core devs, so there's not a hard and fast definition here, but it's effectively, a mix of all of the people, like the client developer, researchers, and others who spend all of their time contributing to the Ethereum protocol. Most of the actual client developers are spread out across 10 different teams, which are nested in different types of organizations and spread out around large parts of the world. And similarly, on the research side, we have people who are from academia, from VC funds, anods, people working at companies, people at the EF, and so on. And the entire kind of process around governing Ethereum and core dev discussion is mostly open. So we tend to get a lot of people who just show up in the Discord. And I've posted 4 examples here on the slide of folks who over the years have showed up and made really good contributions. So, first little bubble here is Danny Ryan, who came with no sort of context of Ethereum and, over the years helped ship the beacon chain, the merge, and now, coordinates a lot of the work on the proof of stake and research side. There's also POTUS, who is just a random person who showed up in the Discord to discuss Ethereum and then now works with the Prismatic team. Proto Lambda, similarly, was someone who just showed up even before we had a Discord, helped set it up, and worked on some of our research problems and eventually ended up doing a lot of really valuable work on the beacon chain, on obviously proto-dank sharding, and now on L2s. And this last example I really like, so we had this person called C-Monkey who showed up during the merge, who literally ran every possible client combination on their home computer to see if there were any issues or bugs and kind of report those. And no one had ever met them before. So it's really kind of this ecosystem of people who come together and just end up solving protocol problems, but there's not a ton of barriers to get people in. And I'll give a quick shout now, if this is something you'd be interested in doing, we've started a fellowship program, which is basically a 4-month, you can think of it as an internship or grant for people to come in and work on open protocol problems. We have an application open right now, so if you scan this QR code or you just go to blog.ethereum.org, you can see the application. You can apply and get paid to do this stuff for the next 4 months. But yeah, so high level, core dev is this very rough group. There's not a clear definition. The way I think about it is, people who are focused on the Ethereum protocol beyond just a single EIP. So they're not coming here just to push a single change, but they really care about it over a long period of time. And this generally means they take responsibility for the security of the system as a whole. And those are the people who, come to consensus on what changes should we make to specs, the implementations, and, should we propose these in the network upgrade to Ethereum? And I think, this is a very loose definition, but there's a ton of value in actually keeping this loosely defined. Afri said it better than I ever could in a GitHub comment on another project who wanted to have a more closed and formal definition of core devs. But I think he hits on all the points why this is actually quite valuable to have it be a vague group, even though it's harder to paint a picture of exactly who is a core dev. And some things we do to keep it open. So one, all of the calls end up recorded or live streamed so people can follow them, even though they're not necessarily in touch with everyone on the calls. And we also have these forums like ETH Research and ETH Magicians, where a lot of the ideas and proposals get discussed in public and anyone can come in and opine on them. So the next kind of stakeholder set in the governance process is EIP champion. So similarly to core development, anyone can sort of write an EIP. There's a template at eeps.ethereum.org. If you don't know, EIP stands for Ethereum Improvement Proposal. And the idea there is this is the formal process to make a specification for a change you'd like to do. In practice, the larger the change you want to propose, the more you're going to have to work closely with the different client and research teams to understand, the full impact that it has on Ethereum. And if you do take this on, I think, the role as an EIP champion is can you demonstrate that this is a valuable change, that it's not going to break Ethereum, and then show that there's momentum and there's a desire in the community to see this change. And the way this usually goes is people come up with a new idea for Ethereum, and then this would be super valuable, but it has a security risk, often a DOS risk. I just did a quick search on ETH Magicians, and you can see if I search for DOS, pretty much every major EIP that's we've been talking about recently has a forum thread about DOS. So you have the account abstraction one, 4844. You have the withdrawal EIP. So this is where a lot of the actual work ends up happening, figuring out a design for your EIP that's actually safe for mainnet. And then if you do everything right, then your EIP would, might be included in an upgrade eventually. And here's an example that, I think recaps like the whole process quite well from EIP 1153, which folks from the Uniswap team championed. They did all the implementations. They added a bunch of tests. They kind of gathered support by different projects that this was valuable. And then they spent, a ton of time just going back and forth with the different client teams and trying to see, are there any objections here? Does this make sense to prioritize? Are there anything they can do? Or sorry, is there anything they can do to like help with the process? So one question that usually comes up, at this point is like, so if, the core devs and EIP champions write all the specs, write all the code, doesn't this mean they effectively control Ethereum's governance? And my answer is no. So rest of the talk will focus on everyone else beyond those two groups and the impact that they can have on the Ethereum governance process. So first, if you start expanding outward, the next logical step is consensus participants. So these are either miners on a proof of work network or validators on Ethereum proof of stake today. And so if you have a set of change that core devs and EIP champions agree, we're going to propose this network upgrade, you need at least one of the consensus participants to agree to run this software for the network to upgrade, right? Otherwise, the upgrade just never happens on chain. So this is really like the bare minimum requirement where consensus participants are required to at least buy into the upgrade. Otherwise, you can't have this new feature happen. And obviously, if only part of the consensus participants upgrade and not all of them, then we effectively get a chain split on mainnet. And the way this would work on Ethereum, so under the proof of stake algorithm, is if the consensus participants on both sides of the fork disagree with each other, they'll simply start leaking or burning the ETH of the validators on the other side until they represent less than a third of the stake, so that each chain can like respectively finalize on their own end. And one thing that's worth kind of highlighting in Ethereum is that, core devs as like a whole just don't run a significant percentage of consensus nodes. So here are like just like some quick back of the envelope numbers. About a year or so ago, 2 years now ago, we announced this client incentive program, which the EF basically granted a bunch of validators to all of the client teams. So this was about a total of like 1,400 validators. But imagine, client teams are secretly colluding and they have like 10x more validators than this hidden somewhere that no one knows about. So this would put them at about 14,000 validators. Today, there's about 600,000 validators on the network. So, anywhere within this 1,400 to 40,000 bound gives you like about 0.2 to 2.5% of the network that like core devs could effectively upgrade to if they wanted. So this still means like the vast majority of the Ethereum network just wouldn't follow their upgrade, and there'd be a small minority of the consensus share. And then imagine a world where even the EF decides to join forces with them, and the EF's ETH balance is public. It's about 320,000 ETH. First of all, this balance is not staked, so the EF would have to deposit all of this, activate all those validators, which would delay things. But even if you went through this entire process and had this like worst case secret shadowy scenario for core devs, you'd have about 4% of the network with like the EF and core devs. So this shows you that like the overwhelming majority of the consensus participants are folks external to this. And so this acts as a sort of check where, these are the people that need to be convinced that this upgrade is worthwhile to run. But even if this happens, consensus participants don't necessarily get a final say on the state of the network. So the other thing that's really important on Ethereum is node operators. And this is why we spend so much time talking about decentralization and like the gas limit and stuff like that. And the reason is that on Ethereum, every single node on the network validates every single transaction. And a little sidebar here is that validator is therefore a terrible term because it sort of implies they're the only ones who make sure the chain is valid. And this is not true. Like every single node, that you can run, you don't need 32 ETH for this. You just need to run the software. Will run through every transaction it receives and make sure it's valid. So if you have a blockchain network where only the validators are the one running nodes, they can collude and change the protocol rules without anyone noticing, because nobody's like sanity checking that those things are actually that those transactions and those blocks are actually valid. And the smaller your validator set is, then the easier it is for them to collude, obviously. And collusion is kind of the negative version of this, but you could imagine like a less malicious version, which is just having a coordinated bug, right? They all run the same software in the same environment or whatever, and then there's this issue, and that affects the stability of the whole network or kind of creates a bug in the entire network. So if we have a blockchain network where instead the non-staking nodes are abundant, when you propose a block as a validator, you know that if it's invalid, say you mint yourself like 1,000 ETH, it'll be rejected by both the other staking nodes who are like different to you and the non-staking nodes, which validates the network or validate the blocks every time they see it. And again, sorry for the terrible terminology here. So sort of you can think of like the benefit you provide when you run a node is you're sharing your view of what the correct chain and correct protocol rules should be to all your peers on the network and helping like counter any malicious block that would pass in, and having enough of these acts as like a deterrent to any validator to propose an invalid block, because they know that they'll just get rejected from the chain and they'll forego the rewards they could have had if they would have proposed a valid block. And again here, I'll share a quick grants notes that the EF announced yesterday, where they want to try and get folks who historically haven't run nodes or in different contexts want to set up nodes to do so. So if you haven't run a node or you have a community somewhere that would like to get into this, again, scan this QR code or go to esp.ethereum.org, and yeah, you can apply for a grant to run a node. So if we have, so we have the, core devs, EIP champions, consensus participants, node operators. What's like the next step in governance? Then that would be the users of Ethereum. And the way this question often comes up is, can a single project decide which Ethereum fork wins if there is like a contentious fork? And here, it's just worth explaining real quick what happens if there is a fork on the network for all of the smart contracts and users on the network. So at a high level, at the point of the fork, so when there's like a disagreement about the state of the chain, the entire network state would be duplicated. So every balance, every contract, every token, every NFT would end up on both sides of the chain. And there's things for which this is like mostly fine. So for example, like the ETH asset itself can be on different chains and have, a different price. So this is what you see with ETH versus Ethereum Classic. When the fork happened, both assets sort of went on their own way, and, they just trade differently. You can imagine some on-chain NFTs being the same, where like they don't have a dependency on anything else. So, the community can choose which one is right or wrong, or, maybe there's like a market between the two where one is just more valuable than the other. But there's some projects which like really have to make a decision because they sort of depend on something outside the chain that can't be duplicated. So any sort of real world asset, including stable coins, if there's just $1 in a bank account, it obviously can't map to like $2 redemption tokens on chain. If you have an Oracle, similarly, if it's reporting like the value of ETH on a centralized exchange, it needs to decide which ticker from which centralized exchange maps to which chain. And similarly, things like bridges, obviously, if you're depositing funds from chain A to chain B, you want to make sure that like there's only one place the funds can be coming to and being sent back to. So this means that if there is a fork like this, obviously, as a whole, all of the users of Ethereum and projects built on it have a huge say in governance because they can coordinate on which fork they should use. And the better their coordination is, the less issues there'll be with the actual transition. But this also implies that like it's extremely hard for a single project to do this. So if you have 99% of the projects going on fork A, even if like a major project decides to go on fork B, it doesn't guarantee that like all these other projects have to follow it. It just means that it'll create some friction during this transition. But yeah, there's really like an element here of like this loose coordination within the ecosystem is extremely powerful, but also very hard to like align on because there's not a single formal process to do so. And I think if you go even a step beyond this, to what we often call the community, or bankless people will call layer 0, you have an even more like, high-level version of this idea, which is that like at the end of the day, Ethereum and a bunch of other systems are just like this shared concept we agree to, and like that we sort of come to consensus on as humans, as having a different set of properties. And when we have changes we want to do in like a happy case, we can easily define processes for this. So we have the EIP process to like specify things, the network upgrade process to actually activate changes, and so on. But if there are extreme cases, things like contentious forks or social slashings or whatnot, then it becomes much more of a social question of like, what does the community want, and what second order impacts are they willing to tolerate around this? So obviously, anytime there's like a fork, the DAO on Ethereum is probably the best example, it affects like the credible neutrality of the platform. Like, can you actually build something on this and have it not change? If there's forks all the time, or if people can't have like good guarantees about the stuff that they've deployed on chain sort of remaining there, then it sort of hurts away at the platform stability of Ethereum. And there's no like official constitution or like platform stability of Ethereum. And there's no like official constitution or like written social contract on this, but this is effectively like what the community ends up agreeing to, and it can massively move like what Ethereum is if there's enough like of a desire to change what we coordinate on. And the reason why this is possible is like these systems are permissionless and open, right? If the Ethereum Foundation or any client team owned everything and like no one could sort of take it and run with it, then it would be much harder for a community to do this. And one example that I kind of like outside of Ethereum about this is like Bitcoin as like official website. So Bitcoin had like this Bitcoin Cash fork many years ago, and today there's two sort of, I would call like first tier one domains, bitcoin.com and bitcoin.org, and they point to completely different projects. And regardless of what you think about, Bitcoin Cash,
Hi everybody, welcome. Small group, but that's good. Better a small motivated audience than a large audience with unmotivated people. So welcome everybody. If there would be people here that helped organizing this event, I want to say thank you to them for inviting me. I came from Belgium with the train, so it took me about 13 hours, but I finally got here, so that's the good news. So I'm a Belgian designer and an artist. Did numerous jobs as an artist and as a designer, and I obviously have an interest in the future. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited me here. And since the last 10 years, I focused on how could our future evolve towards a solar punk society. And one of my main interests is nature, and especially how we can learn from nature. So that's called biomimicry. And of course also technology and science, they're all part of the vision that I and others depict. So though I know that many people will already have attended to other speakers at this event that talked about solarpunk, so I also expect that everybody has some vision about what solarpunk is all about. I showed here two illustrations. Those are the only two illustrations that aren't my own illustrations, and they show other punk art genres. One is steampunk, and the other one is obviously cyberpunk. And it's all about creating a world. So that's what those art movements do. And typically what's often depicted is the city. And in cyberpunk, what you see here is a rather dystopian worldview, where many computers, artificial intelligence, robots, stuff like that, and often an anti-hero. That's the punk concept. And the steampunk is more classical, the Victorian age, and the central question here is, how would the world look like if it's steam-powered, obviously. So both, as you can see, are part of one of Judge Dredd is one, it's a movie, and secondly, it's also a comic book, and the other one, Arcane, is a game and a animation series that you can see on Netflix. So you see there's this influence among artists and among the movie industry and game designers. So that's also very interesting, that there's a large scope of people interested in these genres. And I think with solarpunk, the scope of people interested is even broader. And that's because we envision here a bright, sustainable future that concerns all of us. So that's the first of one of my own illustrations. So if I would talk about solarpunk, I would divide the word solarpunk. It exists out of the two words solar and punk. And I think solar, everybody has an idea what solar means and what it stands for. Obviously, it stands for how would a solar world look like, a solar-powered world look like. But we will not limit this only to the solar-powered energy, but also other renewable energies are welcome, of course. That's why I also added an arrow to the windmill, very well-known energy source, wind, and to the ship as well, the sailing ship, because it doesn't stop at just the energy production. We also look at how the means of transportation, agriculture, architecture, they're all important here, and they need to be shown in a future solarpunk, a futurist world. But the punk element, that's a very important one as well. And in many solarpunk visions that I see depicted on the internet, the punk element is a little bit missing, but it's, I think, perhaps even more important than the solar part. And that's obviously about having control about the means of production, about agriculture, food sovereignty, food security, energy security, and who needs to have control? The people who live at those specific places. They need to become more independent, because now we all depend too much on large corporations and state-controlled services that not always serve the interests of the mass. You all know that in capitalism there are other things that matter for those in control, the profits and the financial returns. I should have added the photograph that inspired me here. This is actually where I live, in Ghent. If you would come to Belgium, I would invite you to visit that city. It's a nice medieval city, you won't regret it. And it's a more industrial side of Ghent. You probably won't see that one, but I pass there with my bike often. And in the front, what you see here is actually barren land. You typically see that at more industrial sites where you have a lot of infrastructure, roads, canals that are used for logistics to to supply the goods to the factories and the industries. And that land can be used and managed in a much better way. And here it's about permaculture practices, and you see some low-tech cable system that's used by local people just who live there and have more control in this way about the local food system. In the back, I also added an arrow with what's the punk side, and what does that mean, this punk image? It's about, those are office towers, corporate office towers. We built a lot of commercial buildings and corporate buildings, and also not in the most efficiently used way. And we still have this conception about land and real estate where we have privately owned buildings that slow us down in creating a real collectively managed society where we use the space much cleverly. But you will see that in the other slides as well. So this slide, I showed it to say one small thing. I can predict the future, nobody can. We can only give some hints and show images how we would like the future to be. And there are many other visions as well. I can assume that people that are here already are fond for some more solar punk visions. But it depends a little bit of your personal situation, the class you're in, if you need to struggle for the point where you're at that life, or if you are wealthy, your culture, the background, your religious background, the geographical situation. If you're living in Africa and in a more desert situation where climate change smacks hard, that will be different than if you're in a northern country. So you see different situations here. Perhaps I won't explain them all so we can move on to the core of this presentation. But I once did an exercise with some befriended science fiction writers to summarize different other visions about a future. And there are plenty, and those are some. You can see the first one is a typical eco-village. You have many people who are sick of society as it is today, and they just want to get out. They want to stop with the rat race. They seek for land, which is needed if you want to start something. And they find land, often think about countries like Portugal, where the land is rather cheap, with villages that are completely deserted. And they go there and they start a community. It's a bit solarpunk, but still it's quite an isolationist community as well. The other one is a more typical high-tech city. So that's what corporations like to promote. Technology will deliver us all the solutions, and they want to move on. It's business as usual from a capitalist society and neoliberal regulation towards a more greener variation. But the power dynamics remain the same. So that I wouldn't say that that's really solarpunk as well. Perhaps some people will be more focused on religion and more spiritual visions. That can be a future scenario for some communities. This is for the billionaires in the audience. Perhaps there are some who are interested in this one, and there are obviously a lot of billionaires who are already thinking about their grand utopian ideas that they can finance with their wealth, and often very exclusive, only for those who possess enough. And well, they can continue to do this as long as the cash comes in. More a plutocracy, or even where there's a plutocracy or one ruler who has the power here. And I think we already have many examples in the world where there is a small group of one ruler a dictatorship. That's what I was searching. Has the control about the country, often backed up by military and police. So it's difficult to go towards a solar punk community as well here, because it's likely that you will be arrested when it grows too big. So this is a slum village. We are already well known with slums, but perhaps in the future new slum cities will arise. Think about the many climate refugees that are coming to Europe, and we push them back. And what we create temporary, for instance, container refugee camps, but after a while they become permanent, and it could be that it evolves towards a situation where the dominant powers make a line and say, okay, you do whatever you want, and if you cross this border, we shoot. So they are left on their own. That's a more unintentional community, of course. Perhaps some solar punk elements could emerge there, but then you have, of course, futurist visions that have always been there. Think about living on the open sea. The open sea, that's rather difficult, but perhaps shallow waters or lakes are possible, and so some will be focusing on such visions as well. Can be a little bit solar punk as well, it depends. Some still believe in technology, even when it comes to their own personal belief. Think about transhumanism. So these are supposed to be a new tribe of transhuman people who with their adaptations can survive in more hostile environments. And what you see here is something very present day, a fandom. You can see many people who feel much more attracted towards fictional characters and imaginary culture, and feel that they relate more to that than to the real world. And already it's manifesting in events and in fairs, but perhaps in the future some communities could gather and start their own imaginary culture community. So just to say, there are many visions in a complex world, and solar punk is part of it. So I will focus today mainly on the city. I have added some slides about eco-villages as well, but I don't know if I will get there. We'll see. I have 1 hour and a half, so we'll see where we get. You see how the city evolves from a very dense patchwork of infrastructure and towns. And this, I obviously added this map of Europe, and I think everybody will have the same impression. It's of course a little bit exaggerated, but I needed this illustration to show you once we introduced the car, and once we invented the car, we got the freedom, but we unfortunately also got to make roads and infrastructure to go wherever we want to go. And this created this immense patchwork where nature doesn't have much place anymore. And in a nearby future, we will. One of the key solutions of climate change adaptation will be that we need to go for enormous rewilding efforts. So the city is still a very good environment if we manage and design it intentionally instead of very chaotically and non-intended. And if we get rid of the property rules and regulation as we know them, we could create very great sustainable cities, and it could become something like this. Thank you. I made this transition. This is a part of a series of illustrations that show you how we could evolve from where we are now towards a late solar punk future. It's just to give you an idea what it could be and what different stages we could have. So the first one is the now. It's not if we walk out of this building that we will see such things. It's more metaphorically. It's symbolizing what we see today. We're in a situation that in our current civilization is very polarized. So we have the old system, and many people perhaps feeling so much, even political leaders and corporate leaders, feeling so much anxiety that they still support the old recipes that don't deliver anymore the solutions that we need. And at the other hand, there are small-scale initiatives happening, like you see this rooftop garden, you see people here who get rid of the pavement and started to grow I don't know, some trees or perhaps gardens. You see tent camps here, but you see also uprisings. That's because also the public is very polarized. If you would compare it with the story of an apple, and in our current situation, you have, I don't know, corporations who sell you an apple and say, okay, to one person you have an apple, we give you this apple, but if another person comes and say, let's do something different and get rid of the apple, we will grow some apple trees and you will have a diversity and abundance of apples. Many people are rather inclined to still protect their apple, and they don't see the future to come, and they are easily, you can easily set them up against each other. And that's what's happening in this day and age as well, that demagogues and political leaders use it to seize power in a very disrupted, polarized world. And this one is obviously somebody who doesn't see any solutions anymore. But so you see also the drone, that's about state control and about more repression, because when the mass becomes more, wants to uprise, you need to repress it if you want to keep control. So after a while, the grip of corporations and the state loosens, and we end up in a situation where there's still, perhaps they're still dominant, but it's less than it used to be. But we have an economic fallout where the global trade system as we know it doesn't exist anymore, and it's more difficult to have those huge urban construction projects as we knew it. So what do people need to do? They need to, it's the age of do it ourselves. Typical Jugaad solutions where you see all those quirky designs and solar panels popping up everywhere, where you see rooftop gardens, all good initiatives. You see people reclaiming the streets, so the car is obsolete here. But it's a situation where it's still too little organized. So there needs to be more organization, but that comes in a later stage. So already here you have regional cooperatives. Communities on a local level start to cooperate with each other, and they start to create large regional energy cooperatives. Cooperatives to deal with water management issues and stuff like that. Even old futurist ideas revive. You see the buildings that we know, like office buildings, skyscrapers, are being retrofitted. And this is, for instance, the Kikutake, I don't know if you know him, a futurist from the past, idea of capsule homes that's been integrated in the city. And you see there's much more green as well. Even water ponds, water gets its place in the city of tomorrow as well. Things evolve and become more and more organized, but we have to deal, you see at the back, the city is much more surrounded by wilderness, and the brown is supposed to be agriculture, sustainable agriculture practices. But the city evolves, and we will have to deal with the demographic expansion as well. So more and more people come to the city, so you have to have an idea and a plan. How can we evolve smartly? The city has become a superstructure, but we will see other illustrations as well in later slides. And it becomes more of an integrated superstructure that is in service for the people. And what you see is the city expands along transit lines. So you create, after a while, an urban map of towns and villages that are connected, but where you have much more space, freestanding houses and freestanding infrastructure gets demolished, and you connect cities, and the place in between is also part of the city, and we call it the linear city. That's how it's dubbed. What you also see is that there is an introduction of even some high-tech, like personal package transport systems that use guided rails to deliver packages, because you need other solutions as well if you abandon the car, of course. That is what I would call, in Belgium there's a famous architect and futurist called Luc Schuiten, who makes these beautiful illustrations and artwork. He's quite old, but he has a long career with many beautiful depictions of what I would also call solarpunk cities. And you see the city has almost become one with nature itself. And what you see here is a nice example of a contour terraced city with the many like rice field platforms. So it expands the surfaces that we have to grow veggies and to grow plants. Sorry. Yeah, this is an era in which we finally find new materials, because that is obviously one of the problems we have. We depend too much on concrete, which has a carbon positive outcome, but we need carbon neutral material, even carbon negative materials, so materials that sequester carbon. And one of the ideas that is being used here, if I could redo this illustration, the brownish structures that look very organic, I would draw them thinner, more like a parametric design, computational design, with tensile structures, stuff like that. But anyway, it's shown here because there's a revival of new abundance of a new material that makes it possible to create large new urban expansion. And this material originates from sea-cultivated organisms like algae, diatoms, bacteria that we add with seashells. That's just one idea, and it makes it possible to create this carbon negative material. We come to the final stage of a solar punk future, in which the advent of a new material. And this is for this material we just need to look at biology, at nature again. So we have basically three ways of producing humans. We have subtractive processes in which we subtract materials from a large piece of material. We have additive fabrication where we add material, think about 3D printing, and then we combine them. That's called assembly. But there's a fourth mode of fabrication. That's how nature works. If you simply look at the seed and you put it in the ground, it grows from that one seed an entire tree. And if you look at a mammal cell, for instance, and it grows a whale or a gorilla or a human, very complex beings. And or living habitat could evolve from an artificial living cell as well. If you look at how nature does it, you have this cellular organism that uses a membrane to protect it against a rather hostile outer environment, and it uses osmosis to let the materials infiltrate, and inside the cell happens a form of production. It breaks down the materials it needs and it uses it for its organelles and for its cellular reproduction. And when the cells reproduce, it can flow the materials it needs through a vascular system. And it can grow in very complex forms. And this city that you see is actually a living symbiote. So an artificial living city that constantly senses its environment. And we have evolved towards a society that's no longer human-centered, but is actually centered for all species in the entire world. It's typically for our present-day society that it's very, very human-centered. And we just build and do things without taking into account that there are other species that use the soil, use the air, and use the lands. So what are the different aspects that are needed? This is part of a book that I'm working on together with a Canadian writer, and that's obviously urban rewilding. So it's not only rewilding of what used to be that patchwork with lots of infrastructure. It's also cities need to be rewilded. They need to be more pleasant to be there. It needs to be, if you walk out your door, you wouldn't see concrete and steel everywhere and cars. You should end up in a street where you feel like you're in nature already. And of course, in the beginning, you see typical historical buildings. That's Fredericton in Canada, for those who may know it. It's a rather older colonial architectural style village town. But we could sacrifice some of our buildings, some of our infrastructure, and create passages for instance, wildlife, and that's what you see here in the foreground. You see lots of trees, and you see mammals that have access, and we preserve this area only for wildlife. So we no longer think that we are the superior species, and we think, yeah, we put the city here, we can't redo it or undo it. but we can make it possible by sacrifice some of our infrastructure that animals can pass, and that's what you see here. There's more place for public transport, you can see that as well, and for much more open space, public transport and pedestrians and bicycles. It can start small, so if you would look at anybody who owns a home, the right illustration shows even a typical urban home with a small garden with lots of shadow. But you can start there by using climbers, for instance, and making biodiverse systems that welcome many other species as well, so that many other species can live in a biodiverse street or neighborhood. The other one is something that we are already doing. At the left, we are more and more making our cities more better suited for water infiltration, but we again look at it from a very human-centered focus. We could look at it from a more care position, where we take care for other species, and I deliberately chose the earthworm, a very humble species. But I can assume that if you could ask an earthworm what he would like or what it would like, it wouldn't choose to have concrete and steel everywhere. It would probably choose to have access to soil, and so it could go to the surface and could recycle organic matter that falls on the ground, and it could aerate our soil. And I think, or soil. I think if we would have a philosophy where we take care for other species as well, many of the problems that we're facing will be solved as well. So I would promote a civilization of care. This shows one of the problems that we have with our use of land, a very large problem in our cities today, and actually the key problem here is that, and on top you see, obviously the problem is that animals can't pass, and if you look where the people in such a large space actually have access to, it's a very small strip of sidewalks that they can use. Most of it is preserved for the car, and all the other red buildings are privately owned. So we take that for granted, but actually it's not that land was divided in pieces that would once be for humans. So we created this. We created those regulations, and we created those models of land and real estate ownership. And it gives us many problems, like speculation, like having a situation where one single person could theoretically buy up an entire street, and he can decide what he does with it. If he says it's lucrative for me to have parkings, we have to park all those electric cars somewhere, and he can gain money with it. He can choose for it, but he slows down the creation of a real solar punk sustainable future. Because if you look at the other illustration, you could move towards other models, like George's approach, community land trust approach, models where we still could have our privacy, where you still could raise your kids and have a minimum of privacy, where you still could have your own garden, but where we look more from a perspective of a collective, more from a perspective of a community, and for other species as well. So part of the gardens and the need is made clear so animals can pass and people can pass as well. You have a much greener environment that's much more healthier, and we still could define rules for people to have their own small piece where they can live privately with their family. But the ownership models definitely need to change over time. What you see here is another aspect. It's about retrofitting our infrastructure. So very typical about our current civilization is that we have a lot of commercial buildings and commercial towers in our cities that take quite a lot of place, and obviously they are mostly situated in the center of the cities, but they are completely underused and misused and mismanaged. Everybody knows those pictures where you have homeless people sleeping next to buildings that are empty during the weekends, such things are very well known. And once we get rid of this quite arbitrary the division of public space, private space, and we try to think more collectively, we can build superstructures and we can build structures that serve the people living in such places. And we can define the functions of buildings much more clearer. And in the beginning, this is a typical early age solarpunk illustration, where you see again those quirky designs, because there aren't much large construction companies, and there's a lack of materials, so we need to upcycle, recycle the materials that we have. And what you get is a vision where people retrofit the existing buildings, and they can already do quite nice things. What you see is that there's a cycling path at the first or second level, so you could actually preserve a certain level and create different layers of transportation passages throughout the city. And wind space, we could redesign rooftops and make them more suited for rooftop gardens. We can have adapted more parasitic types of architecture that blend in with the existing towers. All such things, and of course, again, urban rewilding. And you see what used to be a typical corporate lawn in front of a typical corporate or commercial office has become a much more biodiverse example. So here you see the same building, but in a different setting. There's actually the illustration that the photograph that inspired me here was from a Canadian city. It's called Halifax, and it's a typical harbor city where you have those typical concrete harbor and those large piers with a lot of yachts and beautiful boats. But again, a very human-centered view. There used to be a river system that shaped that river over ages. Then we came and we created at our convenience only for our needs. But we could regenerate those harbors and create an environment that's much more welcoming for other species as well. You see the seal who uses a pier, so that these are simple solutions, but it just needs to take into account by the designers and by urban planners, architects. Of course, obviously, other means of transportation over water, like sailing ships, survive. You see that the pine trees can get much closer to the shoreline. And you see those retrofitted structures. Some perhaps could be stripped and used as greenhouses. Others could become housing towers. Perhaps yet others to take care for elderly people or the young kids. And you still see quite a lot of natural materials. In the beginning, many natural organic materials that you can produce locally will emerge and will be used. That's another example. It gives a view on a city center. And you see that it doesn't need to be always quirky or Jugaad style. It can also use digital fabrication methods. Like on top you see a 3D printed facade that is neo-Gothic style. So we can be very creative whatever we do. It doesn't mean that we need to go entirely back to a low-tech civilization as well. Of course, low-tech can be introduced and is welcome. But what you see in the middle there is that vertical, the pointer doesn't work anymore. So the shaft is an elevated shaft, so high-tech can still be integrated as well. You see that streets that were once very dominated by the car are reclaimed by the public and used by the public. So it's a much more healthier, inviting place to be. And what you see here, and that's actually the focus of this illustration, is a town hall. A typical town hall, supposed to be the center of the democracy, and supposed to be the place where people could go to and discuss things that concern them about their local community, about the place where they live. But in the end, I don't think that many people end up in the town hall to discuss certain matters. But this is another design that it's much more inviting with community tables, with community kitchens, where people just want to gather and where they come by accident. Because around this city center, there are workshops, grocery store, coffee shop, where people can drink a coffee and eat something, and they meet here by accident, and they could easily chip in and listen to one of the presentations that somebody who wants to pitch an idea for the neighborhood. It's a much more inviting settlement, and on top you could have open work co-work places where people could collaboratively work on community projects and find the proper expertise and proper people to work out different things in different fields. The small, tiny house-like rooms that you see could be focused on specific specializations. It could be healthcare, it could be sports, it could be water systems in the city where you could go to and you need more technical expertise with somebody who guides you, a technical expert. You will still need people doing administration and people guiding you, but it's again a different concept. So we could reinvent many of the services and things that we have in this present day society that is entirely shaped by the system we're in. So that's nice. Back. So another aspect is retrofitting, but in the beginning, we could also try to cleverly use the chaotic cities that we have, where cities are always built on the remains of a former city, and many cities have a long history, and we preserve and keep our relics of the past, which is of course a good thing as well, but it makes it also difficult to do an urban expansion, so we could use the space that we have more cleverly by adapting, by introducing forms of more parasitic architecture. This is a concept derived from a Finnish architect, Marco Casagrande, and he showed a nice concept of the paracity, where he uses some sort of generic rectangular shape that can be easily used and fit in between, for instance, two buildings, that can cross streets, and where you can create in an organic way some sort of superstructure. So that's what you see here. You see bridges that connect formerly privately owned buildings, and all of a sudden we expand the space that we can use in those cities. And many of those volumes, we could think about systems that are like a little bit like the Lego Technics concept that can be attached to each other and can be much more cleverly used to create more space. You see as well that the structures, again, the red, I would point to it, red robotic structures that use the rails from those rectangular structures are used here to deliver packages, for instance. And what's also, what I also want to point out is the Asian-inspired style of dividing places. So we could also move towards a more minimalistic lifestyle, where we use our interior space much cleverly. So we don't need to produce as much as we produce now. Also an introduction of, in the middle of some sort of artificial waterfall. So we, again, welcome water in the city. In the past, we put the water away under the ground, or we regulated it and made it straight so it passed the city very quickly. But we let the water meandering through the city and regenerate water systems. So this bio-urban organism, if you would look at the city, you see the first illustration. That's a typical urban blueprint with large buildings, infrastructure, roads meant for the car, canals. And those buildings, if you were to strip them down, what you would see is, not always, but in general, you would see the typical Le Corbusier domino concept of different levels divided by roof plates and ground plates and load-bearing columns, and you could pass from level to level with an elevator or a stairs. So imagine if you would stop looking at the city at this building is owned by this person, this building is owned by that person, that piece of vacant land will be used to build that commercial building. No, if you would look at it from the point of view of an entire community who could use that space, you see actually structures that can be used and combined to generate a superstructure. And you would have lots of those skeleton buildings that can be used with a new form of adaptive architectural modular generic designs. So we could go towards those illustrations that you can see at the right, in colored in the red. And then you get an entire new concept about what a city might or could be, and you win space as well. So what you see in the lowest illustration, that perhaps some levels could be entirely used by vehicles that can, small vehicles, electric vehicles, or bicycles. That could be a possibility. And it doesn't need to be, of course, as complicated or as such a grand idea. It doesn't need to be like that. It can be start small. The first illustration shows, again, an Asian-inspired design, where you just have two buildings, one street, one public street, and two buildings, perhaps both privately owned, perhaps two people who want to move forward and have a vision about a future, and combine them or connect them with the help of the municipality to create this Japanese or Asian-like wooden bridge. And it adds a new element in your neighborhood. This is actually a design that exists, where people can also meet, have another view on the city, where they can add green, like climbing plants, and you can imagine it yourself, I assume. The other one is also a very simple one with an alley, that now in a normal present day you will find plenty of such examples if you walk in the city here, where heat, especially on a warm day like this, reflects and it's absorbed by the concrete, and you get into a really lethal situation where the city becomes a heat island. But you could, if you think more structural and more from out of the perspective of creating, having an entire different vision about how you use space, you could connect two buildings and create those shade green roof shady places. That can be, again, used for communities as well, to play some chess or whatever. Another example where an entire street is regenerated with a smaller place for a new line of human-powered and smaller electric vehicles, and where you have those terraced structures that also solve the problem of the sunlight in the summers. The same goes up for a lot of the vacant space that we will have in obsolete office buildings and corporate campuses. There's an enormous amount of machine constructional systems that can be easily clicked and combined with each other to very fastly create shapes in a room that can serve a multitude of functions. So we could have this very flexible, resilient way at looking at the space that we win. And even, you could even, at a certain point in time, you could even say, our city will be part of a larger bioregion. We already passed the time where we arbitrarily divided our land in the borders of what we call nations and countries. But we look at how nature, how a logical natural system works. And so we have a bioregion. The city fits in this bioregion, and we could, for instance, turn our cities into like this is some sort of valley-like city. That's, of course, a very exaggerated example, but it becomes possible. The other illustration shows what two former office towers have been turned into. Like you see that there are passages from one building to another building, and you hardly can recognize that it once were two, for instance, very well-known commercial shopping malls. But here it's can have a multitude of uses. We could house people and do so many things with it. And there are many other functions as well. Like I said, it can be used for personal package transport as well. that's what you see at left. Okay, next slide. So after a while, there will become more newer forms of architecture as well. We could use this generic models that are logically and easy to produce locally. So we don't need to have production that comes from there, another part of the production that comes from there, where it can produce locals on the spot where you live. And we could change our look on how we look at our cities and think about ecosystems, seeing the human as yet another animal, like there are so many animals, and try to think from an ecosystem design philosophy, where if you would look at a forest ecosystem, a tree is an ecosystem on itself, and the many trees combined form a forest. That's, of course, one large ecosystem. A city could become something similar, where you have the offices, new towers, I mean, that become ecosystems on themselves, similar like a tree, and combined they form a large urban habitat ecosystem. And if you would look at a tree, what you see, the canopy with its a large amount of leaves, what they do, they catch the sunlight, use it for their own photosynthesis, and use it for their own chemical processes inside the leaves. Or buildings could do the same. They capture the water, they evaporate water. Or buildings could do the same. They could have green roofs, and what you see, the brown top layer is an infiltration volume where that infiltrates the water and makes it pure again. And water goes down and comes into a pond where that can be used by many other species as well. That's something that you don't see that much in the city, but we could redesign our buildings and cities in this way. On the bottom, what a tree normally does, it grows its roots, and the roots penetrate the soil, and they extract their materials out of the soil. And there's a constant recycling happening in the soil. We could do that here as well. A building could become a recycling center. So the products that we used, we have quite some plastic that we produced, could be collected here. And what you see underneath is an open source half-fabricate production center. And all those open source hardware, plastic machinery, it exists. Think about the Precious Plastic project. Perhaps you know it. You can easily download the plans and make one of those shredders or extruders yourself. And you could start with a local production. And those designs can be used to create recycled benches from plastic and stuff like that. Those are initiatives that are already happening, but could be integrated in a new community vision that serves local communities and on-the-spot production. You see the second floor here is used for a family that can use it for leisure and for relaxing, for some cooking, but there's also a public place with a public kitchen underneath. And on the top, I actually made this illustration for a book that was about the future of work. And this is an entire new vision about work, where we go to corporate campuses and where we work from 9 to 5. A lot of what David Graeber said, bullshit jobs, but here we have an entire new concept about work where we could chip in some community task or needs community needs. And we have artificial intelligence, we have the internet to organize ourselves, and we have artificial intelligence that can help us with guiding us what tasks that need to be done more quickly instead of other tasks, and they can help us with assembling teams. And you can go here freely, and the myth that people will not be motivated anymore if there aren't a large group of corporations that provide them a wage, that's a real myth. People would see that we will still produce and create the things that we need and have plenty of free time as well. So people come here, it's like a co-working space, and on a community level they can organize work over here. You see that buildings are connected, and a forest as well, the same thing. A forest is not a standalone organism. It's connected with the entire forest. If you would look at the soil, you would see that there's a mycorrhizal network of fungus that connects all the roots with each other. And here the buildings are connected as well. So this entire new vision becomes part of our solar punk future. You see how we move on towards the contour terrace city, because the city obviously will expand. People will come, and we will have to deal with the population growth as well. What you could do is move towards the borders of the city and grow horizontally like a mold does. You could look again to nature, and molds grow horizontally as well. We could use the same building systems to grow what we called the contour terrace city. At the borders of the city, large contour terraced structures are designed that can be used for a multitude of functions. And here you see some depictions of what it could become. And this is an illustration I made for a Czech architecture magazine once. And it depicts several stages of this contour terrace city. In the center you see the large skyscrapers, typical for an industrial age architecture. And you see the red connected volumes that could be more of the solar punk age, where we use the space more cleverly and where we abandon the concept of private ownership, but we think more from a community perspective and transfer land and real estate to the commons. And what you see is at the borders you get those terrace-shaped volumes that can expand horizontally as well, and that can be used. It can be used for agriculture, or for parks, or for small vegetable gardens for the people from the city. And immediately next to the contour terraced cities, you see that all sorts of sustainable agricultural practices happening. And then it becomes food forests, and that goes over into wilderness. So we could end up in a situation where everybody can literally take his bicycle, and within 50 minutes they are in, or 20 minutes they are in the complete wilderness. You see how we revived the river system as well. We even created the brown that you can see as an artificial canyon-like, valley-like structure that we recreated to welcome many species that we once destroyed by regulating that river. And what you see is in the back, you see another note of this, of this urban web connected by a linear city, where the city can expand as well. And around the city, complete vast wilderness. We gave that space back to nature. How would it look? How could it look from the outside? So here you see people that are in the food forest picking food, and it's another myth that is caused by the agriculture multinational industry, that we would have no food if they aren't in charge anymore. Well, that's a myth. I recommend you to look at, for instance, Geoff Lott and his food forest and permaculture videos to see the richness of a food forest system. And people could just enjoy the feeling of going to grab their own food. And you see there's, again, a rich diversity of many other animals as well, grazing animals, birds of prey, stuff like that. You see gardens, water elements. And we depicted here a typical madrasa-like architectural style to show now we see cultural influx of people as a threat. It threatens our civilization, but it doesn't need to be a threat. It can be an enrichment, of course. It could be, we could create this nice mixed pot of architectural styles that come from all over the world. And here you see the more typical Arabic style with Persian style mixed with a solar punk style. And the forms that you see are the contour terraces, and in the back you see a city. Again, how you look at a city, I would say you look at it as and to the contour city as well as an ecosystem. You see the coral ecosystem that has its different layers of coral systems that all combined and connected with each other and serve a multitude of species. Starfish, angelfish, you see some of them summed up there. And you have the terraced contour city as well. There is a multitude of smaller ecosystems, sub-ecosystems as well. You have natural forest, you have grasslands, and you have an artificially created meandering river system. And so that merges perfectly with the surrounding nature. We let water aquifers fill itself, and it can be used for all aquatic and all animals instead of only for agriculture or for industrial uses. What you see is that the cities in those lower levels of that contour terrace city can be used for agricultural practices. So it can be used to store goods, it can be used for housing, townhouses, can be used for to store or agricultural machines and devices. And again, those agricultural devices can be easily open source as well. Think about open source ecology that devised a great deal of machinery in completely open source manner. And again, you could, with a community, take the control about means of production and the means of your agriculture organization. And that's what you see in the top as part of the contour terrace layer. The inside, with a much more space that is used by open public space instead of cars, parking lots. And what you see here is that people gather. You have an increase of social space where people meet, greet, exchange ideas. And that's, I think, obviously what you see in this picture. You have colonnades and passages where people can walk in the shade, but much more green and plants that carry fruits that they can pick. And again, some sort of Roman-inspired aqueduct-like system. So the water is present again as well. And in the background, the contour terraces of that city. So expanding, as I said, can be done by using the linear city. What could be an obvious approach is that it expands along a transit line. That can be, for instance, a rail system, an old rail system, rails, and or an old road that is being used. And you see that it has the same architectural shape as the contour terraced structures. People can live there and can have the same conveniences, same services if they live there as well. So how would it look? Here you see how it could be, how cities could be constructed. That is as well the contour terrace city as linear city by building up these layered structures. There you see the upper right illustration shows the contour terraced structure, but it doesn't need to be one single vast network of a superstructure like architecture. It can be dispersed with open space in between. And this is a more late solar punk era linear city where you actually have, thinking again about the nanotechnology, artificial growing city that could even make it possible to grow underground cities quite easily. But we're speaking about, that's speculation, we're speaking about a distant future here. And the terraces could shape and blend in more easily and become more naturally with the surrounding nature. A winter scene of such a linear city, you see how it's much more in harmony with its surroundings. And the top spaces are here used to grow green, for greenhouses. So you could use, again, your space much more cleverly, and people will always nearby all the services they need when they live in this linear city. Such linear city could have all sorts of shapes. I'm presenting here the typical contour terrace, but it can be whatever. This is inspired by some sort of organic grow pattern of a plant, the first one. It can be large, at some places broad, where it could be thin and almost unpopulated as well, actually becoming just a railway system, not more or less than that. And it can be a very dense populated area as well. It depends what we want and where we at and what the communities that live there want to do with it. You see the typical eco bridges. So again, now we make infrastructure and we hardly think about animals that need to pass there. So again, a very human-centered way of looking at or design and building and constructional techniques. But in a new vision, we will always think, what will we do with the land that make it more difficult for other species, and how can we undo that? What can we do for other animals as well? So these eco-bridges can be part of it. We could even use such superstructure, a linear city, to regenerate land that we completely wasted during the industrial age, former mining sites or sites that we polluted, by using the linear structure as some sort of valley. That's what you will also see in many of Luc Schuyten's visions. And the linear city, as I said, can be thin, it can be a very broad structure, and it moves, meanders along the world, like a river system, for instance. And it could go underground, like tunnels. Think about tunnel networks in, for instance, Norway or Switzerland. It can cross rivers like bridges do. So we could easily find our way in the landscape without disrupting it too much, like we have in our patchwork, urban, dispersed society in the present day. Just some view about a cross-section about how such a city could look like. And you actually have everything there. You could have regions where there's more heavy industries, where it's less interesting to live because that makes noise and all the annoyance that you would have. You see number 2, heliostats to add natural light in the structure. Number 3 show residential zones. It can assimilate old architecture as well. And even number 12, fancy science fiction like technological projects like the Star Trek turbolift could be reintroduced in such structures as well. And number 11 is also a little bit of a high-tech virtual reality, augmented reality project where we could use inner spaces to even mimic another city, an old Parisian look, or even an ancient city. We have the technology to create such nice environments as well. The concept of work evolves as well. In late solarpunk age, we could operate machines. We don't need to sit in the devices and come in unhealthy, dangerous situations. We could use the telework concept to use augmented reality, virtual reality to operate robotic systems from a distance. That's what you see. And the advantage would be that if people get out of their workplace, immediately they are surrounded by a beautiful nature. I think it's a lie that people need to watch out on a wall. There's plenty enough space. Another concept, but it depends on your imagination, is this is a shake. It's from the Japanese. It's called borrowed scene, where they constantly work with the landscape and use it within their houses as well. We could use this in the linear city or in the contour terrace city as well. And here you see we could even use the terraces and the surrounding environment to grow specific plants, like I think about hemp, rice, pine trees, aspen trees, that can be used to make organic materials. So, and we could use them high-tech architectural fabric from organic matter, plate material, pressed plate material, hall fabricates to construct furniture and stuff like that, and can be grown because we will need space as well. Oh, that went very quick. I don't know what happened here. Oh, so the linear city, yeah, there was last. Yeah. Another advantage is if you would look at space and you see it as a generic volume that can be used by people, we could look at it entirely differently. We could say we generate or we create a space that serves us in our basic needs. It keeps us away from the hard environmental conditions like rain, weather conditions, storms, and it protects us against that. And it gives us all the utilities we need, electricity, water, such things. And the only thing that we can do is we can move freely in this structure, and just wherever we want to stop, we can take advantage of the superstructure and live there. And this can even mean that there's an emergence of an entire new lifestyle where people use this urban web to move and to constantly travel along the urban web. And so if they choose not to remain at one permanent space, they can. And it could mean that there is an entire new range of vehicles that could be designed. Many of them already exist. Think about the many cool vans that are used for people when they go to music festivals and stuff like that, or when they go on a journey. Think about the tiny house movements. But they could be used within a superstructure as well. So that's another conceptual idea about dealing with space and dealing with structures that stops from the moment when you think pure from an individualistic perspective, and when you start to think more collectively as one human species and how a structure could serve us. Those are all illustrations that show that. The other one shows more tiny houses that are placed somewhere and that are used by a group of people who wants to use a part of the superstructure to live. That transit linear city could be used to attract people from villages, to give them the opportunity to use it as well. Because of course we will not force people to abandon their village as well. What you see here is yet another example that I once designed of an electrified bicycle that uses some sort of open source materials that can be really modularly rearranged to create some cool bicycle that you can use as a house. So this is more difficult in the winter to use, but if you have the protection of a superstructure, you could easily do that as well. And if you have very nearby the possibility to grow food and stuff like that, you could live a quite self-sufficient, self-reliant lifestyle. And this is another example that I once made, where you could easily have a much more resilient way of looking at things, adaptation and flexibility. That will be needed in an ever-changing world where the changes to come with climate change are, which will be necessary. And here you see how the linear city grows and how old infrastructure is demolished and used to build the new city. So you see people here, you could actually have a tribe of people, could be solar punks, who feel attracted to a lifestyle where they help to regenerate the surrounding world and where they help to plant and rewild barren land and help to recover our world. And this is what you see here, people deconstructing freestanding houses and abandoned infrastructure, and people that are obviously growing plants. What you see underneath is the same, but with trucks that are adapted so they can use the railway infrastructure, and they are electrified here. And they, within the trucks and within the cargo trailers, there are there are open source machinery that can be used to demolish larger infrastructures. That can be again used, recycled to build new structures. And you see how the city could grow. Okay. Again, back. Oh. Yeah. The battery is low. So we still have some time to finish the entire presentation and to talk a little bit about eco-villages as well. So eco-villages, because the vision that I portrayed here is obviously all urban, and it makes sense if we want to do huge-scale rewilding efforts and if we want to live as efficiently as possible. But there will still be plenty of isolated villages as well, and we will not get rid of all the infrastructure from one day to another, and there will be people with other beliefs as well. But our villages as well could also change and become more resilient, more adapted to the changes to come. And what you see here is actually an illustration that's derived from a real existing housing solutions called Pirapod, from an American inventor who uses some sort of technology, which he calls solar roof technology. It uses a layer of finishing with some sort of bubbly foam that is used to thermoregulate the entire house, which means in the winter, because of this foam that's inside it, it can heat up the place. And in the summer, it keeps the place cold. If you want to know more about it technologically, he has an entire website where he explains those things, and he made many designs. It's a combination of a traditional house with this new technology as well. So, because what you see a lot is that there will be, especially in more isolationist communities, less opportunities to make use of an enormous supply network of new materials. So you should be think very cleverly how you shape and construct things. So this is a rather simple design, but what you see is the traditional Acadian house, so Acadian settlers from the northern part of Canada, and what you see there is a traditional oven. So you see some low-tech being mixed with a more high-tech new technology. Basements used to store food, and again, this modular approach, you could easily make it a larger building as well. A simple design. And there are plenty of other designs that are equally interesting to study or to look at. And the rooftop being used here as a garden. It's actually technology that is often used for greenhouses as well. And you see that there are some parts, like the lower level, is finished with traditional materials. It can be traditional, locally organic materials like mud, clay, stuff like that, adobe. Energy production, that is what you see in this very commercialized, commodified world, is that people are again forced to solve all the problems on an individual level. But like things like energy would be much more logical if we do it on a cooperative community level. So that's what you see here, is that on a community level, people use the community to give them energy security with power stations. And again, you see the typical permaculture elements coming back. Yeah, the eco-villages, they can have different roles. And they can be integrated in a broader vision as well. One of those at the right is some sort of meditation center that you see it's still connected with the linear or contoured city. But again, at its borders, we keep that reserved for nature. So that's something that comes back also with eco-villages. And this is, again, more Eastern inspired, and perhaps some of the spiritual communities could reside there and give us courses and teach us the interesting life lessons. And other eco-villages that are completely immersed by nature, could be part of a new schools within a new solar punk civilization. What will also arise is new schools. Now our educational system is very focused on what corporations and what our current society needs and what sort of skills it needs. But perhaps in the future we will focus more on regenerative practices, about rewilding, about craftsmanship. A lot of people completely don't know how the things that they wear, the things that they eat, the things that they have, how they are produced, which makes them very vulnerable. And yet many people find pleasure in crafting some things themselves. So it could become, they could become new schools where they teach people again to have crafts and to have skills, so they can devise and create and become makers themselves as well. And so this is what you see at the left. One of those eco-villages that's completely focusing on nature, rewilding, regenerating our sickened world. And finally, and I think this is almost the last slide, actually assume that it's the last slide, is perhaps even a lifestyle in dense forests would be possible for some if we think about what could be possible. Here you see subterranean houses. At the right, you have halfly subterranean, and where there's an entire vision of subterranean houses as well and subterranean infrastructure, and it has advantages because there's it can much more easily blend in with nature, and there's perhaps less impact on the surroundings as well. So in a forest it could be easily done that we create structures that can be integrated in the forest or in more natural landscapes like you see here, and perhaps communities and people could live in such places. It doesn't mean that that will be entirely low-tech. It could be that there are people who still use high-tech as well, like those cabins are actually pods, very small, very simplistic lifestyle, but yet they could have computers, telecom applications, and they could be in touch with the entire complex world and yet still live in the middle of the wilderness, but still being connected with the outer world for many services that they need. Because surviving in the wilderness, that's very hard to do. You still would need community, you will still need contact with other people. And underneath you see hanging structures, so that's another possibility. If we make materials that don't hurt the trees that much, we could create nice tree house designs as well. So I think this is the last slide. So I managed to give you a view of all the different visions, so I'm glad that I could keep in time. And what you see here is a last illustration again of a water system with, this is something that I didn't talk about living on waters. There wasn't enough room, but this is a small glimpse of it, where they use again some sort of superstructure that's standing on what we call PSP platform, as a self-stabilizing platform that can be used to stack different volumes, and where people could adapt and create the volumes as they wish. And you see also that it blends with the traditional stilt houses that you would see in a more aquatic environment. Something that I forgot to mention as well, we will need the knowledge of indigenous people, native people, something that we neglected. In the colonial age, we completely abandoned and suppressed that type of knowledge, but native people who nurtured the land and used the land for so many ages have a lot of knowledge about what in that particular bioregion would be the best solution. So I would welcome it if that could blend in with the solar punk visions as well. And what you see is obviously also the new public transport that emerges everywhere. So I would say thank you for your attention. I hope that I gave you an idea what solar punk might be from the viewpoint of one artist, and I assume that many artists, because it's a collective approach, have other visions that are equally interesting, and together I hope we could go towards a brighter future. So thank you for your attention. Give us some time if there are still some questions. I don't know, yeah?
Good. Okay. Thanks so much for your presentation. It's amazing work. Question about whether do you collaborate with architects, like to realize some of these ideas and in your drawings. I think of architects like, for instance, Terraform One, Michahim, or François Roche from France. They work with natural and ecosystem processes in their work, for instance.
No, I didn't work with architects or any real-life project. The people which I collaborate the most are often other artists or science fiction writers who do some storytelling, create the narratives, and that's the terrain where I have most experience in. But it would be interesting in the future to look if some of those designs could be realized or to collaborate with such people.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. I definitely would love to live in such an organic city. That's a great vision. But it hits me several times when I was looking at those pictures you presented that these structures are extremely freshwater hungry. And so my question would be if we would like to build such an organic city in the area where the freshwater is scarce, how it should look like. How it should change to actually respect that we do not have enough fresh water in such an area.
Oh, so your question is what we should do in a desert-like region?
Yeah. How such an organic city should look like in a desert-like region.
Well, yeah, actually, it will definitely be in a geographical. The position that you're at will differ, and like you saw, many of the cities are more Central Europe. So I try to focus on the place where I live, because I'm less familiar with what happens in Northern Africa or in the middle of Africa or in the jungle era. And I'm glad to see that there is within the solarpunk movement, there's a much more empowerment of other artists who live in other regions to give them the empowerment, because they know what materials can be used there, what's possible over there, and how this perhaps some of these visions can be integrated in their region. I have made some designs about more cities that are in a desert region, where I can show them to you, but I could share them with you later on, where they use more structures that are subterranean. So where they go subterranean because it's very difficult over there, like you say, because there are very harsh and difficult conditions. And some places I expect will be just uninhabitable in the future as well. It will be very difficult to remain there. So it could be that some places that become too hot to live will be unpopulated, and that people will move much more towards Nordic parts where it's more easier possible to live. And what I've also seen is that there are large, but it's at the borders of where the desert starts, large efforts to undo this desertification, and where they try to create green walls. And I actually saw a vision of a befriended solarpunk futurist writer that devised the concept of the linear city at the borders, where there is still some green, where there is more captivity of water, but in the middle of a desert, I think that will be difficult.
Yeah, thank you.
A question about self-sustainability and using services for everything. Like, for example, here in our picture there are wind turbines. Like, do people service them by themselves, or everything? For everything you use some kind of service?
So people do it on an individual scale. Is that your question, or do they?
On an individual community. Or community, yeah.
Well, the most visions that I worked on, it's more on a community level. So because it's very difficult to manage a self-sufficient lifestyle on your own. It's actually even difficult in a small group of people. Like, say, if we want to have a self-sustainable lifestyle, it would be difficult. So for many things, you absolutely will rely on a larger network. I'm even talking about, for some means of production or for some utilities, you will need regional cooperatives. So that's something that will need to be established. And that's something that makes it very difficult today, because we live in a hyper-individualized society where the communities that exist aren't well equipped enough to organize such civilization, but we should evolve towards those regional networks of cooperatives to serve all our means. I think it will be very difficult to live a very self-sustainable lifestyle on your own.
Yeah. So in case where my house shrinks to the size of the pot, right? So I rely on a community rather than external services.
Yeah, you will still partly rely on the community as well. So it will not be somewhere in the remote jungle where you could survive on your own. That's difficult.
One more question from myself. Thank you so much for the presentation.
You're welcome.
I see definitely the value of the project. A question. What are the costs of the project, and do you receive any investments or not?
Well, if you would look at it from the financial perspective, from our present day way how we look at finances, then it's very costly to make this. But this is something, like you've seen in the transition, that evolves over time, where we will also introduce different economic models as well. Based on reciprocity, based on perhaps new tokens that can be introduced, based on social, like your social input that you give for a community. Things like that. So we will evolve away from the monetary civilization that we have now, and the moment that we can establish this new community identity, we could also reintroduce different means to different models for the finance system that we know today to organize more complex things.
Cool, thank you.
So those were the questions. Right on time.
Back in a moment with Gene Kogan. Gene Kogan, an artist and programmer with interest in generative art. Gene, I invite you on stage.
Okay. Hi, everybody. How does this work? Okay, so my name is Gene Kogan, and this talk is about autonomous agents and artificial artists. So I'll just quickly tell you about my background so you know where I'm coming from. I've been basically spent most of my career in in machine learning in one form or another. I studied machine learning in college and then became kind of a research assistant working on applications of machine learning to music technology, working on things like recommender systems, collaborative filtering, stuff like that. Also sort of pulling out interesting information from audio signals for applications to creative applications. You pull out the beat or the tempo of a piece of music or the genre or the mood characteristics, things like that, in order to drive playlisting algorithms, stuff like that. At the same time, I had a hobby as a generative artist. I've been using for a long time frameworks like processing, open frameworks, MaxMSP, if any of you are familiar with those things. And then these two worlds kind of started to collide around 10 years ago, and when generative AI started to take off as a field, or what's now called generative AI. It wasn't called that back then. So I started using techniques like GANs, style transfer, deep dream, and in order to make interesting kinds of art. So I've had a front row seat to watching this field really take off over the last 8 years. That image on the left is a face, if you could believe it, trained on data made from a model, a variational autoencoder, this kind of neural network that was trained on a data set of celebrity faces. This was the state of the art in 2015, and as everybody can probably see, it's really it's grown up very quickly, very fast. So we're now making realistic imagery, also video, text of that's very capable. Probably everyone here has interacted with ChatGPT at some point, so the field's really exploded in popularity and interest, and so I've been kind of reacting to that lately. These used to be videos, but I'll just some work of mine from collections that I've made of artworks. These are actually videos that are looping, but not for today. I'm most well known for my educational work, so I've been making these resources, kind of tutorials, code, and instructional materials, book chapters, things like that for teaching people in different creative professions, including artists and interaction designers and so on, basically how to adopt these materials and to use them in their own craft. And so this is a project called ML4A. And I've also been running workshops around these resources for most of the last 8 years, including for a couple of years as basically a full-time job. So this topic of an autonomous artificial artist, I really love. It's kind of been my obsession for the last few years. It sits at the confluence of multiple completely different fields, in my opinion. So there's a computer art aspect to it, of course, and how that overlaps with artificial intelligence and machine learning. And then there's this whole decentralization element to it, blockchains and so on, that has become intertwined. And then there's also this kind of philosophy of mind component to it, which I won't really get into very much today, but is no less interesting. So questions of what is agency in the computer network? What does it mean to be autonomous? And those are all things that have really driven this topic. So from my vantage point, I've had a chance to anticipate some of the questions that are today becoming more and more prominent. So if you're a digital artist, you're basically responsible for every pixel normally, but in AI art, this is really challenging. It's a little bit different because with AI-generated images, you're the last step in a very, very long and complicated sequence that starts with many millions or even billions of people contributing data to this large data set, compute resources that are stretched all across the globe, and hundreds or even thousands of people writing the software that underpins your own software. And so this is such a collective enterprise that it really kind of, at least to me, it really challenges conventional pre-existing notions of authorship and attribution. Copyright, of course, is a big issue now. Copyright, as far as I can tell, really wants a single person, or at best an organization, to be responsible for or attributable to one of these models or an image that came out of it. But really, in AI-generated art, there's so much more, obviously, and so I've been really interested in questions that arise from that. So around 2016, I became acquainted with the Art DAO idea. Maybe some of you have seen this. Basically, a couple people who are now friends of mine, Trent McConaughey and Simon de la Rouviere, started theorizing about this idea of a smart contract that would create generative art autonomously, put it on the blockchain, and sell it, and then use the proceeds to pay for itself, to pay for its own computation. And I was really attracted to, really inspired by this idea. It really completed, I think, an idea that had already kind of come from artificial intelligence circles. Lots of artists had been playing around with this idea of personhood or lifeness to their creations, thinking like, can we make programs that would really seem to people to be completely, have their own agency and their own autonomy, and this was, but they were, in my opinion, kind of lacking this autonomy character, and I think the Art DAO idea really completed it, and I thought for my part I would try to kind of merge these two traditions together into a single, cohesive idea. And I wrote an article about this in 2019, Artists in the Cloud, where I introduced the Abraham project, which was basically the idea of taking an Art DAO at its core and placing in the center a generative model. So an AI generative model, and decentralizing all of the aspects of its training and operation in order to really make it, kind of have this autonomy. I should mention that around this time, DAOs were thought of a little bit differently, I think, than they are today. These days, I feel like DAOs are kind of just like social organizations around the blockchain, but at the time, the autonomous character of them was more emphasized, and so, DAOs are this, thing that interacts with people at the edges, and this was kind of, trying to make a system that would collectively, convert everyone's intelligence, everyone's imagination into unique and original art. And I published a paper and a workshop poster at the Creativity Workshop in NeurIPS, which is the big machine learning conference where, now in the first couple of years, I really emphasized the decentralized compute. Besides for blockchains, there's a lot of interesting research kind of adjacent to machine learning in decentralizing aspects of the machine learning process, from federated learning, which kind of decentralizes data collection, to even things that are like multi-party computation, homomorphic encryption. I think some people here have probably seen the ZKML talks, which is also kind of an adjacent topic. And those things are more for decentralizing the actual compute or creating certain kinds of privacy and security guarantees. And I emphasized that in the first couple of years while I was studying this. Now, in the meantime, the idea of autonomous agents has become much more mainstream in just the last 6 months, I would say, in the aftermath of, ChatGPT, GPT-4. Maybe some of you have seen these projects like AutoGPT and Baby AGI, and those are open source projects in which people are trying to take these language models and place them into larger systems which have some kind of a more autonomous character to them. So, a language model is something that you would normally normally think of like you go to ChatGPT and you prompt it. But these are goal-directed agents, which are given the goal and then just kind of continue thinking in a loop and then trying to complete certain tasks that it sets for itself in response to these goals. So these are agents that are capable of, that they use language models at every step to kind of reason about a goal, divide it into tasks, plan out those tasks, execute them with access to certain kinds of tools. So tools like searching the internet with Google, access to data feeds and APIs, being able to make images and connect to the internet essentially. And I would say that right now, from having played with them, it's still very raw. They're not going to do anything really, really worthwhile for you right now. But I would say that as the base models continue to improve and this idea of how to kind of compose with language models becomes more mature, I think that this will become a really, really big area. I think everyone's going to have their own autonomous agents, personal assistants. Companies will have bots that answer questions effectively, and it's something to really look out for. There's also a paper a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, called Generative Agents, which was really interesting. The researchers placed a bunch of these, I think 20 of these autonomous agents into like a 2D game map, and then simulated a little society. And so each of the agents had kind of a heartbeat and an internal monologue and some memory of itself, and would go on interacting with each other, making new memories, and so on. And the researchers even reported certain kinds of emergent behaviors, how they organized a birthday party for one of the agents, and had all sorts of like social interactions. It's really interesting stuff. Now, the generative AI world has been maturing a lot. There's a really big open source community that I'm plugged into, and and so the tools just keep getting better, I think. And there's kind of there's interesting notion that these all of these tools are in a single, that many of the participants in this world, we share tools, and not only share tools, but resources like the actual models themselves, the data sets, the compute resources. It's just this kind of large pool. And so in a sense, it almost looks like public resources, although people don't really think of them that way, but they effectively function as public goods. And for that reason, I think there's a lot of there's a lot of interesting aspects. So actually these slides I'm supposed to get rid of, but anyway, models and data sets are also getting larger. And the models are improving very fast. So there's a lot of interesting problems, I would say, open questions and opportunities in generative AI. I already mentioned the copyright issues and attribution. There's also this data sovereignty. Obviously, lots of people's data is involved in this. A lot of artists in particular have questions about it. And data sovereignty has always been a big issue in the blockchain world. And in generative AI, it's becoming much more of an issue because we acknowledge that these models have a lot of intrinsic value to them, and so there's really no answers to how that incentivizes people to even contribute in the first place. Of course, machine learning is intrinsically centralizing because the compute resources are so intensive, and so that's an issue that's presented. There's been an influx of new participants, artists and application developers and so on, who, for the most part, are using all of these same resources, but for now, there's really a lack of incentives for them to really coordinate with each other, because despite the fact that they're all using kind of the same models. I wrote an article a few weeks ago about an idea for creating some kind of an on-chain provenance for generative AI. So if you can imagine all of these different projects using the same flavors of stable diffusion, same compute resources, to be able to publish on-chain all of the creations that they make with a reference to a particular checkpoint and the input spec that made it, a prompt and a random seed and so on. And the idea for this is to not just to create a standard among them, but to encourage some degree of interoperability and composability and so on. And then the second aspect of this is to create something that's a little bit more Web3 oriented, where that Web3 oriented in the sense of a decentralized platform platform that they share. Because the first thing that we'd like to do, and this kind of brings me to Eden, is to be able to create these generative models as a service, and many such services exist, APIs and so on, that provide uplinks to these powerful models, but all of them have the sort of generic Web 2 problems, platform risk, of course. And so the idea with Eden is to try to create a Web3 centric version of this, which uses, first of all, a decentralized identity. Your wallet is your identity. You're not an entry in our database, and also this provenance layer as well. So and the first important aspect of that is that all of the data is shared and open and public. So if Eden, for example, ever goes offline or stops offering these models, you can basically take all of that, fork it off, and continue running your operations. All the models are open source. You can host them elsewhere. And so really trying to create a way for these otherwise independent parties to have some kind of a commons between them. You can go to eden.art, and we have a couple of applications that allow you to log in with your wallet and make creations. We're working on the on-chain component part of this. We have on the testnet basically a provenance layer that's still kind of getting tuned, and very much encourage people to get involved. So that's all I have. I have a couple minutes for questions. So thank you very much. Over there.
There's a lot of distrust in institutions. This technology obviously makes it easier to fake events, things like that. Do you have an idea of how that problem is going to be solved, or if it's solvable at all?
Yeah, so the provenance aspect is very much adjacent to, for example, if you maybe caught some of the ZKML talks, trying to create ways of verifying the authenticity of images and the origin. So if you're referring to, being able to trust that a piece of media came from, a particular place of origin, I think those are things that really get solved by a provenance layer. Provenance doesn't have to be on chain. Lots of companies, of course, have their own different versions of this, watermarking, watermarking the media and so on. For my part, I think the on-chain aspect of this really helps to also preserve decentralization.
A very quick question as well. How long does the job title prompt engineer last?
I don't know. Actually, it feels like most of these terms are very ephemeral. I think a lot of the terms will change. It's like, how long has the term blockchain lasted? I feel like people, were more into that term 5 years ago, but it's not as though blockchains went away. I think, that there will always be a skill set to learn around how to interact with computers. Whether you call it programming or prompt engineering or whatever comes after that, doesn't really change the character of this. The actual technical skills are always evolving, but there's still a lot to learn. And prompt engineering, for its part, there's still a lot of very interesting, it's almost like archaeology. We're still learning about the models that we've made, and what's kind of unique about them.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Over there.
Hi, thanks for the great talk. I was wondering if I understood correctly, Eden is a platform that's decentralized in order to have everything related to MLB, open sourced and available, right?
Yeah, and decentralization is a multifaceted here. So not everything is decentralized. We use Amazon. We have a bunch of GPUs that by necessity are sort of in a cloud somewhere. And so the idea is to first of all decentralize as much of that as possible, and to create some kind of a Web3 overlay on top of it. When I was doing Abraham, I was really concerned specifically about GPU sort of or trying to make the computation happen over many computers. Now I've sort of de-emphasized that, because I actually don't think it's necessarily, there's a lot of problems you can solve without doing that first. And so for me right now, the focus is on decentralizing the sort of the data trail, and the access, it's kind of Web3 access layer on top of Web2 resources, and to make it so that all of this is reproducible. So open source everything is open source and forkable and so on. So yeah.
I was wondering, what do you think about decentralization of the models themselves? Because those models are usually large, couple of gigabytes, right? Even fine-tuned ones. So do you see any potential future we can decentralize that or hosting of those models?
Well, a lot of those models are open source and licensed permissively, and so there's already an aspect in which they're just out in the open. I think the question is how they're orchestrated. I think that's at least the first question. I would like to see also kind of more decentralized networks for training those models, and then perhaps even creating kind of economic models around them that incentivize creating them. So there's been a lot of ideas at that space, creating interesting kind of royalty streams, encouraging remixing and so on. And I think that's a really promising area.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. I'll get one more.
How long until video gets to the same stage that imagery is currently at? It seems like it's relatively close, actually.
Video, so there are already a number of video tools. So there's a few companies that have very good text to video tools. They're certainly not as good per frame as the text to image tools, and there's also open source versions of them which are still kind of flimsy. But if you just look at where everything was 2 years ago, it really feels like the pace of improvement is extremely rapid, and so I would say the text to video tools, I think you'll start to see them in this capacity in less than a year. I mean, you'll see them. You can see them even now if you dig hard enough. To the point where they're more mature, I think it'll take a little bit longer. Yeah.
The name of one or two of those, just so I can.
Runway has a good, very good text to video tool. I'd say that's kind of the most prominent one, and also Google has demonstrated it. I don't think they have any kind of services around it, but from a scientific standpoint, it exists. There's also incredibly good audio generation as well happening, so you'll start to see this come for music as well.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think I'm out of time, so thanks a lot for coming.
Thank you, Gene. In a moment, we'll be back with Burak Arikan. Now on stage, Burak Arikan with his speech about decentralized autonomous art. Burak, I invite you on stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. First of all, the Joseph and the ETHPrague team. It has been a delight to be here in the city of Prague, and it's a beautiful city, and it's great to engage with the community in the ETHPrague conference. I also appreciate that they invite artists to a blockchain conference to talk about their work. This is a rare thing, as you may know, so I really appreciate for that. So. I'm going to talk about today like 4 of my works. These are like 2 of ones are pre-blockchain era from 2008, 7, and then 2 works from post-blockchain era, like this, around this time, 2023. And you will see my art pieces are not simply visual or like representational. They are like systems incorporating software, art, and data, and networks. And they don't really fall into categories of like visual generative art or AI art. And these are like really systems that kind of that are machine readable. That means you can access these works from multiple facades and interfaces. And basically, you'll see the examples there, basically. I'll start with my pocket. Around 2008, during my studies at the MIT Media Lab, I was invited to a meeting with this company called MasterCard. As you may all know, they wanted to visualize the global transactions they have, around the world. And after I left this meeting, I felt really, uncomfortable because they knew a lot about, like, all of us. So I decided to check my own bank transactions, what's going on there, to see my spending behavior, basically. And I basically also checked the privacy policy they have about the consumers. And there you can see things like, they share your information with third parties. This is all obvious for us now. But they also say that, for instance, if you request that we not share information with them, they still share this information. There's no out, no way out. So, as you may be aware today, they not only share the data itself, but also make analysis on this data, make predictions about us, and sell that too, which is obviously more valuable to them because they want to target ads to us in everywhere possible. So to expose this practice to the general world in 2008, again, this is before Snowden revelations and so on and so forth. So I wanted to really use my own bank transactions to make predictions about my own behavior and expose this to the world. So basically, I run the software. I built the software which is pulling my data every night, and making analysis and making predictions about my behavior and what I will buy next every other day. So as a result, every morning I will check my RSS feed. This was an RSS feed at the time, and sometimes I will follow this, these results. Other times I will just intentionally, alter my behavior just to be, unpredictable in this in this world. So I lived this type of software for 2 years. And and this system had like these multiple components. Like you see in this exhibition view, there are 3 different components. First one is this what I call transaction graph. This animation shows basically how I modeled the prediction system there. Simply, every transaction is a node, and they are linked to one another if they share a category of. Is it my phone? No. Okay. If they share a category about their, transaction type, for instance, this can be a thing like a coffee or a ticket or grocery, dining, etc. And or they are connected to one another if they also share things like time of the day of the week, or like the weekday, weekend, and so on and so forth. These similarities basically built this model, and then from there I will run different algorithms to basically make predictions about my future transactions. And also, sorry, maybe go back. Yeah, and also I
turn this RSS feed into a dashboard where you can see regular purchases in white color, current predictions in red, and correct predictions in green. Basically, as such, these transactions became open and public to everyone, not just exclusive to the banks themselves. And finally, in this work, I stored the receipts, those physical receipts, into a box and then marked them if they are predicted correctly. And so each receipt with all the information on them, as you may know, the transaction details, they become a physical proof of predictions. And I call them ready-mades from the future, as a joke also, because unlike the Duchampian ready-mades, which you may know, they are like picked from the industrially produced objects and signed by the artist, these are the ready-mades that their existence were predicted ahead of time. And they are marked also with the prediction itself. Okay. So around the same year also, I worked on this project called MetaMarkets, like 2007, when social media was getting popular. The early days of Facebook, and they opened their API, iPhone just started, and so on. Those days, basically, I was questioning like this idea that what's our value as a user to a social media platform. You can never know about this information by just asking it to them, obviously, because they will not tell you. So I established a stock market to collectively find this out. Okay? On MetaMarkets, you'll initiate an IPO of your social media profile, like Facebook profile, for instance, and you agree to share your profiles into to turn your profile into 1,000 shares, and keep half of it for yourself and the other half for sale in the auction. In a Dutch auction IPO, the auction will set the price for your work, for your shares, and your friends mostly buy from these shares. And keep in mind, this was before Bitcoin. So everyone who joined the platform received a certain amount of virtual currency that I made up, and then their accounts, they have this currency, and they use that to join these auctions and buy and sell these shares of different people. And you can see in these metrics, for instance, this dashboard shows the market price dashboard next to a social media like a dashboard. They are next to each other. It's because, as you know, stock market basically supply, demand, and speculation, they all define the price. But at the same time, there was a crucial role of the social media here, because people actually, they primarily bought and sold from the people that they know. Okay, so we combined the social media with like a market system in a single platform like that. It was a fun experiment. People also discussed in the comments of these shares, like the valuation itself, and what formulas we should use to really calculate the fair value of a market, of a social media, for instance. Those type of discussions were taking place in this platform. Maybe around 3,000 people were engaged. These people basically discussed these ideas together. And I had to shut down this platform after a while because of the operational costs, and it was also to the time when the Bitcoin was just emerging around 2008 and 9. One thing we learned from this experiment, basically this concept of user labor, and we kind of built a standard, or proposed a standard, let's say, and used on MetaMarkets itself to basically measure the activities of users and then make calculations on their value on any platform in general. Anyway, so coming to today, social contracts. This is the work I've done in 2023, sorry. It's a series of living artworks as NFTs. When you mint the social contracts NFT, it traces the contracts that you own from, an NFT piece that you own from a contract, and the other accounts who own from your contracts, and those accounts, what other contracts they own. So it's like a multi-degree network of your owners, basically, from your collection. And then that builds a graph, a kind of collector's graph, where you can make predictions about future acquisitions of these minters, the minting account. So these interactive graphs reveal the social patterns in NFT art collecting. And in these graphs, you can identify accounts that share, similar tastes with you, or accounts, and some of whom you might know, people, your friends, maybe, or famous people online or something, or others could be newfound connections. And there are many of them, like around 900 of them, and each of them was minted by some individual, and then they basically, some people mint multiple, and then they basically explore their collections through these works. If you zoom into one of them, for instance, these are interactive pieces. You can zoom in, click, drag, open these nodes by clicking on them. Here, like for instance, you can see the NFT details. They are linked to OpenSea or EtherScan and so on. And you can explore the multiple steps of links between individuals and accounts, so accounts and contracts, and back to contract accounts, and so on and so forth. So you can navigate in these graphs through this way. So those blue lines, for instance, represent the prediction between the minting account and their future possible acquisitions. And you can also explore them in the same way. So the closer the accounts to each other in terms of proximity, the more common contracts they share. So the layout of the algorithm graph is also relevant to those relationships. How is it a living artwork, you may ask maybe. So each NFT is updated periodically and evolves with each transfer of ownership. So on transfer, basically, each team collectors data added to the graph, and together they grow and grow over time, and then it changes the form and provenance of the work, obviously. For instance, one example, different artists, they kind of send this NFT to each other, and they build these rings, kind of, and from those rings they basically, explore their collective collection, let's say. Also, in terms of traits of these NFTs, you can see each NFT has metadata, including attributes of visual form, but also attributes about their data inside the graph, which is provenance, the past ownership, similar accounts, and predicted contracts, the addresses of the contracts. And on OpenSea, you can utilize these metadata to navigate the entire NFT collection, obviously. But with this data that's also inside the graph, it's another way of navigating the entire graph mechanism that we built here. And you can search a name of a person or a ENS name and now see where do they exist as a similar account in other people's graphs. And then click on one of those, explore further, the details of that particular piece, and then continue basically, jumping from one account to another contract and so on, like the way you explore social media in general. So with social contracts, basically, the act of collecting becomes an integral part of the work. And in essence, it basically states that NFTs are already a social graph. They provide a social graph for us, and blockchains obviously inherently produce these implicit social relationships for us. So it's it's just for us to really explore this and use the social layer that's already out there. I'm grateful for my collaborators for this project, the JPEG Space, the Dot Space, a protocol and a community focused on creating NFTs. You can check their website, jpeg.space. I also want to extend my thanks to the JPEG community for their incredible support and engagement with Social Contracts project, because their participation truly brought these pieces to life. Lastly, I want to talk about the Prompts project. So this is a collaboration with my friend Sam Hart. We basically built a social transmissible NFT system that you'll see. We have been working on this slowly over the years, and during the COVID times especially, we are inspired by concepts like digital artist communities, surf clubs and scenes, fluxus events, event scores especially, instruction-based conceptual artwork, temporary autonomous zones, and blockchain's inherent verifiability and coordination capacity. So we wanted to basically enable verifiable collaboration among artists based on different creative prompts. And these are prompts not for AI, but for the artists to execute. Okay? So Exclusive Corps is the first instance of this project called Prompts. It's a system that draws inspiration from the surrealist and old surrealist drawing technique. This traditional method involves basically folding a paper and drawing the top part, passing to someone who draws the middle part. They pass to someone, they draw the bottom part, and then they complete a single body. And so we took that and turned it into an NFT system, or maybe a smart contract system, better to say. And then it extends the ERC 721 smart contract standard, enabling a verifiable collaborative authoring system. The functions that exist in this contract is basically the extra functions that exist are creating a session. When you create a session, you create a token ID, but it's not mintable yet. It becomes mintable when all contributors join and add their part. It becomes a mintable token, a classic NFT token after that moment. You can also change the price, update the price of your portion of your work. So as an example from the visual interface, again, this is one of the clients that we can build. You can build multiple of those, obviously, for the smart contract. You basically go and create the first session, an empty canvas. You draw your own part, the head, right? And then you add the other people's accounts to this, your friends, your collaborators. And then you submit this as an on-chain call to the contract, which then records and data, the SVG data and the IP and the JSON metadata of this entire thing is stored on IPFS as well. It's all accessible, obviously, from any system out there. And once you are invited as a contributor to this session, you can also create your own sessions yourself. And this way, the network grows organically and socially over the time. And there are only 1,000 sessions that we set as a supply limit for this experiment. So it will gradually become mintable, all these different NFTs. Currently, we only have 7, I think. We call them corpses as NFTs, 7 corpses out there. And you can go to the page and zoom in, zoom out, scroll them and explore who actually builds these works together, who collaborates with one another as artists. And you can see the names, these are ENS names usually. So you can basically enjoy this, deliberative and thoughtful process of artists, creating a visual dialogue between each other. One last thing about this work, the lineage of the discussion of rarity and value, obviously, these don't only come from the visual quality of the work, but they come from the people who contribute to these drawings. Okay, so who's involved with this work is kind of the important part that will drive the value and the meaning of the work. You can follow Prompt Studio on Twitter and join the Discord channel we have. It's all available on the links on the account. And you can see some of the artists. And if you want to draw, if you want to join, you can join the channel and ask for invites. And one last thing I want to talk about briefly is this new project that I'm working on at the moment. This is not live. It's called Time to Live. And I will finish with this. Time to Live project basically invites artists to create a living artwork, each of them creating a living artwork with an agency, like the way Gene was talking about maybe. And then they should also create these artworks that are living together. So different artworks that are like, each of them have autonomy, and they work together or they live together in some way. So to explain this concept, imagine if this project was conducted in the 60s, for instance. I could put some names here and pieces you may be familiar or not. So, for instance, Hans Hacke, who built this condensation cube on the center top. He would, send the humidity values of his box to Vita Conchi, who's following a stranger on the streets of New York, for instance. And then he's like footsteps, but he maybe adjusts his walking speed based on the humidity levels coming from the other artwork. And then maybe the patterns he creates in the city of New York is maybe translated to Guy Debord's psychogeographical maps, in another project. And then maybe the patterns that emerge in these maps may be translated into Jan Tingley's like self-destructing sculptures, possibly, right? And then in a way that it modulates their speed of bicycle wheels and stuff like that, for instance, in that work. And then the maybe time of destruction can be translated to Yoko Ono's piece, where she's performing on the stage, and audience comes and cuts pieces from her body, from her clothes, and maybe that time limit is actually limiting people's participation in that cutting piece. And lastly, her heartbeats are translated into the Hansake's piece, where in the room it maybe modulates the temperature of the room, which actually affects the condensation itself. All of it's like completing the full cycle here like that. You can see how different artworks can have different agencies in their own way, in their limited way, and then can affect each other in different ways. So to realize something like this in today's world, artists will have to create, outputs from their work. Also, they should take inputs to their work, right? And then modulate their work in some way. Of course, to enable something like that, they have to agree on a protocol. And this protocol somehow has to exchange, has to exist on blockchains so that we have a more, decentralized and independent system. And then this way we can maybe create this idea of time to live together. So basically, for me, I'm at the moment building the system in different levels. On one hand, collaborating with different artists. On the other hand, developing the actual mechanism and the system architecture in general. So my goal is to really facilitate long-term collaboration and collectivity between artists that is independent of any existing, time or place. So if you'd like to contribute, you're welcome. I'm open to conversations about this. I'm available on Twitter, Discord, everywhere in real life here as well. So that's about it. Okay, thank you so much. We may have maybe a couple of minutes for the questions, if any. Okay, I think we're cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Burak. We'll be back in a few minutes. on stage Bernd Riedel with Putting the Brakes on Dystopia.
Awesome. Thanks. Welcome. Thanks for attending Putting the Brakes on Dystopia. I'm Bernd, and in the next 20 minutes, I'll talk about dystopias, utopias, and how to use the solarpunk mindset in the German energy transition. It's the third day of ETHPrague, and you've all sat through an amazing array of presentations and workshops already. And just to give you a little incentive and additional motivation for yet another solarpunk talk, I have a little quest for you. That's my dog Tony, and he's hidden in this presentation a few times. So the first person who comes up to me afterwards will get a book goodie bag. Who can tell me how many Tonys are in the presentation? So about myself, I'm the founder and the creative director of Ellery Studio. We're a Berlin-based transformation design agency, and we're working predominantly in the fields of climate action, renewable energy, and social change. And relevant to this talk is we are convinced that we can steer, accelerate, and drive change. And that we should not wait for catastrophe to force us to act, but take a personal stand on the question of what is the future we want to live in. And then take steps to get there together. And we follow this guiding principle in all our projects. We support organizations in shaping sustainable transformation by providing low-threshold access to relevant information, by collectively anticipating the future, and by taking action. And as you can see, we also have a little diagram explaining that. It's all about understanding, anticipating, and taking action. And this is our team. It consists of information designers, of strategists, facilitators, and future foresight specialists. And as you can see, all very enthusiastic. But let's get right to it. Part 1, the future as a catastrophe. So things in the world are not going very rosy. Here symbolized through this pixelated dumpster fire. And dystopia is having a cultural moment because of that. As a society, we're totally obsessed with dystopia in a way that's not productive and also not healthy. Natural disasters gain a lot of traction in pop culture since the 2000s. And some of you might be saying, yeah, but you're German, and isn't Germany doing quite okay-ish when it comes to climate action and renewable energy, and isn't life good there? And to some degree, that's true, especially when it comes to addressing climate change, where Germany has been a world leader for many, many decades. Not so much anymore, though. Starting in the 90s, Germany began to frame its efforts to tackle climate change as the Energiewende. That means energy transition, a move away from old fossil fuel-based energy sources towards more renewable and green energy. And the suffix Wende means turning point. And to give you an example of how serious Germans take this word, the only other time it was used so far was during the reunification between East and West Germany after the fall of the Berlin Wall. But sadly, excitement for the Energiewende is stalling, it's lagging today. Public enthusiasm is drying up, and goals aren't being met at all. In fact, some of Germany's climate goals already were too weak and too modest when they were framed, and they are not up to the task of fixing the climate. And communication with the public isn't done in an effective way at all. It's dry, it's academic, it's hard to parse, even for people who work in that field. Another big issue is the motivation. German politicians no longer have a vision attached to the Energiewende. It's all doom and gloom, and how to avoid that. And here's a little quote by a former German chancellor to illustrate that conservative mindset. He says, "If you have visions, go see a doctor." And also, we have a huge industry pressure that derails climate change initiatives. And hint, hint, obviously, Germany, it's the car industry. Okay, a little service announcement, big failed ideas coming up. We, the world, and especially Berliners, are haunted by the big ideas of the 20th century, which were National Socialism and state communism. And you could even say that Berlin in particular is the graveyard of big ideas. And very important, big ideas, not great ideas. And there's an abundance of big ideas of progress and modernity that ended up in an over-reliance on science that then later got debunked. Starting in the 50s and 60s, there was a giddy promise of new untested technology and schemes. This led to many nasty problems and login effects that we struggle with today, like car-centered cities or industrial wastelands. We see some of this embrace of risky ideas and technology repeated again today when it comes to the rise of geoengineering as an alternative to taking climate action through mitigation or policy. So it's very tempting to let those big ideas take us right back to dystopia. Better not to have big ideas. In some ways, it's easier to just lean back and then wallow, but I think you'd all agree we shouldn't do that. So it's good if we put on the face of optimism to see what could be possible when we collectively put our mind to it. And let's not forget, sometimes just a different perspective already turns one person's dystopia into a utopia. That brings me to part 2, rewriting futures with the help of utopian thinking. So what do I actually mean with utopia? Is it the island the philosopher Thomas More dreamed of already in 1516? With his book Utopia, he kind of set the baseline for utopian thinking. What he did was he located his desired ideas of a better world in an island which is geographically far away. And the metaphor of an island was later then adopted in many further utopias and almost became a symbol for parallel realities. And just to visualize how long ago this was, that is Thomas More, like medieval stuff. Later then, humanity discovered more and more of the planet, and it became harder to imagine an island that was somewhere hidden away. And so the utopian ideas moved from the geographical dimension to the temporal dimension, which means the authors of utopian writing found places for the utopian ideas in the future. If we look at current definitions, I totally identify with Liesmann, who's an Austrian philosopher, and he says this what could be done is something that triggers a completely new perspective on fiction and utopia. It's understanding them as a process. And it's not only about creating a perfect but non-existent kind of world, it's about creating and shaping dreams together with the intention of changing reality. So let's have a look at something called the future cone. Have you seen that one in presentations before here already? It's a futures foresight kind of thing. It categorizes plausible, probable, and preferable futures, and it shows the plurality of these futures, like each with a different quality. And of course, you won't find utopias in this realm of the probable futures. Utopian ideas are outside of the future cone. And in the sense of Liesmann, what could be done, we understand this as intentional utopias. And intentional utopias we understand as a form of membrane. It marks the transition from the impossible to the possible. And like a membrane, it lets through ideas and dreams and visions that inform our acting today. Utopias can provoke, they can inspire and help us to explore new horizons. Yeah. By taking dreams seriously, we can empower more people to transform reality, inspired by their shared dreams, and to take action and active role in demanding and inventing better futures. So all that's left is we have to craft them. Because as Oscar Wilde says, a map of the world that does not include utopia is not really worth glancing at. Utopian thinking, but it demands patience. It demands fearlessness, critical reflection, analytic rigor, optimism, and in particular, the will to take action. Contingency and uncertainty, the very things that often keep us from action, from acting, can be positive and foster creativity and potential. And the conditions of the utopias we craft can be shaped and changed, enabling for a diversity of futures, increasing the possibilities and the junctions that we can make there. And the opposite is the case in dystopias, in a future as a catastrophe. And the main thing utopias can create is excitement. And that arises mostly through images and stories. Storytelling, we had a few talks about that before. And these things, they grew up out of imagination. And imagination has one very particular genre where it takes effect, and that's, of course, science fiction. It's a demonstration of ideas that do not yet exist. One could say it's a showcase of the future. But in which direction are we going? Is it a future exemplified by Blade Runner? As a designer, I would say no, that's not what I want. We want utopias to inspire people, utopias that are role models for us, and that we absolutely see in Solarpunk. Okay, so moving on to Solarpunk. Well, after 3 days, you probably heard enough about what Solarpunk is and what it does and how it works, so I'll make this part very short. Central point also for this talk is what does a sustainable civilization look like and how can we get there? So what does it look like physically? There's a handful of pre-AI era visualizations that heavily influenced the whole movement. And I think you've seen this image before in other talks already. That's one of them. It's an artist called Imperial Boy. I've seen it in at least one other presentation already. So the premise of Solarpunk addresses both the technological capability, but also the collective imagination of how to create a new ecologically balanced world. And it follows in the footsteps of other great story punks. First and foremost, obviously, the cyberpunk movement that gained popularity in the 80s. And Solarpunk right now seems to me finally outgrows it and or at least catches up. And compared to cyberpunk, Solarpunk is actually not at all that radical. Most technologies and practices that it promotes exist already in the here and now. What is radical about it is that it demands radical social change. And the emphasis here is put on imagining. Because the radical change that we need right now is a move towards a fossil-free society. But the imagery that we had for the last decades is something like this. That's not very inspiring, it's not captivating. It's basically just showing the technology. And that's the equivalent of a badly drawn cat. And I would even say like this has more stories to tell than the ones before. But as an energy transition designer, I can definitely say that levity and fun are absolutely key to acceptance and buy-in for the energy transition. And Solarpunk provides a fantastic narrative framework for this, for exciting and imaginative speculation. So how could it look like? I brought a few projects with me to show you what we do at LRE Studio. We do a lot of science communication, a lot of support for the energy transition. And I want to show you how we apply this mindset and utopian thinking to play, explore, and engage in our daily work in the energy transition. And contrary to the idea of this event, we mostly work super low-key and non-tech based. So first off, the challenge we face in our work is this. The focus for policymakers and politicians in Germany is mostly always put on acceptance and getting people to endure the change. It's basically saying, we know we have to get there, now sell it to the community. But we found it was far better to get people involved in the Energiewende, in the energy transition, with invitation and attraction, much like the space race in the 60s. The solarpunk mindset for that is super awesome. Like, its premise is a fertile ground for participation and for collective imagination. So our first attempt to explore the potentials of solarpunk for the energy transition happened in 2017 and 18. After our first contact with the concept, it was still quite a niche topic, limited to a few publications, a few Tumblr posts. There weren't many visuals out there, just the few that I showed you already. And when we saw that there is, in Germany at least, basically no event or community around it, we as rapid prototypers at heart assembled a coalition for exploration from our network, from energy providers to researchers to scientists to artists, and to form new narratives around this solarpunk movement. And this is mostly because exciting narratives are in absolutely high demand in the German energy transition community. So yes, this is how the Solarpunk Festival SPF 2018 happened, which took place in Berlin and surroundings. And in a 2-week program, we've brought together about 50 activists, energy professionals, scientists, artists, students at the Technical University of Berlin, and had about 150 visitors joining us for our closing event. And together we thought about desirable futures, eco-balanced futures, and how they could look like. We have approached this subject through scientific lectures. So we got a whole bunch of known future scientists to contribute. We used design thinking methods and future studies methods. Then we traveled together to an open cast pit mine, where the artists then painted a large mural on the old energy station, based on concepts they learned from the experts and scientists. And while we painted, we had an unexpected audience of 30,000 people, because at this very day, at this very locations, it was just pure coincidence, one of Germany's top punk bands was playing at this location. So the punk part was definitely covered. And we had public lecture series in Berlin in collaboration with the meetup group Speculative Futures Berlin. I can recommend checking them out. It's a global network. And finally, we had an incredible DIY installation set up that was exhibited. It was a 30 square meter living capsule, a solarpunk living capsule, completely built from recycled materials. So let's have a quick look inside. Completely DIY everything. And there you can see lots of narratives that the artists translated from the lectures that they saw about living in the future. So I can't go into detail in all of the things, because every artifact has a little story. They range from interior to pets to UI solutions for this interactive home control setup. But the main essential thing that we have created with Solarpunk Festival is an environment, an interaction. We have opened up spaces of possibilities and, and allowed questions to about the what if. And that is totally Solarpunk, how we understand it. And it maybe is playful, perhaps a little bit naive, and it's all DIY, but it can create images and narratives that inspire. So if you want to check out more, maybe visit solarpunkfestival.com. There will be probably also one coming up again soon. So let's move on to another Solarpunky outreach project. In 2018, when Fridays for Future was in full swing, we started a project within a research grant about visualizing the ideas of climate activists in a format we called Future Booth. And just like in a future booth, you take a picture, but in this case, it is a snapshot of the future. And in the beginning, this was via graphic recording. Our illustrators would on location translate ideas from these interview situations into visuals. We used Solarpunk as a framework, as a narrative framework for these interviews. So we had those demos, so that was good. But we also moved onto politicians and scientists, as you see, slightly out of their comfort zone. But that got much easier with the advent of AI image generation. So last July, we moved up to use that technology using Midjourney and Stable Diffusion. And we go to conferences. We have 10-minute interviews. Our future scientists do the interview. We have prompters in the background who translate the stuff directly into images. And then in a back and forth, we zero in on the vision that this person has. And it looks a little bit like that. It addresses greener cities and biodiversity, or even radically new ways of housing, a new sense of community, or very green transportation. It's an inclusive future almost every time. But other images just go for a more prominent integration of renewable energy in public space. And as you see, all of these images have a backstory that is connected to a single person or a group of people's vision, and kind of translates their personal hopes and dreams. Just like this one, that was the ambassador of Tibet to Germany who dreams of how Tibet could populate its glacial retreat areas. Or this one, it's a very prominent 11-year-old Indian climate activist. She's the founder of the Child Movement and the special envoy to the president of East Timor, and she had a clear vision of how she wants her community to live. Okay, I'm seeing the time is running out, so I'll be quick. If you want to see more pictures, check this out. There's a website coming up. It's in the making right now. Last thing I want to show you, because that's the goodie bag that I brought to you, is we also use these utopian ideas in many of the science communication projects we do. And this one, for example, is a graphic novel about sustainable mobility. And it features a space dog and his family and their antics when it comes to cars, bikes, and public transportation. We translate a lot of data into comprehensible stories in the form of a comic strip to make the topic exciting. And it features tons of scientific background information. But the most Solarpunk publication we did so far is the infographic energy transition coloring book. And it's a book with 33 infographics that can be colored in, where you learn about the past, the present, the future of renewable energy and climate action. So the book was very successful. We published several editions. Both won us a lot of international recognition for this way of low threshold communication. But the most proof of concept, I would say, is that it is in the possession of not one, but actually 2 German chancellors. So, and here's the thing, how often have you seen a German politician smile? No? Not so much, right? Germans in general. Yeah, but you can own those books too, and you only have to tell me how many Tonys you have seen in this presentation. So to sum up real quick, what's the takeaway? What did we learn about the Solarpunk mindset and climate action? The use of utopias is fruitful to open up spaces of possibilities and to allow questions of the what if. And back to the thesis of the talk, how do we put the brakes on our dystopian moment? It's we need to understand the current workings of our system in order to rework it, and visual media and exciting narratives can help there tremendously. We need to offer alternatives that have teeth, and Solarpunk absolutely does this. And in the end, we have to take it to the streets. We have to make this an inherently public conversation. And with that, off to the future. And thank you very much. So I don't know if we have time for some questions. Yeah?
Well, first of all, if I counted right, there were 9 dogs.
Sadly not, no.
Oh no, 8, sorry, not 9, 8.
Almost.
Okay, well, whatever. And then the question, so Solar Park Festival happened 5 years ago.
Yes.
What else did you achieve apart from the coloring book with your agency?
With my agency, we work a lot in like
Or
all.
maybe like you can just tell us about one case that you did.
Sorry, what?
One of the cases that you did, like one of the most interesting ones.
Well, the most interesting usually are often not the most effective ones. We do a lot of boots on the ground work with like municipal city providers. Like we moderate a lot of processes about people finding words for what they desire, like what is a desirable future that they want to live in. Sounds easy, is actually not that easy. So we do a lot of workshop facilitation, but on the side we do a lot of science communication. And that is the visual part, usually, that gets a lot of recognition because there is not super much out there yet. There is a lot of change in the last 10 years, but when we started, basically all publications were still published in Word format. So there's a tremendous change now with this public focus on renewable energy and the climate crisis. So design really got its foothold in the whole energy transition community.
Hi, thank you for your talk. I also did a workshop on Solarpunk, by the way.
I was there, of course.
Oh, you were? Oh, fantastic. Wonderful.
Like your talk, not your workshop.
Oh, okay. Well, I would love to know what you thought about it after. I'll talk to you. Anyway, so 2 questions are, one is, how do you measure the impact of your work if you do that? And then second is, wait, it's at to my tongue. How do you see your work relating to the Web3 world? Because you're clearly at a Web3 conference.
Obviously. Yeah. Okay, so impact, it's always difficult. That's always the first step we do in projects, defining the measurements, the metrics of how to actually identify ways to measure that. Obviously, download numbers for these things, we very often work in publicly funded research projects. Then all these things that we produce are always publicly available for free. So download numbers, sales numbers of the books, we always, as designers, we love the artifact. So obviously we need to offer that. Then generally media coverage was very good with these books. And also, as you can imagine, it's pretty hard to get FaceTime with a world leader. And these kind of weird, fun, harmless, playful objects are a magic key to get through the security lines. It's a testament, definitely. So impact depends from project to project. When we do social work kind of stuff in communities, then obviously it's like qualitative, like we do interviews with people, we do a lot of qualitative analysis. Now on to connect to the Web3 community. As you've seen, we work a lot very low-key, low-tech. And of course, we want to bring in the technology, but the truth is that we're at the very beginning of this conversation when it comes bringing this stuff into communities. So it's an additional hurdle for people to have to engage with technology. There is, of course, certain groups like this audience where it would be no problem whatsoever, but imagine a typical neighborhood in like rural North Rhine-Westphalia who just got robbed of their existence because the coal industry was shut down. Like, try to come to them with any crypto themed kind of idea, they will chase you right out. And stuff like that happened to us. So it's a friction kind of work, and we bring in technology whenever it offers itself. As you see in the AI visualizations, is a heavenly gift for us because it works perfectly in the future foresight community. As a tool, of course, not as a thing that solves all our problems by just using the technology. It's always a matter of the setting of how is it embedded in like these processes of change. I hope that answers the question.
I think the time is out.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, who wants to give it another shot with the books? There you go, lucky number 7. There you go. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Bernd. I invite on stage Lorenzo Nardiello. We're leveraging decentralized technologies for a sustainable future.
Thank you. We can go, it's okay. Okay. Thanks for joining me today. I'm going to talk about the link between smart cities and blockchain. So the world is moving fast, and the future is urbanized. In 2050, 70% of the population, the world population, will live in cities. And in the next 7 years, we will see 10 more mega cities. The future is urban, and blockchain can be a solution to bring traceability, security, decentralization, and transparency. All of these citizens will also bring a huge amount of data, thanks to connected cars, IoT, sensors, environment sensors, and their own utility usages, so gas, electric, and water consumption. Two questions. How can we leverage this data? And how can blockchain be a central actor? So in my example today in my presentation, we will explore 3 things. The first one is decentralized identity, which is useful to identify citizens and to avoid malicious actors, and also useful to create a segmentation. So you want to know who are your citizens, where they live, and where are they exactly. Who are they exactly, sorry. You also need a decentralized data marketplace in order for them to keep control on their data, to get more transparency, and to gather them around one platform. And as we all know, to motivate people, you also need an incentive for each of them. So let's explore the idea. So here I took an example of Alice. Alice needs to be onboarded to create her self-identity. For that, she will use a smart wallet. So ERC 4337 standard, so she can enjoy social logins and recovery to make it way more smooth than getting a private key, dealing with it, and you all know the issues with all of the things. The second step for Alice, so now that she has this smart wallet, she can create an ENS. So alice.paris1, because thanks to the ZK proof that she uploaded, we know that she's living in Paris 1st district. We also know that she's more than 18 years old, that she owns a wearable, and that she also owns a car. So all of this is composing the identity of Alice, and it's part of the hyper-personalization. You can get hyper-personalization using meta-NFT. So a meta-NFT is composed of several layers, and each of these layers is representing an information. Of course, it's a soulbound token, so it cannot be transferable. The identity of Alice belongs to Alice only. So now that we know who is Alice, what she owns, she can start to share her data. So here is the decentralized data marketplace. Alice, on the left side, is sharing her data into datasets. So she can provide information, for example, the city noises when she's working in her city, her electric consumption, or her car's data, for example. And even her health data, because it can be very interesting for a city to know if there is a pattern concerning the health of the citizens. Of course, she has the full ownership of this data. She can revoke access anytime, and she can get control, and she can also get a full transparency. Where is her data, where it is going. You can also imagine community data set. So plenty of citizens from Paris First Districts, for example, can provide the same information on a specific topic. On the other side, you have the city managers that will analyze this data. They can create restricted data sets. So for example, getting information about cars from people living in Paris First District. It is possible thanks to hyper-personalization. You can also use confidential computing and SGX Intel enclaves to deal with sensitive data. So for example, health data. You can do it in a perfect privacy way. In exchange of this data, the city managers will give to Alice a reputation. So this reputation is part of the meta NFT of Alice. It's part of her identity. It's a layer into the meta NFT. So now, how can we incentivize Alice to do this job? Who knows what this is? Nobody? Okay, this is a coin from ancient Greece. It's called Pericles, used this coin to do what he called mistos. So mistos was a way to incentivize people, the poorest people of the city, to make them participate into the city life. So if they were voting, if they were debating, if they were saying if something was good or not, they were paid for that. So this is a way to incentivize people, the financial one. And this was probably the first ever reward token existing. But we can imagine several other things. So depending on your reputation score and depending on how you're involved in your city life, you can, of course, enjoy financial one, like infrastructure discount. So if you're participating and you own a car, because we know it now thanks to the Meta NFT, then the city can reward you by giving you discount for parking, or can give you discount for public transportation, for example. And the more you're participating, the more your score is important. You can get a higher power vote for local referendum. So let's say that your district decides to change the bench in a park. It will cost a lot of money, of course. So they are asking citizens, what are they thinking about it? Well, as an involved citizen, you can have more power vote on this decision because you want your city to be better and better, and you showed it. Then you can access to strategic position, such as town hall member, for example, and even a national representative. So what are the advantages of all of these things? Well, it increased the citizens' engagement, so people are more involved, of course, with the incentives, but also thanks to the impact they can have on their city. The city is continuously improved, and you can highlight issues. So politics cannot be blind in front of issues. If you have 10,000 of citizens feeding a data set showing that something is wrong, they cannot be blind. It also increased transparency about data. You know where is your data, how is it used, and who is using it. And something very interesting, this is the last point, and this is where we can change things. You can have a new kind of politics. Instead of getting politics based on how wealthy they are, who they know, which powerful party is pushing them, you can have politics that have to prove that they were engaged in their city before being engaged in politics. So it can be, for example, a condition to access to an election. If you don't have a high HENOS reputation score, you cannot go to the election. And like this, you can have only people that care about the city. And you avoid all the people that are just opportunistic or that are also corrupted. So the good news is that it's already possible. So I'm working at Alliance Block, and we are building two interesting things. The first one is the decentralized identity, the Meta NFT technology. So we are able to create these layers that can include any ZK proof inside. On the other side, we also have data tunnel, which is a way to share this data. And we are able to do community data set. So if you want to know more about this project, just visit it. That's it for me today. If you want to learn more about it, you can check the Alliance blog Telegram in live, or you can reach me also personally. Thank you very much. If you have any question. We're good.
Any questions?
So my question would be, this is a little bit similar to the social scores that are developed in China. So are you using ZK proofs, and how do you differentiate this? How you avoid possibly negative aspects that could be caused by this in cities?
So the difference between what, sorry?
The social score in China.
The thing is here you can anonymize the data also. So this is also a component, I didn't show it, but you can anonymize it. So the city can only access to a generic data, and the reward is automatic. But it's not about doing some, like having the police behind you and surveillance. It's more about participating if you want it. That's also very important. We don't take your data. You participate and you allow to share this kind of data or not. So you have the full control at the end of the day. And if you consider that this is not, that is not good for you and not good for your city, or it's not aligned with what you think, then you can just stop to sharing them.
For the incentives, do you think it is a good idea to involve, for example, the business retailers in the cities? Like, you know, I would be getting a discount from the Starbucks or McDonald's and so on. So they would, yeah.
You mean discount for enjoying retail?
Yeah, like the business would actually like to give me some reward for high reputation in the city. So they might be interested in like rewarding those people.
Yeah, it can be interesting too. I think it's a good way also to involve them in this. I was very focused more on citizens, but of course you can open it to also retail, of course. I think we are good.
Yeah, if you don't have any more questions, just thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
And so we'll be back in a few minutes.